Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you've decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
Something came into my room. A true account, shared by Lena, told exactly as she remembers it. Welcome, hey beauties and beasts. Welcome back to the show. Before we get into tonight's story, I just really want to thank you. So many of you have been sending in your strange memories, your moments that don't quite add up. And tonight's story is one of those. The Cinder asked to stay anonymous, so I'll call her Lena. And the first thing Lena wants you to know is that she is not someone who chases the supernatural. She's a pragmatist. A skeptic, actually. But there is one memory from her childhood she has never been able to shake. And the reason is simple. There was no rational explanation for it. She could explain away almost everything. The tension in the apartment, her mother's disorientation, the sounds in the dark. But a knife buried in a mattress a few inches from where she had been sleeping, that one she has never been able to file away neatly. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Lena was 4, maybe 5 years old when all this happened. She grew up in Malaysia, in one of those 4-story apartment blocks where life spills into the hallways. Shared corridors, scuffed tile floors, the smell of garlic drifting under someone else's door, laundry hanging off every balcony, neighbors who know your schedule whether they want to or not. Her mother worked long hours at her grandmother's food stall. So during the day, it was mostly just Lena and her father at home. Because she was so young, the metal lattice gate on their front door stayed locked whenever her mom was out. One of those heavy gates with small square holes you could see through, but not pass through. So Lena used to lean against it and talk to the neighborhood kids on the other side. Just sitting there, chatting through the gaps. One of the next door neighbors had 4 kids, 3 girls and a boy, and they were Indonesian. Lena had become friends with them the way children do when they're stuck behind a locked gate with nothing but time and a few square holes to talk through. Normal kid stuff. Harmless. But after a while, things inside the apartment started feeling a little off. Nothing dramatic. Just small things you'd normally explain away. Money started going missing. Not a lot. A few coins here, a bill there, just enough to make you think, did I move that? Did I spend it and forget? But the arguments started too. Not big blow-ups. The quiet kind, behind closed doors. The kind where you can feel the tension building but can't put your finger on why. And Lena, who was 4, didn't have the words for what she was noticing, but she'd be sitting on the floor playing and suddenly feel like someone was watching her from the doorway. She'd look up. Nobody was there. At this point, I want to pause for a second, because what happens next involves a belief system that is deeply woven into everyday life across much of Southeast Asia, not as folklore the way we might think of ghost stories, but as part of how people understand protection, harm, and the invisible things that move through ordinary spaces. I want to take that seriously. Because to Lena's family this wasn't a story. It was real. The night things finally came to a head and started out completely normal. Lena went to bed. She's always been a heavy sleeper, the kind of kid who could sleep through an earthquake. She shared a bedroom with her father, their bunk bed pushed against the wall. Her father on the inside close to the wall, Lena on the outer edge. So when Lena opened her eyes that night, something was already wrong. She just didn't know it yet. The lights were on. Her father was sitting upright in bed, not groggy, not half asleep. Fully alert, tense, And children are very good at reading that kind of tension even before they understand it. She could feel it in the air. Something had happened. Lena followed her father's gaze across the room, and there was her mother, standing near the vanity table, looking visibly disoriented. Lena's mother almost never slept in that room. She preferred her own bedroom. That was just the routine, so seeing her there was already strange. But it was the way she was standing that was harder to shake, bent slightly forward, both hands gripping the edge of the vanity, like she was trying to hold herself upright. Like someone who had woken up mid-step and didn't know where they were. Her father's voice was tight. "Are you okay? What are you doing in here?" A pause. "I'm fine," her mother said. Then she hesitated. "I just don't know how I got in this room." Lena was 4. She didn't fully understand what that meant, but she could tell it scared her father, so she turned her head, maybe to look at him, maybe just because you do that when something feels off. And that's when she saw it. On the mattress, right next to where she'd been lying, there was a knife. And the knife was not resting on top of the fabric. It was stabbed into it. The blade had punched straight through and buried itself into the foam below, and it had landed a few inches from where her stomach had been while she was sleeping. Her mother had never sleepwalked before, not once, and there was no explanation for this knife. That was when Lena's parents knew they needed help. Not the kind of you Google, the kind you go to a temple for. In Tamil communities across South and Southeast Asia, there is a deity called Maduraivaran. He is not worshipped in moments of gratitude or abundance. He is called upon specifically when something has already gone wrong. His name means the hero of Madurai, after an ancient city in South India where his legend originates. He is understood as a protector, a warrior spirit who doesn't just shield his people, but actively stands between them and whatever is threatening them. Lena's parents went to one of his temples and told the priest everything. The missing money. The arguments that kept surfacing out of nowhere. The feeling of being watched in empty rooms. The knife. The priest listened carefully, asked a few questions, and then told them something that stopped them cold. What was happening in their home might not be random. It might have been sent, a deliberate spiritual attack, directed at their family from outside. In Malay and Indonesian tradition, this kind of thing often involves a Toyol, sometimes spelled Toyol, a small spirit controlled by whoever owns it. And when I say small, I mean that in the most unsettling way possible. Because the Toyol doesn't look like a monster. It looks like a child, a bald, naked infant with grayish-green skin, a head slightly too large for its body, clouded eyes, small hands that end in sharp, claw-like nails. The kind of thing that, if you glimpsed it in low light, your first instinct might be to reach for it, rather than run. And that is part of what makes it so disturbing. But what makes it truly difficult to sit with once you know, is what it actually is. In the most widely documented accounts, a Toyol is not a spirit summoned from somewhere else. It doesn't arrive from another realm. It's a specific soul, the soul of a child that died before it was born, a stillborn, a miscarried infant, a baby that never took its first breath. A dukun, the Indonesian term for a shaman or spiritual practitioner, performs rituals over the remains, finds that soul while it is still in limbo, having never lived, never been laid to rest properly, and puts it to work. It needs to be maintained like a child, fed milk, given sweets, kept entertained, because it is in most accounts a child. And what these spirits do is slip into other people's homes and steal small amounts of money, just enough that it feels strange but not obvious enough to name. And they don't just steal. They stir the household. Tension builds. Arguments appear out of nowhere. A home that used to feel peaceful begins to feel like a place of unrest. The priest believed something like that had been sent into their apartment. He gave them specific instructions for that night. Before bed, place a tray inside the apartment and scatter small objects across it. Beans, garlic, anything small and countable. In many Southeast Asian traditions, certain spirits cannot resist counting small objects. They get distracted, compelled to soar and pick them up one by one. It keeps them occupied through the night. He also gave them protective bracelets from the temple, sacred threads blessed in Majoraivaron's name, and then the last instruction, which he delivered calmly, but which stayed with Lena's parents more than anything else. Close every door in the apartment before you go to sleep. Every single one. And once they're closed, do not open them again until morning. No matter what you hear. Lena slept through the whole thing. Heavy sleeper, remember? For her, the night passed in an instant, but her parents were awake. They lay in the dark, doors closed, and for a while, nothing happened. Just the normal sounds of an apartment building at night. The building settling, distant traffic, someone's television through the wall. Then, sometime around midnight, they heard something. At first it was so faint you could barely separate it from background noise. The kind of thing you hear when a house shifts, when pipes expand, when you're overtired and your brain fills in the quiet. They just lay still and waited to see if it would come again. It came again, closer. And then the crying started. It sounded like an infant. Somewhere inside their locked apartment, in the dark, something was crying like a baby. Lena's parents fought every instinct, every impulse to get up, to look, to open a door, to find it. They held the sides of the bed and refused to move, and then whatever was crying started banging on the doors. When it realized it was trapped, the sound changed. The crying stretched into something longer, shriller, less like distress, and more like fury. And then it wasn't crying anymore. It was screaming. Something raw, guttural, desperate. And underneath the screaming, a voice, or whatever was making that sound, was begging. The words were broken and distorted, but the meaning was clear. Open the door, let me out. And then the banging, hard, rhythmic, rattling the doors and their frames. Lena's parents didn't move. They sat in that bedroom and held on to what the priest had told them. No matter what you hear, do not open the door. And they stayed there. Through the crying, through the begging, through the begging, through the pounding. Until morning. When Lena woke up, her parents told her what had happened. She didn't believe them. She was young. She figured it was the kind of story adults tell to keep children from wandering around at night. Then they showed her their phone. Sometime during the screaming, one of them had hit record. When Lena listened to it, she heard a voice crying out from inside the apartment. Distorted, strained, and underneath it repeating, a sharp cracking sound, like something being struck repeatedly with tremendous force. Her parents recognized it as the sound of the setia, a ritual whip associated with Majoraivaron, used in certain ceremonies as a symbol of divine justice, the idea that the protector doesn't just defend passively but actively confronts whatever's causing harm. They believed they were hearing something being driven out of their home. Now, here is what happened when Lena's parents finally opened the doors at daylight. The first thing they noticed was the living room floor. Scattered across the tiles were thin, delicate strands of fiber, small enough to miss if you weren't looking. But the fibers didn't just stop at the living room. They continued. A narrow, but clearly visible trail leading from the center of the room toward the front door, right under the gap at the bottom and out into the corridor. Lena's father followed it. The trail ran across the hallway and stopped abruptly at the door of the Indonesian family's apartment. The next-door neighbors. The kids that Lena used to talk to through the gate. You would think he would have been overcome with anger, but he wasn't. There was just one question he wanted to ask. Why them? They weren't wealthy. They had done nothing to deserve this. They were just a quiet family behind a locked gate, going about their days. After that night, things settled. The missing money stopped. The arguments faded. That feeling of being watched in empty rooms, gone. The apartment felt normal again. Quieter in a way that felt like relief rather than emptiness. And not long after, the Indonesian family moved out, quickly, quietly. In the middle of the night, one day they were there, the next they weren't. A toyol isn't always a weapon deliberately aimed at someone. Sometimes it's more like an inheritance, passed down through generations, bound to a family, often against their will. A burden, which means the family across the hall may not have intended to cause harm at all. They may have arrived already carrying it, and perhaps it had simply gone looking for the nearest available household to enter. Lena has never known whether her family was chosen or simply closest. Lena's family came to believe that whatever had been sent into their home came from that apartment, and that when it was driven out, something may have turned back toward whoever sent it. They never confronted the family. They just watched the unit empty out, and it stayed that way for a long time. And, if you think about it, there are other explanations. Lena's thought about them plenty. Stress can unravel a household in ways that feel almost supernatural from the inside. Financial pressure makes money seem to disappear. A first episode of Sleepwalking in an Adult is genuinely frightening. Recordings made in the dark during moments of fear are hard to interpret clearly. Neighbors move out all the time, but Lena isn't telling this story to convince anyone. She sent it to me because some of those pieces have never fit into any explanation she can find. The knife, the recording, the fibers, the timing, but mostly the knife. What was that? Who did that? Because here's the thing, a toyol is a thief. That's what the lore says, consistently across every account. It steals small amounts of money. It unsettles households. It feeds on neglect and darkness and the slow erosion of a family's peace. But it doesn't use knives. There is nothing in any account of toyol behavior that explains a blade driven into a mattress inches from a sleeping child. Which means the toyol may have been there that night, but the knife belonged to something else. Something that was also in that apartment. Something that was also behind those doors. And whatever it was, whatever stood over Lena while she slept and put that knife where it landed, was also the thing screaming to be let out. She was 4 years old. The blade stopped a few inches from where she'd been lying, and she has never stopped wondering what it was meant for her, and what would have happened if it hadn't missed. Some of you grew up with this kind of story, this language. The toyol isn't folklore to you. It's something your parents warned you about. For others, like me, this sounds completely foreign. Either way, I'm not here to tell you what happened in that apartment. I'm just telling you what Lena remembers. If you have a story of your own, something that has never quite made sense, a memory you've never been able to explain, send it in. I would love to hear it. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I hope wherever you're listening from, you're warm, you're safe, and you're in your bed. When time stresses, stories heal. Sleep well. I'll see you in the next episode. Until then, bye-bye. When time stresses, stories heal. The signal in the fog. I'm going to tell you something I have not told anyone who knows me, and I want to say it plainly before the story begins, because if I do not say it now, I will lose the nerve somewhere in the middle and you will feel the gap where the honest thing should have been. I was relieved when my brother died. Not completely. Not without guilt. The guilt has been a permanent resident in my chest since the morning I got the call, and I do not expect it to vacate. But underneath the grief, underneath the shock of losing Marcus at 38 to a heart that simply stopped without warning, there was a small and shameful loosening, like a knot I had been holding for 15 years, finally let go for one terrible second before I grabbed it again. Marcus had been the kind of person who made the world more complicated by being in it. Not cruel. Not even unkind, most of the time. But he was the kind of man who called you at 11 at night with a new theory about everything wrong with your life. And he was usually right. And being right at 11 at night in that particular tone of voice is a form of cruelty even if the words themselves are accurate. He had our mother's eyes and our father's certainty, and he had aimed both of them at me for as long as I could remember. I am a researcher. I work in digital media verification, which in the year 2026 means I spend my professional days looking at images and videos that claim to be real and deciding whether they are. It is painstaking and, lately, exhausting work. The tools that generate false content have gotten faster than the tools that detect it, and the gap between them widens every quarter. Marcus used to call me a janitor of lies, and he said it with a kind of affection that has a blade in it. He died in October. By January, I was coming apart in ways I could not explain to anyone who worked with me, because the people I worked with did not know about the knot in my chest and the brief loosening and what that said about who I was. I drove north the second week of January. I do not entirely know why Maine. I had been once before in my 20s, passing through on a drive to Nova Scotia, and I remembered the quality of the silence more than anything specific. The way the cold along that coastline did not feel hostile. The way it felt almost reasonable, like it had decided to stop pretending to be anything other than what it was. The drive up Route 1 from Portland took me through small towns where the gas stations had hand-lettered signs and the coffee was served in styrofoam cups that were too thin for what they were asked to hold. The temperature dropped steadily as I went north. By the time I crossed into Knox County, the sky had gone the color of old pewter, and the trees along the road were bare and precise against it, like something drawn rather than grown. I had rented a cottage outside Rockport through a site that specialized in off-season rentals, the kind of place that costs the third as much in January as it does in July, because no one sensible goes to the Maine coast in January. The listing had described it as a writer's retreat with water views, which is the kind of language that papers over the fact that the water view is only visible if you stand on a specific rock at the edge of the property and look slightly left. The town of Rockport itself was quiet, in the way that small coastal New England towns are quiet in winter. Not empty, but operating at a reduced frequency, the way a radio station sounds when it is coming in from very far away. The harbor had a handful of working lobster boats and a dry-docked sailboat with a tarp over it that had come loose on one side and flapped in a way that seemed permanent, like it had given up trying to hold. I found the cottage down a road called Bell Cove Lane, which ran off the main road and ended in a gravel turnaround just above the waterline. The cottage was gray-shingled in the way that everything near salt water eventually becomes gray-shingled, with a covered porch that faced south and a wood stove inside that the caretaker, a woman named Ruth, had lit before my arrival. Ruth met me in the turnaround. She was somewhere in her late 60s, with a kind of face that has spent decades in coastal weather and has arrived at something settled and clear because of it. She showed me where the firewood was stacked, how the temperamental burner on the gas range needed to be held down for 4 full seconds or it would not catch, and where the key was hidden in case. I locked myself out. She did not linger. People in that part of Maine tend not to. The wood stove had filled the main room with a dry amber warmth by the time I brought my bag in. I stood in the middle of the room with my coat still on and felt something in my shoulders release that I had not realized I had been holding since October. The room smelled of pine and the particular mineral scent that old wooden houses carry when they have been closed up and then opened again, like a letter you sealed a long time ago. I made coffee with the small percolator on the counter, and I sat on the old sofa facing the stove, and I did nothing for 30 minutes. I did not check my phone. I did not open my laptop. I did not perform any of the small busy rituals I had been using since October to keep Marcus's voice from filling the silence. The fog came in around 4 in the afternoon. I could hear it before I could see it. The bell buoy offshore started sounding more frequently. Or perhaps I simply became aware of it as the light changed. By 5, the fog had closed around the cottage completely. The porch light made a small orange sphere in it, and beyond that sphere there was nothing visible at all. I noticed, before I went to bed, that the caretaker had left something on the small table beside the door. A laminated card, the kind rental properties leave for utility instructions, but this one had a handwritten note at the bottom in careful block letters that read, "Do not go to the water when the fog is thick. The path is not reliable in those conditions." I told myself it was a liability warning. A sensible precaution from a sensible woman in a town where the water was real, and the rocks were slippery and the nearest hospital was not close. I went to bed thinking about the path, and outside, the fog settled over Bell Cove Lane with the patience of something that has been doing this for a very long time, and the bellboy counted the seconds in a language I did not yet understand. I woke at 6 in the morning to a silence so complete it had a texture. Not the silence of a city apartment at 3 in the morning, which is always underlaid with the hum of something. A refrigerator, a bus 3 blocks away, the specific electrical frequency of a building that is never fully asleep. This was different. This was the silence of a place that had decided overnight that sound was optional. The fog was still present. I knew it without looking. There was a quality to the light coming through the curtains, a flatness, a refusal to commit to any particular direction. That told me the world outside the cottage had not yet reasserted itself. I lay still for a long time. My mind kept reaching for the next task, the next item, the habitual forward motion that had been keeping me functional since October, and finding nothing to grip. There was no next task. I had come here specifically to have no next task, and my mind did not know what to do with that fact. I had brought Marcus's laptop. I had not told myself that I was bringing it. I had packed it at 2 in the morning the night before I left, in the way that you do something when you have decided not to decide. Just placing it in the bag quickly, between a sweater and the charger, so that the decision was made before the part of your mind that argues could weigh in. It sat now on the small writing desk in the corner of the bedroom. I had not opened it. The reason I had the laptop at all was technical and administrative. Marcus had died without a will, which was entirely in character, and there were accounts and subscriptions and a lifetime of digital accumulation that someone had to sort through, and I was the only someone. His password had been written on a piece of paper in his kitchen drawer, because Marcus believed that digital security was a form of institutional compliance and refused to participate. The paper said, Big Brother 1984. He had used it for everything. I got up without opening the laptop, and I dressed slowly, and I went into the kitchen. The gas range required the full 4 seconds of held pressure before the burner caught, just as Ruth had said. I stood there with my thumb on the igniter and counted, watching the small clicking light, and felt something almost unbearable about the mundane precision of the instruction. 4 seconds exactly. I found myself wondering whether Ruth had timed it, or whether it was simply the kind of knowledge you accumulate by living in a place long enough that its specific quirks become a second language. The kitchen window faced east, toward the road. The glass had the faint waviness of old single-pane windows, and through it, the January morning looked like a watercolor that had not dried properly. Shapes present, but edges uncertain. The birch trees at the property line rendered in pale strokes against the sky that was beginning reluctantly to lighten. I drank 2 cups of coffee standing at that window and thought about nothing in particular, which felt like an achievement. After breakfast, I put on my coat and walked the property. The cottage sat on roughly a 1/4 acre of rocky coastal ground, sloping from the road down toward the water. The water itself was not visible from the cottage. The land dropped sharply at the property's southern edge, and there was a stand of spruce trees that screened the view. A gravel path ran from the back door through those trees, and presumably down to the shoreline, though the path ended in my visibility at a bend where the spruces closed around it. The path was narrow. Someone had set flat fieldstones into the ground along its edges at some point in the past, decades ago, from the look of them, settled deep and tilted by frost cycles until they were more suggestion than border. The moss between them was the dark, saturated green of something that gets very little direct light. I stood at the bend for a moment. The spruces were close on both sides, and their branches held the residual moisture of the fog in long beaded lines that released. Occasionally, in small cold drops, the air smelled of salt and decomposing needles, and something underneath both of those, something mineral and deep, like water moving over stone in a place that does not often see sky. I did not go further. I told myself it was because the ground looked uncertain beyond the bend, which was true. The fieldstone edging stopped there, and the path continued in bare, dark earth that had a sheen to it that suggested ice beneath the surface. But I stood at that bend for longer than a person stops to assess footing, and I was aware of it, and I turned back anyway. In the afternoon, Ruth came by. She knocked at the back door rather than the front, which I would later understand was simply how people in that part of Maine operated. The front door is for strangers and ceremonies. The back door is for actual life. I let her in. She had brought a paper bag with 2 jars of preserves from a woman down the road, and she set the bag on the kitchen table with the ease of someone who had set things on that table many times. She asked whether the burner had given me trouble. I said 4 seconds just as she had told me. She nodded, satisfied, and looked around the kitchen with the attentive, non-intrusive assessment of someone who maintains a property and has learned to read rooms without appearing to examine them. I asked her how long she had been looking after the cottage. She said 19 years. The owner was a retired professor from Boston who came up for 6 weeks in summer and left the rest to her. I asked whether many people rented in winter. She said some. Writers mostly. People who needed quiet. Occasionally someone going through something. She said it without particular emphasis. The last part, the way you deliver information that is accurate and does not require softening because the accuracy itself is the kindness. I said I supposed I was the third kind. She looked at me directly for the first time since she had come in, and her expression was not sympathetic in the performed way that people offer sympathy, with the tilted head and the lowered voice. It was something more considered than that. Attentive, in the way that a person is attentive when they have decided to actually hear what you are telling them rather than preparing their response while you speak. She said, losing someone leaves a frequency in the air for a while, not a metaphor. She said it the way you state a condition of weather. I did not know what to say to that, so I said nothing. She picked up her bag and moved toward the door, and then she paused with her hand on the frame and said, without turning fully back, the path through the spruces goes down to a flat shelf of rock above the tide line. In summer it is a fine place to sit. In January the rock is sound, but the path needs attention. Go in daylight. Go when it is clear. I said I had seen her note about the fog. She said the note is about the path. The fog is a separate matter. She left before I could ask what she meant by that, and the back door closed with the soft, definitive sound of a door that fits its frame exactly. And I stood in the kitchen for a long time after, aware of the silence reasserting itself around the cottage like water filling a space. I went back to the desk in the bedroom. I looked at Marcus's laptop for several minutes without touching it. The case was a dull silver, scratched along one corner where he had dropped it, and there was a small sticker on the back that I had given him as a joke years ago. A cartoon of a television set with eyes watching you back. He had put it on immediately, which was the most Marcus thing he had ever done. He had understood the joke entirely and displayed it anyway as a kind of declaration. I did not open the laptop. I made dinner. I read for an hour from a book I had brought and retained almost nothing of it. Outside the evening came in stages, the flat winter light compressing slowly toward dark, and the temperature inside the cottage dropped half a degree in a way I noticed without being able to explain how I noticed it. Before I went to bed, I checked the charge on my phone 41%, not enough to get through the night, and I plugged it in and set it face down on the nightstand. I lay in the dark and listened to the property settle around the cold. Somewhere below the spruces I could hear the water. Not waves. It was too sheltered a cove for real wave action. Ruth had told me that much. Just the movement of tide against rock. A low and rhythmic pressure, like something leaning against a door from the outside without yet deciding to knock. I thought about Ruth's phrase, a frequency in the air. I had spent 4 years in digital verification. 4 years training myself to distrust anything that could not be sourced and confirmed. And I found that her phrasing did not sit in me the way things I disbelieved sat in me. It sat differently. It sat in the part of me that had been listening since October for something I could not name. The part that had driven north to a cold coast in January for reasons I had not examined closely. It sat in the part of me that had reached briefly when the knot loosened. For something that felt like relief, and then spent 3 months ashamed of it. The tide moved against the rocks below the spruces through the night, patient and impersonal, and I lay awake longer than I intended, aware that the thing I had come here to outrun had simply followed me at a walking pace and was now waiting outside with the same unhurried certainty as the cold. I opened Marcus's laptop on the second morning. I had made the decision some time before dawn, in that particular window of sleeplessness, where the mind stops arguing with itself because it is too tired to maintain positions, and simply arrives at things. I had lain in the dark and understood, without drama, that I had not driven 400 miles from my apartment to avoid the laptop. I had driven 400 miles to open it somewhere that was not my apartment, where his voice had been an actual physical presence in the rooms, bouncing off walls it had known, arriving through a phone held against an ear that still sometimes expected it. Here, the laptop was just an object. That was the theory, anyway. His desktop was organized in a way that would have surprised anyone who knew him. Marcus, in person, was a man of elaborate disorder. His apartment had been a landscape of stacked papers and half-finished projects and books left open and face down on every horizontal surface. Spines cracking, which had driven me to quiet despair on every visit. But his desktop was immaculate. A single folder. A single document open in the background. No scattered icons. No accumulated downloads sitting in the corner like sediment. The folder was labeled, in his precise way, with a single word, evidence. I sat with that for a moment. I noticed, without meaning to, that I needed to refill my water glass, and I thought about whether I had locked the car the night before, which I had not checked, and whether the temperature had dropped enough overnight for the lock mechanism to be stiff. These thoughts arrived and departed quickly, the way they do when the mind is using small practical concerns as a momentary wall between itself and something it is not ready to look at directly. I opened the folder. It contained 143 files. Most were screenshots, hundreds of them organized by date, going back approximately 2 years. I recognized the content immediately because it was my professional territory. Viral images. Claims circulating on social platforms. The specific visual grammar of content that spreads because it tells people something they already half believe. And the subject of almost every one of them was the same. The Simpsons predicted it. Marcus had been collecting them. I had known in a general way that my brother had a preoccupation with predictive media. The idea that certain cultural artifacts encoded genuine foreknowledge of future events, whether by design or by the statistical certainty that a show running for 30+ years would eventually overlap with reality in ways that felt meaningful. We had argued about it, not bitterly, but with the particular friction of two people who share an analytical temperament, and have arrived at opposite conclusions about what analysis is for. I believed in verification. Marcus believed in pattern recognition. We had been having that argument in various forms since we were teenagers, but the files were not what I expected. He had not been collecting the images as a believer. He had been doing what I do. The folder was annotated. Each screenshot had a companion text file in his careful block letter style, noting the image's source, its spread rate, the specific techniques used to generate or alter it. and his assessment of whether any given image had a genuine episode origin or had been fabricated entirely. He had been running his own informal verification archive, and his conclusions, file by file, matched mine almost exactly. The vast majority were fabricated, AI-generated frames stitched from real animation styles, produced and circulated to feed a hunger for confirmation that the world's strangeness had been anticipated by someone, somewhere, before it arrived. The last file in the folder was a document rather than an image. It was dated 3 weeks before he died. It was addressed to me. Not in the sense of a letter with a salutation. My name appeared at the top of the document, followed by a colon, and then a single paragraph that read, "You will find this either because I finally sent it to you, or because I did not. Either way, it says the same thing. The images are not the point. The point is that people need something to have known. They need the future to have been witnessed before it landed. That need is not stupidity. It is grief operating in advance, mourning a world that is not yet finished changing into something unrecognizable. I've been collecting these because they are the closest thing I have found to a record of how frightened everyone actually is, underneath the sharing and the arguing. I thought you should have the archive in case you want to do something with it professionally. I also thought you should know that I am aware I have not been easy to have as a brother, and I am working on that. And I am sorry it has taken this long. Destroy this if you want. It is just a thought." I read it twice, outside the bedroom window. The morning had produced a sky of extraordinary clarity. The first real blue I had seen since arriving, a cold and precise blue that belonged to January in a way that summer blue does not, with a sharpness to it that made the bare branches of the trees at the road stand out as if they had been cut from black paper and pressed against it. I sat with the laptop open and the document on the screen and did not do anything for a considerable amount of time. I was aware, at the back of everything, of a pressure building in my throat that I had been managing since October with constant motion and professional focus, and which was now, in this quiet room in this empty cottage on this cold coast, declining to be managed. I pressed my palms flat on my thighs. The denim was cool and rough under my hands. I focused on the texture, which is the kind of thing you do when you are trying to stay in your body, rather than disappearing into something that has no edges. I did not cry. I want to be accurate about that. What happened was something more internal than crying. A kind of structural shift, like a wall that does not fall but is no longer perpendicular to the ground. I closed the laptop. I put on my coat and my boots, and I went outside. The cold was immediate and clarifying. The air had the specific dry bite of a coastal January morning after a clear night, when the temperature has dropped without cloud cover to hold anything back, and the light was coming in at the low winter angle that makes every surface cast a shadow twice its height. My breath preceded me in small white bursts as I walked around the side of the cottage toward the back. I stood at the edge of the yard and looked toward the path through the spruces. In the clear morning light, without fog, the trees looked completely different. Less enclosing, more simply present. The kind of ordinary spruce stand you find all along that coastline, neither threatening nor welcoming, simply occupying their ground with the indifference of things that predate human concern. I walked toward the path. The ground was hard under my boots, the earth consolidated by overnight freeze into something firm and reliable, and the fieldstone edgings were dry and solid. I reached the bend where I turned back the day before, and I went around it. The path continued for perhaps 30 more meters through the spruces, descending gradually, and then it opened onto a wide, flat shelf of granite above the tide line, just as Ruth had described. The shelf was perhaps 20 feet across at its widest, gray and pink-veined, and it ended at a low drop to a narrow shingle beach where the tide was out and the exposed rock gleamed with the dark wet of low water. The cove was small and protected, the opposite shore perhaps a quarter-mile away, and the water between was perfectly still in the windless morning, the surface holding the blue of the sky above with something close to fidelity. On the granite shelf, someone had arranged a ring of smaller stones in a circle approximately 2 feet across. Inside the circle, which had been there long enough that the stones had settled into their positions, and the ground inside the ring was distinct from the ground outside it, slightly smoother, slightly darker. There were 3 objects: a small piece of driftwood, worn to gray silk by water, a folded piece of paper, laminated against weather inside a small plastic sleeve of the kind used for documents meant to survive outdoors, and a length of fishing twine, tied in a specific knot I did not recognize, looped around a piece of beach glass ground to a green translucence, so complete it looked as though light were passing through it from inside. I crouched over the ring without touching anything in it. The paper inside the plastic sleeve was handwritten. I could read the first line without unfolding it, because whoever had folded it outward rather than in, so the text faced up for what the water holds. I stayed crouched for a long time. The cold of the granite came up through my boot sole steadily. I became aware of a sound I had not noticed on the walk down. Not the tide, which was too far out to hear clearly, but something else. A low and intermittent tone that seemed to come from further along the cove shoreline to the west. At first I placed it as a mechanical sound, something from a boat or a dock fitting working in the water. But it was not regular enough for mechanical. It arrived in intervals that had no pattern. I could identify each tone slightly different in duration from the last, and the sound had a resonance to it that seemed to sit at the lower edge of hearing rather than cleanly within it. I stood and looked west along the cove. The shoreline curved away in that direction, the rocks giving way after 100 yards or so to a section of shore where the cliff face dropped more steeply to the water, and where a stand of dead trees stood at the cliff edge, blown or struck at some point in the past and left, the pale trunks smooth and branchless at their upper halves, rising from the cliff like the masts of something submerged below. The sound came again. Low, sustained, directional. I checked the time on my watch. I had left the phone inside. It was 9:30 in the morning, and the light was full and cold and entirely ordinary, and I was a 41-year-old professional standing on a granite shelf on the Maine coast, listening to a sound I could not source, and looking at an arrangement of objects that someone had placed with obvious intention and obvious care. I thought about whether I had paid the electricity bill before leaving. The thought was immediate and specific and completely irrelevant, and it arrived with the force of something the mind produces, not at random but on purpose, the way you look away from a bright light, not because you have decided to, but because the mechanism of looking away is faster than the decision. I went back up the path. I did not run. I walked at a pace that I was fully in control of. I told myself that on the way back to the cottage, and I was mostly persuaded. Behind me, as the spruces closed over the path, and the cove disappeared from view, the sound came one more time, lower than before, and longer, and this time it did not stop so much as it simply moved below the threshold of what I could reliably distinguish from silence. Ruth came to the back door at 7:30 that evening, and I had not called her, and I had not expected her. I had spent the afternoon at the writing desk with Marcus's laptop open and the folder of 143 files arranged chronologically in front of me, working through them the way I work through anything that requires sustained attention, methodically, left to right, earliest to latest, without skipping ahead to see where the sequence ends. It is the discipline of the work. You do not get to know the conclusion before you have earned it through the evidence. The files followed a pattern I recognized from my professional archive. The earliest entries were crude, images with visible compression artifacts where the generated content had been stitched onto a genuine animation frame, color temperatures that did not match across the seam, characters whose proportions drifted slightly from their established models in ways that a casual viewer would not notice, but that announced themselves immediately to anyone who would spend years learning to look. Marcus had annotated each one with the specific tells, using terminology I had never taught him. He had taught himself. The later files were a different problem entirely. By the final third of the archive, the files from the past 8 months of his life, the fabrications had reached a quality that gave me the specific unease I carry home from work on bad days, and set on the nightstand and try not to look at. They were nearly perfect. Not in every detail, not under forensic examination with the right tools, but in the way that counts for actual spread, the way they would land on a phone screen, scroll past in 2 seconds, encountered by a person who was already primed to believe that this particular show had always been watching the future. The AI workforce images, the surveillance state frames, the pandemic warning screenshots, every one of them calibrated to the specific hunger Marcus had identified in his document, the need for something to have known. He had spent the last months of his life documenting the precise moment the tools became good enough to be genuinely dangerous. And he had addressed the archive to me. I was still sitting with that when Ruth knocked. She came in with the economy of movement that I was beginning to understand was simply her register. Nothing performed, nothing withheld. The minimum number of steps between the door and the purpose of being there. She set a covered pot on the stove. She said she had made too much soup, and the professor's cottage had a working stove, and it would keep her 2 days if I did not finish it tonight. I thanked her. She looked at the laptop on the desk without appearing to look at it. That peripheral attentiveness again. And then she sat down in the chair beside the window without being invited, in the way that people sit when they have decided the conversation they are about to have been worth sitting for. I waited. She said, "You were down to the shelf this morning." It was not a question. I asked how she knew. She said the ground holds prints in this cold, and she had walked the path herself mid-morning for reasons she did not specify. I told her about the stone circle and the 3 objects. I described them precisely: the driftwood, the laminated paper, the beach glass on the knotted line. I watched her face as I spoke. The way I watch sources when I am trying to determine whether what they are giving me is the whole of what they know. Her expression did not change exactly, but something in it settled, the way a surface settles when weight is placed on it, and it accepts the weight, rather than resisting it. She said those have been there since November. I asked who had placed them. She was quiet for long enough that I understood the pause was not hesitation, but the particular kind of silence that precedes precise language. The silence of someone choosing words that are accurate rather than words that are comfortable. She said, "There is a woman in the town who does that work. Not a profession, not a ceremony in any formal sense. She has been doing it for a long time, and the people in the cove understand what it means when something appears on the shelf. It means the water has been holding something that belongs to someone, and the time has come for it to move." I asked what the water had been holding since November. Ruth looked at me for a moment with that direct, considered attention. She said, "I do not know the specific content of what moves. That is not how it works. The woman places the objects in the knotted line in the paper with the phrase, and what happens after that happens in its own time and in its own way. And sometimes a person comes down the path and sometimes they do not. And the things on the shelf stay until they are no longer needed, and then they are gone." I said, "That sounds like something designed to be unfalsifiable." She said, "Most things that are true are." The soup was white bean and something smoky, and it was very good. And I ate 2 bowls standing at the counter while Ruth sat at the table and did not press me to speak. The kitchen was warm from the stove, and the single overhead light gave the room the enclosed, specific quality of a room that has held many evenings, many silences, many people eating because eating is the thing you do when you do not know what else to do. I asked her about the sound I had heard from the western end of the cove. She said, "The dead trees along the cliff edge, when the temperature drops overnight, and the wind comes off the water at a certain angle. The trunks resonate. It has always done that. People who hear it for the first time find it unsettling." I said it had not been windy this morning. She said no, it had not. She did not offer an alternative explanation, and I did not push for one. And we stayed in that space for a moment, with the soup and the overhead light and the cold pressing against the window glass from outside. Then she said something that I have turned over many times in the 14 months since, trying to find the angle at which it resolves into something simple. She said, "Your brother collected images of warnings that had not yet arrived. That is a specific kind of attention. The same attention that brings people to this cove. I had not told her about Marcus. I had not told her about the laptop, or the folder, or the document addressed to me. I had told her I was someone going through something, which was all I had said, and she had not asked for more. I asked her how she knew about the images. She said she did not know about any images. She said she was speaking about the quality of attention that she recognized in people who came to the cottage in winter, and that she had used the word warning because it was the word that fit the quality, and that she had no specific knowledge of what I was working on. I watched her face carefully. She held my attention without discomfort and without performance, the way someone holds attention when they are not afraid of what looking closely will find. I went back to the laptop after she left. The remaining files in Marcus's archive were the most recent ones, the final 23 documents, dated in the last 6 weeks of his life. I opened the first of them and read the annotation in his block letter style, and then I stopped. The annotation referenced a specific image, an image I had processed myself at work 2 months before he died. A fabricated Simpsons frame that had circulated with the claim that a 1993 episode had predicted the current flu wave, the H3N2 subtype, the overloaded hospitals, the specific language of superflu appearing in news headlines that matched, with unsettling precision, the way the episode's dialogue had been altered in the fake to produce the match. I had flagged it, written my report, sent it up the chain. Marcus had the same image. He had the same analysis. He had arrived at the same conclusions using different tools, and at the bottom of his annotation, in smaller letters than the rest, I wonder if she has seen this one. She. No other context, no name. I sat with the laptop in the cooling kitchen for a long time after that, aware of the darkness outside the window and the faint pressure of the water somewhere below the cliff line, and the specific and undeniable fact that my brother had spent the last period of his life thinking about my work and thinking about me, and never once picking up the phone to say so. The grief that came then was not the managed and ministered grief of the previous 3 months. It had a different quality, heavier, and somehow cleaner, the kind that arrives when you have finally stopped moving fast enough to stay ahead of it. I let it land. In the morning, I would go back to the shelf, and the stone circle would still be there, and the laminated paper would still be folded outward, with its first line facing the sky, and I would understand for the first time that the instruction it contained was not for the water. It was for me. I did not go back to the shelf in the morning. I went in the afternoon, at the precise hour when the winter light along that coastline reaches its lowest useful angle, and the shadows of everything double in length, and the world takes on the quality of a photograph, developed slightly wrong. Present, recognizable, but often some way that you cannot correct by looking harder. I had spent the morning with the remaining files. Not all 23. I got through 11 before I had to stop, not from distress, but from a kind of saturation. The way material reaches the limit of what it can absorb before it begins to change in composition. Each file was another piece of evidence that Marcus had been doing the same work I was doing, in parallel, alone, without telling me. Each annotation was in his voice, precise, occasionally wry, never sentimental, and reading them in sequence was like listening to a recording of someone who did not know they were being recorded, which is the only circumstance in which you ever hear what a person actually sounds like. The 11th file stopped me. It was an image I had not seen before, not in my professional archive, not in any of the circulating batches I had processed over the previous year. It showed a Simpsons frame, or what appeared to be one, depicting a figure seated at a desk in a dark room, looking at a laptop screen. The figure's face was not visible. The lamp on the desk cast a cone of light over the keyboard, and the screen's glow lit the underside of the figure's jaw and throat. On the screen within the screen, just legible if you enlarge the file, was a single line of text rendered in the show's characteristic font. He already told you everything. Marcus's annotation read, "Generation date unknown. Spread origin unknown. No episode match in full catalog. techniques consistent with late-generation synthesis. Cannot determine if this was made to circulate or made for a single recipient, keeping it separate. Below that, a second note added later, in slightly different ink, I think it was made for a single recipient. I closed the laptop and sat in the chair at the writing desk for a long time without moving. My coffee had gone cold beside me. The light through the bedroom window was already beginning its early compression, the blue of the sky deepening at the edges toward the white-gray of approaching afternoon. I was aware of the particular quality of my own stillness, which was not calm. It was the stillness of a person who has received information that their processing systems have not yet fully root, and who is waiting, without being able to explain why, for the routing to complete. Marcus had believed the image was made for someone specific. He had kept it separate from the archive of circulating fakes, and the file was in a folder addressed to me. I put on my coat. The path through the spruce stand was familiar now, in the way that paths become familiar after only a few traversals. Not memorized exactly, but held in the body, so that the slight left curve before the descent, and the place where the ground softens briefly before the granite begins, registered in my legs before my eyes confirmed them. The cold was sharper than the previous morning, the kind of cold that clarifies rather than numbs, that makes the outlines of things more rather than less distinct. The shelf was unchanged. The stone circle sat in its position above the tide line, the three objects undisturbed: the driftwood, the laminated sleeve, the beach glass on its knotted line. The tide was higher than I had seen it, covering the shingle beach entirely, the water reaching to within a few feet of the shelf's lower edge. It was not rough water. The cove was too sheltered for that. But it was present in a way it had not been before, occupying more of the visible world, the surface moving with the slow, muscular shift of deep water adjusting its weight. I crouched beside the circle and picked up the laminated sleeve. The paper inside was folded in thirds, the outer face showing only the first line, for what the water holds. I unfolded it carefully, working the creases with my thumbs, aware of a reluctance in my hands that I did not share, but could feel, the way you can feel someone else's hesitation when you are standing close enough. The paper had 3 sections. The first line was the heading I had already read, the second section in the same handwriting, careful, unhurried, neither masculine nor feminine in its particular formation, read, "What the water holds is not lost. It is present in a different medium. The frequency does not degrade. It waits for a receiver with the correct attunement, and the attunement is always grief. Not grief as damage, but grief as the specific opening that loss cuts in a person, which is the only aperture wide enough for certain transmissions to pass through." The third section was shorter. It said, "Speak his name at the waterline, not loudly. The cove does not require volume. It requires intention." I stayed crouched for a long time. The cold of the granite pressed through the soles of my boots with patient insistence. The water moved against the shelf's lower edge with a sound that was less like waves and more like breathing. The slow, even respiration of something very large that has been at rest for a long time and is not asleep. I thought about Marcus's phrase in the document he had left for me, grief operating in advance. The idea that people circulated fabricated warnings not out of stupidity, but out of a need to have had the future witnessed before it became the present. The need for something to have known. I understood, standing there, that I had driven to this coast because I needed something to have known. Not in the mystical sense. I was still, constitutionally, a person who dealt in verification, in sourced and confirmed and documented reality. But in the sense that I needed to be somewhere that acknowledged the full weight of what had happened without requiring me to perform my management of it. Somewhere the grief could be its actual size. I walked to the water's edge. The tide had covered the lower rocks completely, and the shelf ended in a clean drop of perhaps 18 inches to the water surface. I stood at that edge and looked down into the water, which was very clear in the cold, the bottom visible in the shallower sections as a patchwork of stone and weed and dark greens and browns. shifting with the slow underwater movement of the swell. I said his name, Marcus. One word, not loudly. The cove absorbed it without echo, which is the property of enclosed water. Sound goes in and does not return, which is either comforting or disturbing, depending on the state you arrive in. Nothing happened. The water moved. The cold continued. A single gull appeared over the western cliff line, crossed the cove in a long descending arc, and disappeared beyond the eastern shore without making a sound. I stood there for several minutes, aware that I had expected something and that the expectation itself was the thing I needed to examine. I had spent 15 years in a professional relationship with the mechanics of false belief. The image that feels true because it confirms what the viewer already carries. The fabricated frame that spreads because it tells a frightened person that their fear has been witnessed and recorded by someone with foresight. I knew exactly how that mechanism worked. I had spent years dismantling it, file by file, annotation by annotation, and I had come to a stone circle on a Maine coast, and read a handwritten instruction and spoken my dead brother's name into a cove, because some part of me needed, with a desperation I had not fully acknowledged until this moment, for the transmission to be real. The grief that came then was different from what had arrived in the kitchen 2 nights before. That grief had been heavy and clean. The grief of finally stopping. This was older and more complicated. The grief underneath the grief. The part that was not about losing Marcus in October, but about the 15 years before October. The 11 p.m. phone calls and the janitor of lies and the knot I had been holding and the shameful loosening what it released. The grief of a relationship that had been, for most of its duration, conducted at a distance that neither of us had chosen entirely, and neither of us had closed. He had been doing my work. Alone, in his disordered apartment with the cracked spines and the stacked papers, he had been building an archive of the same false images I had been building. And he had been thinking about my work, and thinking about me, and the document at the end of the folder was the closest he had come to closing the distance, and he had died before he sent it. I sat down on the granite shelf. Not elegantly. I simply sat, the way you sit when your legs decide the matter, without consulting you. The cold came through my coat immediately. I did not move. I sat there for a long time. The tide reached its high point and began, almost imperceptibly, to withdraw. The light shifted from its lowest angle toward the early dark of a January afternoon on the 44th parallel. My hands were very cold, and I had not brought gloves, which was a failure of planning I was now paying for in a specific and clarifying way. When I finally stood, I looked back at the stone circle and noticed something I had not seen when I arrived. The beach glass on the knotted line had moved. It had been inside the circle when I picked up the laminated sleeve. It was now outside the circle's edge, on the granite shelf, approximately 8 inches from where it had been, as though it had been lifted and set down again with deliberate placement. The knot was intact. The line was intact. The glass itself caught the last of the afternoon light and held it, green and translucent. The light moving inside it in a way that was almost certainly the result of the angle and the quality of late winter sun on sea glass and nothing else at all. I picked it up. It was cold, as everything was cold, smooth in the specific way of glass that has been worked by water over a very long time, all its original sharpness gone, its edges rounded to a continuous softness. I turned it in my fingers. The light moved through it. I put it in my coat pocket. I walked back up the path. The spruces closed around me and the cove disappeared behind, and I carried the glass and the cold, and the weight of everything the afternoon had asked of me back up toward the cottage, and the desk, and the remaining 12 files in my dead brother's folder. I did not know, going up that path with the glass in my pocket and the cold in my hands, that the next morning Ruth would come to the back door with the name of the woman who had placed the circle, and that the woman's knowledge of what the archive contained would be precise enough and specific enough to make verification feel, for the first time in my professional life, like entirely the wrong tool for the situation. The woman's name was Cecilia Voss, and she lived at the end of a dirt road 3 miles west of the cottage, in a house that had been in her family since the 1880s. Ruth gave me the name the following morning, standing at the back door for only as long as it took to say it and add 2 pieces of information she clearly considered relevant. Cecilia was 81 years old, and she did not own a telephone. If I wanted to speak with her, I drove out and knocked. And either she answered or she did not. And if she did not, I came back another time. Ruth said this without apology, as a simple description of how the situation worked. I asked Ruth whether Cecilia would know who I was. Ruth said, "She will know why you are here," which is the part that matters. I drove out that afternoon. The road west from Rockport ran inland briefly before curving back toward the water, through a section of the county where the land flattened and the property spread out, and the trees were mostly second-growth birch and poplar, pale and crowded, with the specific thin quality of forest that is regrown after a clearing and has not yet decided what it wants to become. The dirt road Ruth had described branched off the main road at a rusted mailbox with no name on it, only a number, 44. The road was deeply rutted and frozen hard, and it ran through the regrowth for perhaps a quarter mile before the trees opened and the house appeared. It was a Cape-style house, story and a half, with additions that had been built at several different periods and did not attempt to match one another. A shed addition on the north side in weathered board, a small glass porch on the south, a newer section at the back in unpainted cement block that had the utilitarian frankness of a structure built for function rather than appearance. The whole compound sat on a low rise above a field that ran down to a line of larger trees at its far edge, and beyond those trees, just visible in the clear afternoon light, was the water. I parked and knocked. The door opened after a wait long enough that I had begun to consider whether this was one of the days she did not answer. The woman who opened it was small and upright, with white hair cut practically short and eyes that were a pale gray-green and extremely alert. She was dressed in wool trousers and a heavy flannel shirt and work boots that had seen serious use. And she looked at me with the direct, unhurried attention of someone who has spent a long time making accurate assessments of people and has gotten reliable at it. She said, "You have the glass." Not a question. The same quality as Ruth's observation about the footprints, a statement of known fact delivered without theater. I said I did. She stepped back from the door, and I went in. The interior of the house was warm and densely occupied, not cluttered in the way Marx's apartment had been cluttered, but full in the way that a life actively lived in one place over many decades makes a space full, with the accumulated objects of practical existence layered over and around each other until the room itself becomes a kind of record. Books, many of them. Tools on the wall of the entry. A long wooden table in the main room covered in papers and charts and what appeared to be hand-drawn maps of the coastline. A cast-iron stove in the corner with a chair pulled close to it. She gestured at the chair across the table from her own, and I sat. She sat across from me and folded her hands on the table and looked at me without speaking for a moment. And I had the specific experience of being read, not examined, not assessed in the clinical sense, but read, the way you read a document when you are trying to understand not just its content, but the state of the person who wrote it. She said, "Tell me what you found in the circle, and tell me what you did." I told her. I described the laminated paper and the instruction and walking to the water's edge and speaking the name and sitting on the shelf until a light changed. I told her about the glass moving and about picking it up and carrying it back. I spoke plainly and in sequence the way I give professional reports, because it was the only register I had for describing things I did not fully understand. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "The glass moved because you were ready for it to move, not before. The objects on the shelf do not operate on a schedule. They wait for the specific condition that activates them, which is always the same condition in which you reached on that shelf yesterday afternoon." I asked what the condition was. She said, "The moment a person stops trying to verify the grief and simply allows it to be the size that it actually is." I sat with that, She reached to one side of the table and moved several of the charts aside and produced a notebook. Cloth covered, well used, the spine reinforced with cloth tape of a different color than the cover, indicating a repair at some point. She opened it to a marked page and set it in front of me. The page showed a hand-drawn map of the cove I recognized from the shape of the shoreline. The protected curve, the shelf marked with a small circle, the cliff line to the west with the dead trees indicated by small vertical marks. Along the margin of the map in small, careful handwriting was a list of dates going back decades. Beside each date, a name. Not many names, perhaps 20 in total, spread across what appeared to be 40 years of entries. She said, "People have been coming to that shelf for a long time. Not because anyone advertises it, because the cove has a particular relationship with transmission, which is the word I use for what most people would call haunting, though haunting implies a disturbance, and what happens in that cove is not a disturbance. It is a continuation, a signal that does not degrade." I said, "What kind of signal?" She said, "The kind the grief generates." "You work in verification," Ruth told me. "You understand that a signal requires a medium. You understand that the same information can be encoded in different media and read by the right instrument. What the cove does is provide a medium. It has been doing it since long before any of us were here to notice it. And it will be doing it long after. I did not create it. I maintain it." "There is a difference." I asked about the paper in the sleeve. Who had written it? She said she had written it, and the woman before her had written a version of it, and the woman before that had written a version before that, going back far enough that the specific authorship was less relevant than the continuity of the function. She said, "The words are less important than the fact of their being legible. They give a person's mind something to hold while the older part of them does what it came to do." I asked about the knotted line, the specific knot. She turned to a different page in the notebook and showed me a diagram. A careful ink drawing of a knot I still did not recognize, with notations around it in the same small handwriting. She said the knot was a signal knot, an old form used by fishing communities along this part of the coast, originally practical. A knot that released under a specific tension rather than under general load, so that a line could be set to let go at a precise moment. She said, in its original form it was engineering. What I use it for is the same principle applied differently. The glass is held until the right tension arrives and then it releases. I said, the right tension being grief at the correct size. She said, "You understand it quickly. That is your brother's influence. He was a person who made precise instruments out of approximate materials, which is the rarest kind of mind." I went still. I said, "You knew Marcus." She looked at me steadily. She said, "I did not know Marcus. I know the archive he built, because you carried it here without knowing you were carrying it. Grief does not travel alone. It travels with the full weight of the relationship that generated it. And a person trained to read that weight can read what it contains. I am telling you what I can read. I am not claiming a source beyond that." She said it with complete precision and no apology, and I believed her, and I could not have said with any professional confidence why I believed her, only that the quality of her attention was the same quality as a very good analyst, someone who works from what is actually present rather than from what would be convenient to find. I asked what I was supposed to do with the glass. She opened the notebook to a third page. This one had a short paragraph of text, no diagrams. She turned it to face me and let me read it. "The glass carries what was released at the waterline. It does not hold it permanently. It holds it in transit, long enough for the carrier to hear what they could not hear before the shelf. Because before the shelf, the internal noise was too high for reception. When you can hear it, the glass has done its work. You will know when that has happened because the need to verify will lift, briefly, and in that interval, you will simply know what you know. After that, the glass can be returned to water whenever you are ready, or kept. It makes no difference. The transmission does not live in the object. The object was only ever an instrument. I read it twice. I looked up. Cecilia was watching me with that pale gray-green attention. She said, "Your brother spent years building a record of the precise moment that fabricated things became indistinguishable from real ones. He understood that the danger was not the individual fake image. The danger was the erosion of the faculty that distinguishes. When enough false signals flood a medium, the receiver stops trusting its own reception, even for genuine transmissions." He was trying to protect something. He was trying to protect the capacity to know what is real. She paused. She said, "He was also trying to protect you specifically because you are the one doing that work in the open, where the erosion reaches first. He knew the cost of it. He was documenting the cost before you had to pay it fully." That is what the archive was. The stove ticked in the corner. Outside the glassed porch, the light had reached the stage of a winter afternoon where it was technically still present but had begun its withdrawal, the blue of the sky above the far tree line darkening at altitude, while the horizon held a thin strips of something warmer. I said, "He never told me any of this." She said, "No, he was working up to it. That is clear in the material. And then he ran out of time, as people do. And the work he left behind had to do the telling instead." She closed the notebook. She set it aside with the finality of a subject concluded. Then she reached into the pocket of her flannel shirt and placed something on the table between us. A small piece of paper folded once. She slid it across to me. She said, "He left a frequency. You accessed it on the shelf. What is on that paper is the last part of it. The part that would not fit in a document on a laptop, because it was not a thought. It was an instruction. I wrote it down this morning because I knew you would come today. Read it when you are back at the cottage, not here. Some things need the right room." I took the paper. I put it in the pocket with the glass. The two objects rested against each other through the fabric of my coat as I drove back through the regrowth and the frozen ruts and the pale crowded trees, and I was aware of them with the specific, charged awareness of objects that have been assigned meaning by a mind that is finally, after 14 months of management and motion and professional focus, willing to accept that meaning is sometimes the most accurate description of a thing. That night the temperature dropped further than it had since my arrival, and the cottage contracted around the cold in a series of small sounds that I no longer needed to explain. And I sat in the chair by the writing desk with the folded paper in my hand, and the glass on the desk beside the lamp, and I waited, without entirely knowing what I was waiting for, until the waiting felt complete enough to begin. I opened the paper at 11 at night, not because 11 felt significant, but because that was the hour at which the quality of the waiting changed, shifted from something active, something that required maintenance, into something that had simply arrived at its own conclusion and was ready to be met. I'd eaten and washed the bowl and sat in the chair, and the cottage had settled into its deepest cold, and the lamp on the desk made its small, committed circle of light, and outside the window, the night was absolute, the kind of absolute that requires genuine distance from any other human light source to produce. The paper was folded once, horizontally. Cecilia's handwriting was smaller than on the notebook pages, condensed, as though she had known the space was limited and had calibrated accordingly. There were 4 lines. The first line said, "He forgave you before you knew there was anything to forgive." The second line said, "The relief you felt was not a betrayal. It was the not releasing." He knew about the not. He held one too. The third line said, "The archive was finished." He was going to send it. He had written the message, and had not yet pressed the key when his heart stopped, and the draft was still open on the screen when they found him. And what you are carrying is not incompleteness. It is a transmission interrupted in the last half-second of its sending, which means it was already in the air. The fourth line said, "You do not need to verify this. You already know it is true. That is what the glass is for, not proof, but permission to trust your own reception." I set the paper down on the desk beside the glass. I sat in the chair and I did not move for a long time. What I want to describe accurately, because inaccuracy here would be a particular kind of failure, is not what I felt. The feeling was too large and too specific to the interior architecture of one person's grief to translate cleanly into language that would mean the same thing to anyone else. What I want to describe is what happened to the room. Nothing happened to the room in any externally observable sense. The lamp held its circle. The wood stove in the main room produced its low, steady heat. The window held the dark outside it. Every object was exactly where it had been. But the quality of the silence changed. I have worked for 4 years in the precise science of distinguishing authentic signals from fabricated ones. And I want to be clear that I am not using the word changed loosely or metaphorically. The silence in the room after I set the paper down was not the same silence that had been there before I read it. It was the same medium, absence of sound, stillness of air, but it carried something different. The way a room carries something different when a second person has entered it even before you have turned to see them. It was not frightening. That is the thing I want to say most clearly, because the instinct, in retrospect, is to reach for the language of dread, the language I've been building this account in, because dread is the note this story has been sounding since the first evening. But what came into that room was not dread. It was the opposite of dread. It was the specific quality of presence that a person produces when they have put down something heavy they have been carrying, and the air around them reorganizes itself in response. Marcus had been carrying the same weight I had been carrying. The distance between us had not been his fault or my fault in the tidy, assignable way that fault requires. It had been the accumulated result of two people who communicated in the same key, but at different volumes, who would spend 15 years almost saying the true things and then retreating to the safer frequency of argument, because argument is intimate in its own way and requires less exposure than the direct statement. He had been working up to it. That phrase of Cecilia's had been sitting in me since the afternoon, and now it expanded into its full meaning. He had been working up to it the way a person works up to the thing they should have said years ago, and keeps finding reasons to defer. And then, one ordinary day in October, his heart had simply stopped while the draft was still open on the screen and the message had been mid-send in the only way that mattered. Not technically, not digitally, but in the sense that the intention had been fully formed and was already moving when the transmission broke. It was already in the air. I picked up the beach glass from the desk. It had been lying beside the lamp for hours and it absorbed some of the lamp's warmth. Not hot, barely perceptible, but present. I held it in both hands and felt its smoothness and its slight weight, and looked at the light moving through it in the way that light moves through sea glass, which is the way light moves through anything that has been worked on by something patient and larger than itself over a very long time. I said his name again. Not at the waterline this time, in the room. Marcus. The lamp held its circle. The stove produced its heat. Outside the window, the absolute dark of the January coast held everything beyond it. And then something occurred that I have not told anyone, and have not been sure I would include in this account, and which I am including now, because the commitment I made at the beginning of this telling was to accuracy. And accuracy requires that I do not edit toward plausibility. The laptop on the desk opened. Not dramatically. Not with any sound beyond the soft mechanical exhalation of a screen waking from sleep. The faint increase in the ambient light from its surface. I had left it closed, but not shut down, and screens wake from sleep for any number of reasons. A key caught on fabric, a vibration in the floor, a shift in temperature that affects a component. I am aware of all of those explanations. I hold them available. The screen showed the desktop. The single folder, and beside the folder, in the bottom right corner of the screen, the chat application Marcus had used, one of the old ones, a platform I recognized from years ago that he had refused to migrate away from on principle, showed a notification indicator, a small number, one unread message. The application had been dormant since October. I had not opened it. The notification had presumably been sitting there since before he died. Some message received and unread in the last days or weeks of his life, and the waking screen had simply surfaced it. I knew this. I also crossed the room and opened the application. The message was from a contact listed only as V, sent on the 15th of October, 4 days before Marcus died. It said, "The last batch is the best work either of us has done. Send it to her. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. The perfect moment already happened. You just did not recognize it while you were in it." I stood at the desk and read it 3 times. V. I thought of Cecilia Voss. I thought of the notebook and the 40 years of dates and names in the margin, and the precision of everything she had said that afternoon. I thought of her statement, "I know the archive he built because you carried it here without knowing you were carrying it." I thought about whether I was going to verify this. I stood in the lamplight with the glass in one hand and the laptop's glow on my face, and I felt the professional apparatus of my trained mind reaching for its instruments, the sourcing protocols, the provenance checks, the chain of documentation that converts an unverifiable claim into something that can be held up to the light and examined. All of it available, all of it ready. I did not use it. Not because I had abandoned the discipline, not because the grief had softened me past the point of rigor, but because Cecilia had been right about the glass and about the paper and about the specific content of what my brother had been building and why. And the question was no longer whether the transmission was real. The question was whether I was willing to be the kind of receiver that received it. I sat down in the chair. I held the glass. I let the room be what it was. A small cottage room on the Maine coast in deep January, cold at its edges and warm at its center, occupied by one person and whatever else had gathered in the quality of the silence since I read the 4 lines on the folded paper. I stayed there until the lamp's warmth and the stove's steadiness and the weight of the day worked on me the way those things work on a body that has finally stopped resisting them. And I slept in the chair, which I had not done since I was a child in the house we had grown up in, on the nights when the fear of the dark had been stronger than the preference for the bed, and Marcus had let me sleep on the floor of his room rather than send me back to mine. I woke at 4 in the morning, stiff and cold and completely clear in a way I had not been since October. The laptop had gone back to sleep. The glass was in my lap. The paper with Cecilia's 4 lines was on the desk, and in the low remaining light from the stove I could see the first line without picking it up. "He forgave you before you knew there was anything to forgive." Outside the window, the dark was beginning its first, barely perceptible shift. Not light yet, not even the suggestion of light, but the dark taking on a slightly different quality at its furthest depth. The way a note changes when the instrument producing it begins, almost imperceptibly, to change its pressure. I sat in the chair, and I held the glass, and I let the morning come at whatever pace it intended. What I understood in those early hours, in a way I had not understood anything for a very long time, was that the archive Marcus had left me was not evidence of what the world was becoming. It was evidence of what he had been paying attention to, which was always, underneath the predictions and the fabrications and the eroding faculty of true reception, simply me. I drove to Cecilia's house the following morning without deciding to. That is the most accurate way to describe it. I was dressed and in the car and on the road west with a pale, crowded regrowth before any deliberate part of my mind had weighed the decision and returned a verdict. The body sometimes knows the next thing before the reasoning catches up, and I had learned, over the previous several days, to extend more credit to that mechanism than I had previously allowed it. The morning was overcast for the first time since the clear cold had settled in 3 days before. The clouds were high and featureless, the light they produced flat and even. The kind of light that removes shadows entirely and makes the landscape look temporarily two-dimensional. Everything present but depth flattened, as though the world were resting between versions of itself. Cecilia answered the door before I knocked. She was standing in the open doorway when I came up the path from the car, with a mug in both hands and an expression of complete unsurprise. She said, "I thought it would be this morning. Come in." The main room looked the same as the afternoon before. The charts and maps on the long table, the books, the stove with its chair. But she had added something to the table since my previous visit. A small rectangular package wrapped in brown paper and tied with a length of the same kind of heavy twine I recognized from the knotted line in the circle. It sat at the near edge of the table, separated from the charts, placed with the deliberate positioning of something set out for a specific person. She did not direct my attention to it immediately. She poured a second mug of coffee from a stovetop percolator, dark, with the slightly mineral quality of water drawn from a well rather than a municipal line, and set it in front of me at the table, and sat across from me with her own mug, and looked at me with that gray-green attention. She said, "Tell me what happened in the room." I told her. All of it. The paper, the 4 lines, the silence changing quality, the laptop waking, the message from V, sleeping in the chair, waking at 4 in the morning with a glass in my lap. I told it in sequence, plainly, without reaching for interpretation. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment in the way I'd come to recognize as her processing. Not hesitation, not politeness, but the pause of someone giving what they have heard its proper weight before responding. She said, "The message from V. That did not surprise you the way it should have." I said, "No." She said, "Because by the time you read it, you had already crossed the threshold where surprise requires a gap between what you expect and what arrives, and the gap had closed." I asked her about V, directly. I asked whether she had been in contact with Marcus. She set her mug down on the table and looked at me with the particular steadiness of someone who is about to be precise about something they could easily be imprecise about, and who has chosen precision as a form of respect. She said, "I have never owned a telephone, as Ruth will have told you. I do not use digital communication of any kind. I am 81 years old, and I have maintained this practice for longer than the internet has existed. Whatever V is, it is not me. I want that to be clear." I said I believed her. She said, "Good, because the alternative, that I am feeding you a constructed experience through carefully placed objects and precisely worded papers, is the kind of hypothesis your professional mind will reach for, and I want you to have already considered it and set it down before we continue." I had considered it. I had considered it thoroughly, lying in the chair in the early hours, running the hypothesis with the rigor it deserved. Cecilia had access to the cottage through Ruth. She could have placed the circle months ago. She could have written the laminated paper to be general enough to land for any grieving person who found it, and specific enough to feel targeted. She could have researched me before my arrival. My professional work was publicly documented. My brother's death had been in a brief obituary. My connection to digital verification was findable with minimal effort. All of that was true. It was also true that the 4th line on the paper had said, "You do not need to verify this. You already know it is true." And that line had not landed as a manipulation. It had landed as the most accurate sentence anyone had offered me in 3 months, because it described exactly the condition I was in. A person whose verification apparatus had been running continuously since October, processing and sourcing and confirming and still arriving, every night, at the same unverifiable core that no amount of documentation could reach. I told her I had considered it and set it down. She nodded once, with the economy of someone for whom one nod is sufficient. Then she slid the brown paper package across the table to me. She said, "This is yours to take. It was your brother's in the sense that he assembled the material, but it was always intended for you, and it has been waiting here since November." I looked at the package without touching it for a moment. It was the size of a paperback book, perhaps an inch thick. The brown paper was old, but not deteriorating, tied with 2 passes of the twine and a cross pattern. I asked how it had come to be in her possession if she had never been in contact with Marcus. She said, "It arrived at my door in the 3rd week of November. No postage, no return address. Set on the step, the way things sometimes arrive here." I recognized the quality of what it contained without opening it, because I have been doing this long enough that certain things announce themselves by the weight and the nature of what surrounds them. I opened it to confirm and confirmed, and wrapped it again and waited for the person it belonged to. I untied the twine. The paper opened in 3 folds. Inside was a physical notebook. Not Cecilia's cloth-covered one, but a smaller spiral notebook of the kind sold in pharmacy aisles with a black cover. The spiral slightly bent, where it had been carried in a pocket or a bag. Marcus's handwriting on the cover. Not a title, just a date. The year we had stopped speaking for 7 months, when I was 26 and he was 28. Over something I no longer remembered clearly, and he had almost certainly remembered in precise detail. Beneath the notebook, a single index card. On the index card, in his block letters, for when the archive is not enough. The other thing I had been meaning to say. I opened the notebook. It was not the careful annotation style of the laptop archive. It was looser, more associative. Pages of his actual thinking, the kind of writing a person does when they're not writing for an audience, but using the page as a place to work something out. It was full of his voice in a way the archive had not been, the specific frequency of his mind when it was not performing certainty but actually moving through uncertainty, which was a version of him I had not known he possessed. The early pages were about the images, the fabrications, the erosion. But, gradually, across the notebook's middle section, the subject shifted. He was writing about me, not critically, not in the sharpening way he had sometimes aimed at me on the phone. He was writing about what he understood about my work, and what it cost, and what he wished he had said earlier, and what he kept not saying and the reasons he kept not saying it, examined with the same rigor he had applied to the fake images, source, method, motivation, cost. One page stopped me. It said, "She thinks the relief means something bad about her. It does not. It means she was honest enough to feel what was actually there rather than what was supposed to be there. That is the same faculty that makes her good at her work, the ability to receive the actual signal rather than the expected one. I should tell her that. I keep not telling her that because telling her that requires also telling her that I knew about the knot, which requires telling her I held one too, and that conversation is the one I have been not having for 15 years, and I do not know how to start it except to simply start it, which I am apparently not yet ready to do, and I am aware that not yet is a phrase that has a limited useful life, and I am probably using mine up. I sat at Cecilia's table with the notebook open and the index card beside it, and the glass in my coat pocket pressing against my ribs, and I did not try to manage what was happening in my chest. Cecilia sat across from me and drank her coffee and let the room be what it needed to be, which was the most useful thing anyone had done for me since October. After a time, she said, the notebook was his working document. The archive on the laptop was the finished product. What you have in your hands is the place where he worked out why the finished product mattered. Take both. They belong together. I asked her what I was supposed to do now. She said it without pause, as though the answer were simply the next fact in a sequence. Go back to the cottage. Read the rest of the notebook. Let the remaining days here be what they are, without assigning them a task. And when you are ready to leave, not when you think you should be ready, but when you actually are, take the glass back to the water and return it. Not as a ceremony, as a completion. She said the work your brother left you is real work. The archive is genuinely important, and you know what to do with it professionally. And that part will take care of itself. The other part, the notebook, the things he was working up to, that part does not require a plan. It only requires that you let it have been said. She paused. She said he spent 2 years watching the world's capacity for true reception erode, and he spent those same 2 years trying to protect yours specifically, and he ran out of time before he could tell you directly. And the transmission finished through other means, as transmissions sometimes do when the intention behind them is strong enough. That is not mysticism. That is simply what strong intention does when the usual channels close. She stood, and I understood the conversation was complete in the way her conversations completed, not abruptly, but with the clean finality of something that has reached its actual end rather than running out of things to add. At the door, she put something in my hand. a small card, handwritten, with an address in Portland. She said, "A colleague of mine, a younger woman who does similar work in a different medium. If you want to talk to someone about what you experienced on the shelf and in the room, she will understand the specific grammar of it without requiring you to defend the experience first. That is a rare thing. Use it if it is useful and ignore it if it is not." I drove back through the flat-lid morning with a notebook on the passenger seat and the glass in my pocket and the index card tucked inside the notebook's cover. The pale trees on either side of the road moved past in their two-dimensional way, the overcast light removing their depth, making them briefly abstract before the road curved and the perspective returned. Back at the cottage, I made coffee and sat at the writing desk and opened the notebook to the first page and read it from the beginning, slowly, without skipping, earning the sequence. Outside, the overcast began to break in the late morning, the cloud cover separating into distinct formations and the light between them taking on the directional quality it had been withholding all morning, casting shadows again, returning depth to the landscape, making everything three-dimensional and specific and real in the way that particular January light, when it finally appears, makes things more real than they look in any other season. The cottage was warm. The coffee was good. The notebook was full of my brother's voice, and I read it in the good light, and let it have been said. What I did not know, sitting at that desk with the notebook and the coffee and the returning light, was that before I left the cottage 2 days later, one more thing would come. Not from Cecilia, not from Ruth, not from any external source, but from the specific silence of a room that has held grief long enough that the grief begins, slowly and without announcement, to change into something that can be carried rather than managed, something light enough to take home. The last 2 days at the cottage had a quality I had not anticipated and cannot fully account for even now, 14 months later, sitting at my own desk in my own city with the notebook beside my keyboard and the glass on the windowsill where the morning light reaches it first. They were ordinary days. That is what I could not have anticipated after everything that had accumulated in the preceding week. The archive, the shelf, Cecilia's house, the notebook, the room at 11 at night. I had expected the remaining time to carry the same heightened register, the same quality of events arriving with significance attached. Instead, the cottage simply became a place where I was staying, and the days became days, and the ordinariness of them was the thing, it turned out, that I had needed most. I slept properly for the first time since October, not the managed, administered sleep of a person who has established a routine for getting unconscious, actual sleep, the kind that takes you completely and returns you hours later in a different condition than it found you. I woke on the first of those last 2 mornings at 7:30, with the specific physical clarity of a body that has been genuinely resting, and I lay in the gray morning light and listened to the property and felt, with some surprise, that the silence no longer required interpretation. I finished the notebook that first morning. The later pages were less guarded than the early ones. His thinking had loosened as the entries progressed, the way thinking loosens when a person has been writing honestly for long enough that the performed version of themselves stops showing up to the page. By the final third, he was writing about small things alongside the large ones. A film he had watched twice in 1 week and could not explain why. A restaurant near his apartment where the owner recognized him and always brought an extra piece of bread without being asked, and what that small, reliable kindness had meant to him on the days when he had needed it most. A walk he had taken in November along the river near his neighborhood, when the light on the water had been a particular color. He did not have a word for and had spent a paragraph attempting to describe. He was a better writer than I had known. I had known he was precise. I had not known he was beautiful in that precise way, which is the best kind, beauty that arrives not through ornament, but through the exact placement of the accurate word, which is a rarer gift than most people who call themselves writers possess. Near the end, he had written, "I think the reason I keep not sending the archive is that sending it means the conversation it was building toward has to actually happen. And conversations that actually happen can go in directions you did not plan for, and I have spent 15 years being better at certainty than at openness, and I am aware this is the thing she would say too if she were writing this, which she is not. But I am writing it for both of us as a provisional measure until I am ready to do it properly. A provisional measure. I read that line 4 times. It sounded so much like him that I laughed. The first time I had laughed since October that did not have the careful, calibrated quality of laughter produced for social purposes. It was short and involuntary, and it surprised me. And then it was over, and the room was the same room it had been before it, and I sat with a notebook in my lap and felt something that I can only describe as company. Not presence in the charged sense of the previous nights, simply company. The way a room feels company when it has been lived in by someone who mattered, and the living in has left something residual that is not supernatural and not imaginary, but simply the accumulated fact of a person having been present in a space, having had coffee in it, and thoughts in it, and probably frustration, and probably occasional contentment, and all of that having settled into the materials of the room over time, the way everything settles. I spent the afternoon doing nothing organized. I walked the road in both directions without a destination. I ate soup standing at the kitchen window and watched a pair of crows work methodically through the yard, checking the frozen ground with the professional persistence of creatures who have decided that thoroughness is the appropriate response to scarcity. One of them found something near the property line and spent several minutes with it, and the other one watched without intervening. And then they both left together heading north over the tree line, and the yard was empty and the light was beginning its late compression. And I stood at the window for a while after they had gone, because the ordinary world, after a week of operating at an unusual pitch, had become genuinely interesting in the way that ordinary things become interesting when you have been away from them long enough to see them freshly. Ruth came by that evening with bread from a bakery in Camden and the information, delivered without ceremony, that the weather was due to change the following afternoon. A front moving in from the northwest, temperatures dropping further. Possibly some light snow by evening. She said it the way she said everything, as a simple condition of the environment to be noted and prepared for, rather than resisted. I told her I was planning to leave the following morning. She looked at me for a moment with that settled, attentive face. She said, "You came in one condition and you are leaving in another. That is what the cottage does for some people." I said I thought it was less the cottage and more what had happened in it. She said, "The two are not separate." She said it without mysticism, as a practical observation about the relationship between place and event. And then she put the bread on the counter and took her bag and went to the back door. She paused there. She said, "Cecilia asked me to tell you that you are welcome back, not for any specific purpose, just that the welcome is open." I said I was glad to know that. She nodded and left, and the door closed with its perfect fit, and I stood in the kitchen with the bread on the counter and the last of the evening light coming flat and thin through the window, and I thought about Ruth's phrase, "Came in one condition, leaving in another," and understood that it was the most accurate description of what had happened to me that anyone had offered, including myself. I spent the last evening writing, not the archive work, not professional documentation. I opened a new document on my own laptop. I had barely opened it all week, which I had not noticed until that moment. And I wrote an account of the 7 days at the cottage. Not this account. That would come later, assembled over several months in the city, drafted and revised and returned to until it had the shape that a true account requires. That evening's writing was rawer than this, less considered, more in the immediate voice of someone still inside the experience, rather than at the 14 months removed from which I am writing now. But it was the beginning of this, and it mattered that I started it there, in that room, while the quality of the week was still present in the air. I wrote for 3 hours. The stove kept the room warm. Outside, the temperature dropped steadily toward the front Ruth had described, and sometime after 10 the first few flakes came against the window. Not the front yet, just its advance. A few dry flakes that hit the glass and did not accumulate. More a signal than an event. I wrote about Marcus, about the archive and the notebook and the things he had been working up to. I wrote about the shelf and the circle and the glass and Cecilia's 4 lines on the folded paper. I wrote about the laptop waking and the message from V, and the decision not to verify, which was not a decision I made once, but a decision I made continuously, like a door held open against a wind that keeps testing whether you are still holding it. I wrote about the relief when the knot released, and what Marcus had understood about it, and what it meant that he had understood it, and not told me, and been working up to telling me, and run out of time in the last half second of the sending. I wrote, the archive was his gift to my work. The notebook was his gift to me. The difference between those two things is the difference I have been unable to articulate for 15 years. And he articulated it by leaving both, and I am only beginning to understand what that precision cost him. At midnight, I closed the laptop and washed the coffee cup and checked the locks, which I had not been doing all week because the cottage did not seem like a place that required that kind of attention, but which felt like the right way to close the last evening. Small domestic acts performed with care, the ordinary world reasserting its legitimate claims. I went to bed and slept without difficulty, and woke at 6 to the sound of snow. Not heavy. Ruth's front had arrived overnight, but had come in lighter than predicted, laying down perhaps 2 inches on the yard and the road and the branches of the spruce stand, which I could see from the bedroom window as a transformation of every dark surface into something bright and temporarily simple. The sky above the snow was the particular color of early morning after snowfall, a gray so pale it was almost white, the light diffused and directionless, filling the world evenly from every side at once. I made coffee. I packed my bag, which took less time than it should have because I had not unpacked thoroughly when I arrived, which now seemed like a symptom of something I no longer needed. I carried the bag to the car and brushed the snow from the windshield with my coat sleeve, which was impractical, and left my sleeve wet and worked fine. I went back inside and stood in the main room for a moment. The stove had gone cold overnight. The lamp on the writing desk was off. The room held its quality of accumulated occupancy, the sense of a place that has held many people and holds them in a general impersonal way, the way a good room holds everyone equally, without preference, without residue that belongs to any one of them, except that, on the writing desk, beside the lamp, I had left Marcus's notebook. I had not planned to leave it. I had not made a conscious decision about it during the packing, but, standing in the main room with my coat on and the car brushed and the bag loaded, I understood that leaving it was right, not as an offering, not a ceremony, but because the notebook had done its work, and its work had been done here, and it belonged to this place now, in the way that things belong to places when a significant amount of their meaning has been produced in them. I picked up my own laptop and the charger and the small zip bag of personal items from the desk. I left the notebook. I left the index card tucked inside its cover. I locked the back door and left the key in the lockbox and drove out of Bell Cove Lane onto the main road heading south, through the snow-covered town and past the harbor, which in the early morning in the fresh snow looked like a painting of itself, and on to Route 1 and south through the small towns with their hand-lettered signs and their early morning solitude, and I did not look back, not because looking back was wrong, but because everything that needed to be carried was already in the car, and what had been meant to stay had already stayed. The glass was in my jacket pocket. I had not yet returned it to the water. I understood, driving south through the snow-quieted Maine morning, that I was not ready to return it yet. And that "not yet" was a phrase I now held differently than I had 7 days before. Not as deferral, not as the accumulation of unclosed distance, but as the accurate description of a process that was still in motion and would complete in its own time, and that trusting that completion was itself part of what the week had been teaching me. The city, when I returned to it 2 days later, was exactly as I had left it, and I was not. And the difference between those two facts was the whole of what I had to work with, which turned out, in the months that followed, to be enough. 14 months is long enough for the acute edges to round. not disappear. I want to be precise about that, because imprecision here would be a small betrayal of everything the week at the cottage asked of me. The grief is still present. Marcus is still gone. The not released, but the place where it was held still carries the memory of tension, the way a hand remembers the shape of something it has gripped for a long time, even after it opens. But the quality has changed. It has become something I live alongside rather than something I am continuously managing. And the difference between those two relationships with a thing is the difference between a wound and a scar, which is not a comfortable metaphor but is the accurate one. I published the archive 6 months after I came home from Maine, not under my own name. The nature of the work made institutional publication the right vehicle, and it went out to the verification organization I work with as a formal research document with full methodology and sourced examples, and the kind of careful, measured language that the professional context required. It documented the precise moment, traceable across Marcus's collected files, when AI-generated fabrications of predictive media reached the quality threshold at which casual detection failed. It documented the spread mechanisms. It documented the specific vulnerability being exploited, the hunger, as Marcus had written, for something to have known, and the way that hunger was being fed by tools sophisticated enough to produce false comfort at scale. It was well received in the field. It was cited. It did the work it was meant to do. I put Marcus's name on it, not as a formal co-author. The institutional process did not easily accommodate a posthumous contributor with no academic affiliation. But in the acknowledgement section, in plain language that said what was true, that the foundation of this research was assembled by Marcus, my brother, who died before he could send it, and whose archive made this document possible. Several colleagues asked about him. I told them what I could. The harder work was the other kind, which had no institutional framework and no publication process and no external validation of any sort. The work of allowing the notebook to have been said. The work of accepting that the transmission had finished, through means I could not source and had chosen not to verify, and that the choosing was itself the point, that there was a faculty beyond verification, older and less precise but not less real, and that I had spent 15 years working in such close proximity to the erosion of that faculty in the general culture that I had begun, without noticing, to lose it in myself. I noticed it back. That is the most honest way to say it. Not recovered, not restored. Notice back, the way you notice a sense returning after a period of numbness. First is the faint awareness of something that should be there, then is the gradual return of its full register. The capacity to receive what is actually present rather than what can be documented. The willingness to know what I know without demanding that the knowing come with a citation. I used the card Cecilia had given me. The woman in Portland. Her name was Diane, and she was in her late 40s, and she had the same quality of unhurried attentiveness that Cecilia had, though expressed differently, through a clinical training rather than a coastal inheritance. She understood the specific grammar of what I described without requiring me to defend it, exactly as Cecilia had promised. We spoke 4 times over 3 months, and what those conversations gave me was not explanation, but permission, the same thing the glass had given me, the same thing the 4 lines on the folded paper had given me, expressed through a different medium. I thought about medium often in those months. Marcus's phrase from the document he had left, grief operating in advance, the idea that people circulated fabricated evidence of foreknowledge because they needed the future to have been witnessed before it arrived. I had spent the months since Maine turning the idea over, examining it from the angles my professional training gave me, and then from the angles that training did not cover. What I arrived at, slowly, was something like this. The fabrication spread not because people were credulous, but because they were lonely in a specific way. Lonely for a world in which someone was paying attention to the shape of what was coming, in which the strangeness accumulating at every edge of daily life had been noticed and recorded before it became normal. The surveillance that settled into routine, the jobs that disappeared into processes no one could fully explain, The faces on screens that were not the faces they appeared to be, the clock moving forward, the water rising, all of it arriving faster than the capacity to absorb it, and the hunger for something to have known becoming, in the absence of genuine foresight, a hunger that fabricated images could feed with terrible efficiency. Marcus had understood this with a precision that his archive documented and his notebook illuminated, and he had spent 2 years building a record of it, because he believed that naming the mechanism was the first step toward protecting the faculty it was eroding. He had been right. He had been doing the most important version of the work, and he had been doing it alone. And I had not known. And that fact still carries weight that I do not expect to fully put down. I drove to the Maine coast in late March, not to the cottage. It was occupied through spring, Ruth had told me. In a brief exchange of messages, and in any case, the return I needed was not to the cottage, but to the cove. I booked a room and a bed and breakfast in Rockport for 2 nights, and I drove up on a Friday afternoon when the light was already lengthening toward the longer days, the sun staying above the horizon past 5 for the first time in months, and the quality of it different from the January light, less clarifying, more generous, a light that suggested rather than declared. I called ahead to Ruth and told her I was coming. She said she would let Cecilia know. The coast in late March had a transitional quality I had not seen in January. Not fully winter, not yet spring. The landscape caught between registers. The snow gone from the ground, but the trees still bare, the harbor water the specific pewter green of cold water warming reluctantly. The boats back in the water, but not yet busy with the full season traffic of summer. The town felt like a person the day after a long illness. Present recognizable, but not yet at full capacity, still taking stock of itself. I walked Bell Cove Lane on Saturday morning. The cottage was closed, its windows dark, a different quality of quiet from the occupied quiet I had known in January. I did not go to the door. I walked past it to the end of the turnaround and stood for a moment looking at the property, and felt the accumulated weight of the week I had spent there in a way that was not painful. More like the feeling of standing outside a building where something significant happened, and recognizing it for what it was, a place where a version of yourself arrived and a different version departed, and the building itself indifferent to the distinction, but the land around it somehow holding the record. I went around the property's edge to the path. The spruce stand in March looked different from January. The same trees, the same close spacing, but the light reaching slightly further through them, the branches just beginning the first faint greening at their tips that would deepen over the coming weeks. The fieldstone edgings were clear of ice, the moss between them vivid in the early spring moisture, the ground firm but no longer frozen. I went around the bend. The shelf was there, as it had always been, gray and pink-veined and permanent in the way of granite, indifferent to season. The tide was out, the shingle beach exposed, the cove quiet in the morning stillness. The dead trees on the western cliff stood against a sky that was pale and clear, and the water between the two shores held that sky with the careful fidelity of cold, still water. The stone circle was gone. Not disturbed, not scattered, simply gone. The stones returned to wherever stones return to when the arrangement they were part of has completed its purpose. The shelf was clean granite, the tide line marked in its usual rack of kelp and small shells, and there was no evidence that the circle had ever been there except in my memory of it, which was precise and complete and entirely sufficient. I stood at the water's edge. The glass had been in my jacket pocket since January, transferred from coat to coat as the weeks changed, carried without thinking about it the way you carry things that have become part of the ordinary weight of being dressed. I had not returned it in winter because I was not ready, and the not ready had resolved. Across the months of the archive and the notebook, and the conversations with Diane, and the slow return of the capacity to receive what was actually present, into a readiness I recognized not as a decision but as a condition. I took the glass from my pocket. It was the same smooth, green, translucent, worn to complete softness by water and time, slightly lighter than its size suggested. the light moving through it in the unhurried way of light through something that is learned over a long process to let things pass through rather than holding them. I held it for a moment, not ceremonially, just held it, the way you hold something before returning it to where it belongs, acknowledging the weight of what it carried, and the fact that it has now carried it fully and can be released. I said, "Thank you," not to the glass, not to the cove, to Marcus, who had spent 2 years building me something I needed and had not known I needed, who had written in a spiral notebook that not yet was a phrase with a limited useful life, who had been in the last half second of sending when his heart stopped, and whose transmission had finished through other means because the intention behind it had been strong enough, and because I had been willing, finally, to be the kind of receiver that received it. I set the glass in the water, not through set with care at the tide line where the water was shallow and clear over pale stone. It caught the morning light as it went under and held it for a moment, green and bright, and then the small movement of the tide shifted it, and it moved along the bottom in the direction of deeper water, turning once and then settled, and was still, and was simply a piece of sea glass on the floor of a main cove, which is all it had ever been, and all it needed to be. I stood at the water's edge for a while. The morning was quiet. A lobster boat moved across the far end of the cove, heading out toward the open water, its engine a low and steady presence that faded gradually as it went. And then the quiet returned, and the cove was simply a cove on the main coast in late March, cold and clear and entirely ordinary, doing nothing except being the place it had always been. I walked back up the path. At the top of the spruces I stopped and looked back once, through the trees, toward the shelf. The water was visible in the gap between the branches, a horizontal stripe of it, pewter green in the morning light, moving with the slow patience of something that has been doing this for longer than anyone has been here to watch. I turned and walked back to the road. That afternoon I had coffee with Ruth at a small place in town she liked, with wood floors and mismatched chairs, and coffee that was better than it needed to be. We talked about ordinary things, the coming season, the price of heating oil, a book she had read and thought was overrated. She asked whether I would come back in summer sometime, and I said I thought I probably would, and she said the cottage would be open in September if I wanted it. And I said I would think about it, and she nodded with the ease of a person who does not require decisions to be made before their time. I drove south in the late afternoon light. The road ran through the small towns and the pale budding trees and the increasing evidence mile by mile of a world returning to itself after winter, and I drove through it at a reasonable speed with the window down a few inches, the cold air coming in clean and direct, and Marcus's notebook on the passenger seat where it had been writing since I collected it from the cottage on my way to the cove. I had gone back for it that morning. Ruth had let me in. The notebook was where I had left it, on the writing desk beside the cold lamp, the index card still tucked inside the cover. I had picked it up and held it, and understood that I had been wrong about what it needed. It did not need to stay at the cottage. It needed to come home. The work it represented was not finished in that room. It was going to continue, in whatever form the continuing took, and it needed to be where the continuing was. It rides on the passenger seat now, in memory the way it rode that afternoon, present, specific, the black spiral cover slightly worn at the corner, Marcus's handwriting on the front with the date of the year we had not spoken, chosen for reasons I will never fully know and do not need to. I keep it on my desk, next to my keyboard, in the reach of the morning light. Some mornings I open it and read a page, not looking for anything, not verifying anything, just reading, in the way you read something written by someone whose voice you want to hear, which is the oldest reason there is for reading anything at all. The city is full of signals. My work continues. The tools that produce false things are faster than the tools that detect them, and the gap between them widens, and I do my work in that gap with the attention it requires, and the knowledge that attention, sustained and honest, is the only instrument that has ever reliably distinguished the real from the fabricated. I am better at the work now than I was before Maine. Not because the week gave me new tools, because it gave me back the oldest one, the capacity to know what I know before the documentation arrives, in the interval when the signal is present and the verification has not yet caught up, which is the interval where everything that matters actually lives. Outside my window, the morning is doing what mornings do. I have been sitting at this desk for an hour, and the light has moved from the eastern angle that reaches the glass on the windowsill to the higher angle that fills the whole room, and the glass has gone from holding the light to simply being in it, which is a different deece. The bell in the wall. The cottage sits on a low granite shelf above the waterline, and on still nights the bellboy at the channel entrance can be heard through the walls as clearly as if it were inside the room. The air in the house carries the smell of cold salt and Douglas fir and something older beneath both, a smell like paper held near a candle flame. I want to tell you something true before I begin, and I want to say it plainly so that you understand what kind of account this is. I did not go home when my mother was dying. I had a reason. I had what felt, in the moment, like a very good reason. A position I had worked 11 years to reach. A panel review that had been scheduled and rescheduled 3 times already. A phone call from my department chair that used the word irreplaceable in a way I had needed to hear for longer than I could admit. My mother had been ill before. She had rallied before. The hospice nurse told me it could be weeks. It was 4 days. I am a 51-year-old woman. I have taught music theory at the same Boston University for going on 2 decades, and I understand, in the way that anyone who has spent a career studying structure understands, that what I did had consequences I cannot revise. I do not tell you this to ask for absolution. I tell you because the thing that happened to me in that cottage on the Maine coast last February cannot be understood without it, and I am done. After 14 months trying to understand it alone. My name is Claire Aldrich, and I need to tell you about the bell. The drive from Boston to Rockport takes just under 3 hours in good weather. In February, with ice on Route 1 north of Brunswick, and a sky the color of old pewter sitting flat over the coastal highway, it took me closer to 4. I had left at 6 in the morning, before the city properly woke, and I drank gas station coffee from a paper cup that had gone cold by the time I crossed the Kennebec River at Bath. I noticed the smell of the water before I noticed anything else about Maine. Not the warm, complicated salt of summer. This was a thinner smell, colder, almost metallic, as though the sea in February had stripped itself of everything that wasn't essential. It came through the heating vents of the car and settled at the back of my throat. And something about it, something I could not have named in that moment, made my hands tighten slightly on the wheel. I had found the cottage through a website that specialized in off-season New England rentals. The listing was brief. 1 bedroom, water views. Available January through March at a reduced rate. The owner, a woman named Patricia Hale, had replied to my inquiry within an hour, in a message that was warm but slightly formal, as if she had chosen her words carefully. She told me the cottage had been in her family since the 1940s, that it sat on the eastern edge of Rockport on a low granite shelf above the bay, and that the heating system was reliable, but the windows in the bedroom were original single-pane glass and might whistle in a northeast wind. I told her I did not mind noise. She paused before her next message. I remember noticing the pause at the time and filing it somewhere I did not intend to revisit. Rockport in February is a town that has remembered how to be quiet. The summer people are gone. The gallery windows are dark. The harbor sits empty under a sky that presses low and pale against the water, and the streets that in July smell of fried clams and motor oil, and the particular warmth of tourists moving in crowds, carry in winter only the smell of cold air and wood smoke from the houses set back from the road. I drove through town slowly, past the post office, past the shuttered general store, past a gas station where a single fluorescent tube buzzed in the window above a hand-lettered sign offering firewood by the cord. The cottage was reached by a gravel road that left the main highway about a mile south of town and descended toward the water through a stand of white birch and Douglas fir that closed overhead like a ceiling. The trees were bare of everything except a thin rind of ice on their upper branches, and the gravel road beneath them was darker than it should have been, shadowed even in the pale mid-morning light. I parked beside a low stone wall and sat for a moment with the engine running. The cottage was small. White clapboard, a green door, a covered porch facing the water. Exactly what the listing had described, and nothing it had described at the same time, because photographs cannot carry the quality of silence that surrounded that building. A silence that was not empty, exactly, but rather full of something I could not yet identify. The way a room feels occupied just before you realize no one is in it. I climbed out of the car. The cold hit me flat and clean. The kind of cold that simplifies everything, that reduces thought to the immediate and necessary. My boots crunched on the frozen gravel. I noted, absurdly, that I had forgotten to turn off my car's interior light. Patricia Hale had left the key in an envelope on the porch railing, under a smooth piece of beach glass. Green, sea tumbled, the color of the cottage door. The envelope had my name on it in a careful, even hand. Below it, a single sentence. The bell buoy rings on the quarter hour. Most people stop hearing it after the first night. I let myself in. The interior was exactly what the photographs had promised. A sitting room with a wood stove and a wool rug in dark red and cream. A kitchen with white painted cabinets and a window over the sink that looked out through the birch trees toward the road. A bedroom with a low iron bed and a quilt that smelled of cedar and something faintly floral that I could not immediately identify. The single-pane windows faced the bay, and through them I could see Penobscot Bay lying flat and gray and enormous below the granite shelf, the far shore barely visible through the winter haze. I sat on the edge of the bed. The quilt was thick and heavy, the kind made in layers, and I put both hands flat on it and felt the weight of it pressing back. I had not cried since the funeral. My mother had played piano. She had taught herself from a book when she was 9 years old, in a house in coastal Connecticut that no longer stood, and she had played every day of her life until the last year, when her hands began to stiffen. The last piece I ever heard her play was Asati Jimmo Petty, the first one, which she had always said was not a sad piece but a patient one. She played it slowly. I had been standing in the doorway of her living room on a Sunday in October watching her, and she had not seen me, and I had not gone in. I do not know why I did not go in. I sat on the edge of the bed in that cottage, and I thought about the quilt's weight, and I thought about whether I had turned off the burner on my stove at home before I left that morning, and I did not think about my mother at all. I was very good at that by then. 14 weeks of practice. The wood stove was already laid with paper and kindling. I lit it. I put my bag in the bedroom closet and hung my coat on the hook by the door and stood at the kitchen window watching the birch trees for several minutes for no reason I could name. Then, at precisely 3:15 in the afternoon, I heard the bell. It came through the walls of the cottage clearly, as Patricia Hale had said it would. A single low tone, measured and unhurried, rolling across the water and arriving with a quality that I can only describe as deliberate, not mechanical, not the indifferent ringing of a navigational instrument. Deliberate, as though something had decided to mark the hour. I told myself it was the buoy. It was the buoy. The quarter hour? But I stood very still at the kitchen window for a long moment after it stopped, my hand resting on the cold glass, and I noticed that the birch trees beyond the pane were absolutely motionless, and that the silence after the bell had a different texture than the silence before it, thicker, more occupied. I made tea. I unpacked my books and my reading glasses and the stack of theory papers I had told myself I would grade during the week I planned to stay. I arranged them on the sitting room table in a way that looked like intention. Outside, the light was failing early and fast. the way it does on the Maine coast in February, going from pewter to charcoal in the space of 20 minutes, the bay below the window disappearing into darkness before 4 o'clock. I turned on the lamp beside the wood stove chair, and its small amber circle fell across the wool rug and made the room feel, for a moment, genuinely warm. This was a good place. I was going to be fine here. I was going to grade my papers and walk on the granite shelf in the mornings and give myself the week I had told myself I needed. And at the end of it, I would drive back to Boston knowing I had done something good for myself. Something deliberate and restorative, and a feeling that had been sitting in my sternum since November like a stone would, if not lift, at least become more manageable. I was still telling myself this when the bell rang again at 3:30, rolling through the walls of the cottage. And this time, I am not certain why this time was different from the first. I realized that the sound seemed to come not from the direction of the bay, but from somewhere closer, somewhere inside the space between the outer wall and where I stood, as if the bell were not out on the water at all, as if it were already in the house. Something about that cottage had been waiting longer than a single winter, and in the deepening dark of my first evening there, with the wood stove ticking behind me and the smell of cedar rising faintly from the bedroom doorway, I was only beginning to understand how long. Patricia Hale arrived the following morning at 8 o'clock, which was earlier than I had expected and later than I had been awake. I had not slept well, not badly exactly, not the kind of sleeplessness that announces itself as suffering, but in the shallow, provisional way of a person who is not quite certain they are safe enough to go fully under. I had lain in the iron bed under the heavy quilt and listened to the cottage settle around me, the soft creaking of the walls as the temperature dropped overnight toward what the radio in the kitchen later told me was 11 degrees. I had listened to the quarter-hour bell 4 times before midnight and then lost count. At some point I slept, and when I surfaced I was facing the window, and the glass was traced with frost flowers so intricate and branching they looked deliberate, as though someone had worked on them through the night. I was already dressed and sitting with a mug of coffee at the kitchen table when her truck pulled up on the gravel outside. She knocked twice before opening the door, which told me she had done this many times. Patricia Hale was a woman of perhaps 70, compact and unhurried in a dark wool coat that reached her knees. Her hair was white and cut close to her head, and her face had the particular quality of stillness you find in people who have spent decades watching weather come in off the water and have stopped being surprised by what arrives. She carried a cloth bag and a covered dish, and she set both on the kitchen counter without asking permission. "I brought chowder," she said. "It reheats well. There is a good pot in the second cabinet." I thanked her. She turned to look at me directly, with the kind of unhurried assessment that made me want to account for myself without knowing what the question was. "You look like you drove a long way," she said, not unkindly, from Boston, yesterday morning. She nodded as though this confirmed something she had already decided. She moved to the window above the counter and looked out at the birch trees, her back to me, and I had the impression she was giving me a moment I had not asked for, but evidently needed. "The frost on the bedroom window," I said. "Is that typical for this time of year?" She did not turn around immediately. When she did, her expression had not changed, but something in it had shifted in a way I could not precisely locate. "The moisture in the old glass," she said. "Single pane. It happens when the temperature drops below 10. She paused. "Does it bother you?" "No," I said. "It was very beautiful, actually." She looked at me for a moment longer than the answer seemed to require. "Some people find it that way," she said. She stayed for perhaps 30 minutes, pointing out the particulars of the cottage in the efficient, practiced way of a person who has given the same orientation many times and has learned which details matter and which ones she can skip. The wood stove's damper ran stiff in cold weather and needed to be worked gradually. The back door's latch froze if the temperature fell below 0 and could be freed with warm water, but not force. There was a path from the south side of the porch that led down to the granite shelf and then along the shoreline for about half a mile before it became impassable at high tide. She mentioned this, without looking at me, in the same tone she had used for the stove damper, and I wrote it in the small notebook I had taken from my coat pocket mostly to have something to do with my hands. Before she left, she paused at the door and turned back, and I had the feeling that this moment, this specific pause, this particular turn, was also something she had done before. The family name, if you see it anywhere, she said, carved above the pantry door or on the back of one of the kitchen chairs. Voss. It was their house originally, before my family. They were here from about 1912 until 1941. I looked at the pantry door from where I sat. The wood above the frame was dark with age, and there was something carved there. 2 or 3 inches of letters, shallow cut, the kind of work done with a penknife over a long, patient afternoon. What happened to them? I asked. Patricia Hale considered the question for a moment with the same careful stillness she had brought to everything else. The husband drowned, she said. Fishing, 1938. The wife stayed on alone for 3 years after, and then she left and never came back, and my grandfather bought the property in 42. She buttoned her coat. Her name was Margaret. She said the name with a small, particular weight, as though it meant something beyond the fact of it. After she was gone, I sat for a long time without moving. The coffee in my mug went cold. Outside, a thin snow had begun to fall through the birch trees, not accumulating, just drifting in lazy, unhurried spirals that caught the dull morning light and vanished before they reached the ground. Margaret Voss, 1938, 3 years alone in a cottage on a granite shelf above the water, waiting for something, for certainty, for the sea to give something back, for the specific exhaustion that finally tells a person it is time to go. I understood, in a way I had not expected to understand anything this week, exactly what those 3 years might have felt like. The pantry door was to the left of the stove. I had walked past it 4 or 5 times since the previous afternoon without registering it. I got up from the table now and crossed to it and looked at the carving above the frame. Voss, cut in plain block letters, each 1 inch high, the wood around them slightly darker where decades of fingertips had touched. Below the family name, smaller and harder to read, a single word I had to tilt my head toward the light to make out. Stays. Not stayed. Stays. Present tense. I stood in front of that door for a long time. I told myself it was simply a name and a word, and that the combination of the two could be explained by any number of ordinary histories. A declaration of ownership, a child's game, a private joke between a husband and wife who had meant to stay in this house their whole lives and had not known, when those letters were cut, that the sea would have other ideas. I told myself this with the particular thoroughness of a person who needs very much to believe what they are saying. In the afternoon I walked the path Patricia Hale had described, down to the granite shelf and then south along the shoreline. The sky was low and close and the same color as the water, so that the horizon had disappeared entirely, and the bay and the air above it were a single continuous gray that made it feel as though the world simply ended a few hundred yards offshore. The rock beneath my boots was dark and wet and crossed with narrow channels where the sea moved back and forth in small, patient surges. The cold here was different from the cold of the car, different from the cold of the cottage. It was a maritime cold, pressing rather than cutting, settling into the fabric of my coat and the space between my shoulder blades and staying there. I was thinking about my mother's hands. She had been a woman of particular physical grace. Not the showy kind, not the kind that announces itself, but the quiet economy of movement that belongs to people who have lived inside their bodies honestly for a long time. Her hands, especially. Long-fingered, unhurried, as certain on the keys of the piano as they were kneading bread dough or pressing the pages of a book flat. By the end, the arthritis had curled the fingers slightly inward, and she had taken to wearing her rings on her right hand. because the knuckles of her left had swollen past them, and she had not complained about any of it, not once, not even to me, and I had been grateful for her silence in the same cowardly way. I had been grateful for the hospice nurse's optimism as a reason not to come. I stopped walking. I was standing at the edge of a tidal pool where the rock dropped away 6 or 8 inches to a dark, still shelf of seawater. The pool held the sky's reflection. It held nothing else that I could see. I found myself thinking about something completely irrelevant. Whether I had renewed my parking permit before I left Boston, and whether the notice would go to my office or my apartment, and whether the fine for a lapsed permit had gone up since the last time I had let one expire. My mind moved through these considerations with meticulous attention, turning each one over, examining it from several sides. The mind finds what it needs. The mind builds whatever shelter's available. I turned back before the tide could reach the path. That evening, after the chowder, which was very good, thick was potato and cured with something faintly smoky that I could not identify. I sat in the chair by the wood stove and opened the first of the theory papers I had brought and read the same paragraph 4 times without comprehending a word of it. I set the paper down. The room was warm and close and smelled of wood smoke and the faint salt that seemed to live in the walls of the cottage themselves, exhaled slowly through the plaster whenever the temperature rose. A single lamp on the side table cast a small, steady circle of yellow light. The chair was overstuffed and deeply comfortable, and I pulled my feet up beneath me and let the warmth of the stove work its way through my wool socks. And for a few minutes I felt something that was almost, not peace exactly, but the edge of peace, the territory just outside it where a person can rest without fully arriving. Then the bell rang. 8:15. The tone came through the wall at what I now recognized as its usual angle, arriving from the direction of the bay, traveling through the outer clapboard and the insulation and the plaster as if none of those things were barriers at all, except that tonight the tone lasted longer than it should have. 1 beat past the natural decay of a buoy bell struck by a clapper in open water. 2 beats, and then, beneath the tail of it, riding just below the frequency where the bell's note was fading, something that was either the house settling in the cold, or a sound I had no category for, almost a pitch, almost a sustained note, low and uncertain, the kind of sound a person makes when they are about to say something and then decide not to. I sat with my feet tucked under me, and my hands in my lap, and I did not move. The wood stove ticked. The lamp held its circle. The sound, if it had been a sound, did not come again, but I sat there for a very long time afterward, absolutely still, with the specific quality of attention that comes not from fear, but from something older and more complicated than fear. The feeling that a thing you have been circling for a long time has begun, finally, to circle back. Somewhere in the history of that cottage, in the 3 years a woman named Margaret Voss had stayed on alone after the sea took her husband. Something had learned to wait, and I was beginning to understand, in the way you understand things that arrive at night, that it had recognized in me a particular kind of grief it knew how to find. I did not tell anyone where I was. This was not unusual for me. I am not by nature a person who accounts for her movements to others. I have lived alone since my late 30s, and the habits of solitude run deep enough by now that they no longer feel like habits at all, only like the shape of a life. But that third morning in the cottage, standing at the kitchen counter with my phone in my hand and the name of my colleague Daniel in the recent calls list, I was aware of the silence around my location in a way that was new, not threatening, just present. The way you become aware of a sound only when it stops. I had spoken to no one since Patricia Hale's visit 2 days before. I put the phone face down on the counter and made oatmeal and ate it standing up, looking through the window at the path that led toward the shoreline. The snow from the previous morning had not accumulated, as I had noted, but, overnight, a new dusting had settled over the frozen ground, less than an inch, fine-grained and dry, the kind that shows every impression with perfect fidelity. Animal tracks crossed the path in 2 places, Small ones, a fox probably, moving with the diagonal, unhurried gait that foxes use when they believe they are unobserved. Whatever had happened the previous evening, whatever I had decided to call what I heard beneath the bell's fading note, I had slept afterward, deeply without interruption, in a way I had not slept since before my mother's diagnosis the previous spring. I had woken at 6 with the feeling of having traveled a very long distance and arrived somewhere I had not intended, which was not an unpleasant feeling, only a disorienting one. The carved word above the pantry door was the first thing I looked at when I came into the kitchen. Stays. Present tense. Still present. I had been thinking about it since the previous morning with the intermittent circling attention I give to things I am not ready to approach directly. Margaret Voss, 1912 to 1941. A woman who had stayed in a house beside the water for 3 years after she had every reason to leave. I understood that kind of staying. I understood the specific paralysis of grief that is not clean enough to be called grief. The kind that has a fault line running through it. Guilt or omission or the particular weight of something left unsaid, and that keeps a person in place not because they cannot move, but because movement feels, in some way they cannot fully articulate, like a betrayal of the thing they failed to do. My mother had called me the week before she died. I had let it go to voicemail. I am not going to explain that now. I am only going to tell you that the message she left was 4 minutes and 12 seconds long, and that I have listened to it many times since November. And that on the third morning in that cottage I stood at the kitchen counter and thought about it with a clarity I had been actively avoiding for 14 weeks, and that the thought arrived not as grief, but as a physical sensation, a pressure at the base of my sternum, below the ribs, the place where a person holds the things they have not yet allowed themselves to feel. I put my coat on and went outside. The morning was overcast, but bright in the way of a winter sky with fresh snow beneath it, the light diffuse and sourceless, coming from everywhere and casting no shadows. The path to the shore was clear enough, marked by the fox tracks and by my own footprints from the previous afternoon, and I followed it down past the tree line to where the granite shelf began. I stopped before I reached the water. There were footprints in the thin snow on the rock that were not mine and were not the fox's. They were narrow and long, the impression of a foot considerably longer than mine, though not dramatically so, and they crossed the granite shelf from north to south in a line that was neither hurried nor wandering, the even, purposeful stride of a person who knew exactly where they were going. They ended at the edge of the rock above the waterline, where the granite dropped away to the gravel beach below, and then they simply stopped. Not turned, not doubled back, stopped. I stood looking at them for a long time. My breath came out in small, even clouds in the cold air. The most obvious explanation was the most available one. Another person had walked here since the snow fell, sometime between midnight and 6 in the morning, and had climbed down to the beach by some route I could not see from where I stood. Patricia Hale had mentioned the path was used by locals. There was no reason to treat a set of footprints as anything other than what they were. I crouched and looked more closely at the nearest impression. The tread was smooth, no boot pattern, no texture at all, just the clean, undetailed outline of a foot, as though whoever had walked here had done so in a shoe with a perfectly flat sole, or in something thinner than a shoe, in 11-degree weather. I pressed 2 fingers gently into the edge of the impression. The snow around it was dry and fine and held the shape without any compression at all, which meant the print was fresh. Made within the last few hours. Made, in other words, while I was asleep in the cottage 30 yards away. I stood up. I looked north along the shelf, then south. The shoreline in both directions was empty and absolutely still. The overcast sky pressing down on the water's surface. The world stripped of everything extraneous. My mind went, with enormous relief, to something completely ordinary. I had left my second pair of gloves in the car. I had noticed the gloves were missing yesterday and had not retrieved them, and my hands were cold now, and I thought about the gloves with the focused, grateful attention of a person who needs very much to think about something that has a solution. I went back to the cottage. I did not retrieve the gloves. I sat down at the kitchen table with my coat still on and opened my notebook to a clean page and wrote down everything I had observed. The length and approximate width of the prints, their spacing, their direction, the quality of the snow around them, the absence of tread. I wrote it in the orderly, systematic way. I record observations about a student's work, without interpretation, without conclusion, only fact. The act of writing steadied me considerably. When I was done, I made a second mug of coffee and sat with it, and looked at what I had written and thought about Margaret Voss. She had stayed here for 3 years after her husband drowned. She had looked out these windows at this water for 3 years, which in Maine coastal weather means approximately 54 months of overcast mornings and northeast winds and the particular weight of a winter season that does not so much end as gradually loosen, the cold relaxing its grip slowly and reluctantly through April and into May. She had done the things that needed doing, kept the stove, managed the property, lived the ordinary small life of a woman alone in a house that had been built for two, and then she had left. And the house had passed to Patricia Hale's family, and Patricia Hale had rented it to strangers for decades, and whatever Margaret Voss had left behind in it, if she had left anything, had been waiting with the particular patience of something that has no pressing business anywhere else. Stays. I thought about what kind of person carves a word like that. Not their name. Names are declarations of possession, understandable enough, but a single present tense verb, alone, below the family name, stays, as if answering a question, as if rebutting a suggestion that it might be time to go, or as if making a promise. I went to the pantry door and lit the carving again. This time I brought the lamp from the sitting room and held it close to the wood, and in the warmer and more deliberate light, I could see what I had not noticed before. The letters of Voss and the letters of Stays were not cut in the same hand. Voss was steady, precise, the penknife work of an adult with patience and experience. Stays was slightly uneven, the verticals not quite plumb, the horizontal of the S running a degree or two off true. The tool marks were shallower. Someone younger had carved the second word, someone who had perhaps not been taught yet how to keep the blade at a consistent angle. Someone who had pressed the point into the dark wood of that doorframe and worked with the particular concentration of a child, trying to do something that would last. The hair on my forearms rose under my sweater. Margaret Voss, according to Patricia Hale, had stayed on alone. But alone is a word that covers a great deal of territory. It can mean without a husband. It does not necessarily mean without a child. I set the lamp down on the counter. My hands, I noticed, were perfectly steady. Steadier, in fact, than they had been all morning, which struck me as wrong in some way I could not immediately account for. I looked at the carving for another long moment, and then I looked away. Outside, the overcast had shifted, the light through the kitchen window changing quality in a way that suggested the cloud cover was thickening rather than lifting, the afternoon arriving before the morning had properly finished. I realized I had been standing at the pantry door for considerably longer than I had understood. The wood stove had burned low. The room had gone from warm to merely not cold. The temperature differential enough that I could feel it on the back of my neck, below the collar of my sweater. I fed the stove and adjusted the damper in the way Patricia Hale had shown me, carefully, incrementally, not forcing it, and stood watching the flames take hold of the new wood. The fire made a sound like a slow exhalation when the draft caught, a deep, even breath moving up through the flue, and I found the sound steadying in the way that fire sounds often are. The particular comfort of combustion in a cold room. That evening, around 7, I heard the bell at the quarter hour, and then at the half, and both times it was simply the bell, arriving from the direction of the bay with its navigational indifference, carrying its tone through the walls and releasing it into the room's air, where it faded without incident. I read 40 pages of a novel I had brought and understood most of them. At 9:45, I turned off the lamp and lay in the dark of the bedroom and listened to the cottage settle and thought with reasonable calm about what I had seen on the granite shelf that morning. At 10 o'clock precisely, the bell rang for the quarter hour, and then, in the silence after it, clearly and without any ambiguity and with the even, patient breath of someone who had been holding the note for a very long time, the cottage breathed it back, not an echo. The bell's tone was metallic and external and directional. This was something else, warmer, interior, pitched a half step lower than the bell, the way a voice drops when it moves from open air into an enclosed room. I lay absolutely still. My eyes were open. The ceiling of the bedroom was invisible in the dark. The sound lasted perhaps 3 seconds and then stopped, and the quality of the silence that followed had the density of something completed rather than something interrupted. I did not sleep for a very long time after that. But what I kept returning to, as I lay there in the dark counting my own slow breath, was not fear. It was something much more complicated than fear, and much more familiar. It was the feeling I had carried since November without a name for it. That specific, airless weight of a message I had not been present to receive. Arriving anyway, finding me here, in this bed, in this cottage with its particular patience entirely intact. There was a name carved in that door frame and a word cut below it in a younger hand. And whatever those two things meant together, I understood by the time the clock in the sitting room read midnight that I was not going to find the answer by looking at the wood. I was going to have to ask someone who had known this house long, enough to tell me what it was still holding, and why. I called Patricia Hale the next morning from the landline in the sitting room, which I had not previously noticed was a landline until I was looking for it. The old cream-colored receiver sitting in its cradle on the shelf beside a Maine coastal almanac, and a tide chart folded to the current month. The presence of a landline in a rental cottage in the present decade felt like another one of the cottage's quiet anomalies. Things that did not quite align with what you expected, not wrong enough to name directly, only slightly off in the way that makes you look twice and then decide you imagined it. Patricia Hale answered on the second ring. I told her I had a question about the property's history, and I tried to say it in a tone that was neither urgent nor dismissive, the tone of a person conducting reasonable inquiry. She was quiet for a moment on her end of the line, and I heard, distantly, the sound of a radio in whatever room she was in. A weather report, the forecaster's voice level and informative, talking about a system moving in from the northeast. "Come to the house," she said. "I will put the kettle on." Her house was 1.5 miles inland, on a road that climbed away from the bay through second-growth maple and birch before leveling out onto a ridge where 3 or 4 properties sat well back from the road behind stone walls and winter-bare hedges. The house itself was large by the standards of the cottage. 2 full stories of white-painted wood with dark green shutters, a barn attached at the rear by a covered walkway, a vegetable garden put to bed under burlap for the winter. It had the settled, unhurried look of a building that had been maintained over many decades by people who understood that maintenance is not improvement, but a different and more patient thing. She met me at the side door and brought me through a mudroom stacked with firewood and rubber boots and into a kitchen that was warm enough to make my eyes water slightly after the cold of the drive. A wood stove here, too, larger than the cottage's, and a table of old pine set with 2 mugs and a plate of shortbread that she had clearly not put out for a spontaneous visitor, which meant she had been expecting this conversation or something very like it. I sat down. She poured the tea and then sat across from me and folded her hands on the table with the unhurried composure of a person who has decided to let someone else go first. "The carving above the pantry door," I said. "The second word, below the family name. Was that a child's work?" She looked at me steadily. "Yes," she said. "Did Margaret Voss have a child?" "A daughter," Patricia Hale said. "Eleanor. She would have been about 8 or 9 when the father drowned." I set my mug down. "You did not mention a child when you told me the history." "No," she said, "I did not." The kitchen held its warmth around us. Outside the window above the sink, A stand of birch trees on the property's edge stood against a white sky, their upper branches moving slightly in a wind I could not hear from inside the room. "Why not?" I asked. Patricia Hale considered the question with the same careful deliberation she brought to everything, as if words were a resource she had learned to spend precisely. "Because some people do not need to know everything before they are ready to hear it," she said. "And some people come to that cottage at a particular moment in their lives, and the cottage seems to—" She stopped. She looked past me toward the far wall, where a framed photograph hung that I had not looked at closely enough yet. "It is not a dangerous place," she said finally. "I want you to understand that first. No one who has stayed there has come to harm." "That is a careful way to say it," I said. The corner of her mouth moved in something that was not quite a smile. "It is an honest way to say it," she said. She got up and took the framed photograph from the wall and set it on the table between us without preamble. It was an old photograph, sepia-toned, the paper slightly bowed from humidity, printed in the formal style of a portrait studio from perhaps the 1920s or 30s. A woman seated in a wooden chair, with a girl standing beside her, one hand resting on the woman's shoulder. The woman was perhaps 40, dark-haired, with a quality of composure in her face that reminded me immediately and uncomfortably of the stillness in Patricia Hale's own face. The girl was slight, with the same dark hair, looking not at the camera but at something slightly to the left of it, her expression attentive in the way of a child who has heard something in the next room. "Margaret and Eleanor Voss," Patricia Hale said. "Taken in Camden, probably 1935, 3 years before he drowned." I looked at the girl's face for a long time. "The carving," I said, "stays. Eleanor cut that after her father died." "My grandfather believed so, yes. He was friendly with the family before he bought the property. He said that after Thomas Voss drowned, Eleanor became attached to the house in a way that alarmed her mother. She refused to discuss leaving. She told her mother that if they left, her father would not know where to find them." Patricia Hale's voice remained level and informative throughout this, the way a person's voice remains level when they have told a story enough times that they have made a deliberate peace with what it contains. She was 9 years old. She believed that the house held him, that something of him remained inside it. I felt the pressure under my sternum again. The same place it had been for 14 weeks. "And Margaret?" I asked. "What did Margaret believe?" Patricia Hale was quiet for a moment. A log shifted in the wood stove. The kitchen held its breath. "My grandfather said that by the 3rd year, Margaret had stopped correcting the child," she said. I looked down at my hands on the table. They were not steady now. "The sounds," I said. "At night, after the bell." Patricia Hale did not ask me what sounds. She simply waited, giving me the space to finish the sentence, which was how I understood that she had heard this from other people before and had her own relationship to what they described. "A tone," I said, "below the frequency of the bell, sustained, coming from inside the walls rather than from the water." She nodded, a single small inclination of her head. "It started the first night for you?" she asked. "The second," I said. "The second night, faintly. The third more clearly. Last night." I stopped. I looked at the photograph on the table between us, and Eleanor Voss's face angled away from the camera, toward whatever she had heard. Last night it sounded like someone returning breath to a note they had been holding for a very long time. The kitchen was very still. The bellboy, Patricia Hale said, was installed at the channel entrance in 1931. Thomas Voss helped to set the anchor for it. He was on the committee that selected the position. She spoke slowly, choosing each sentence with the care of someone assembling something fragile. "The tone of that specific buoy is a B flat. It is the same tone as the lowest note on the upright piano that Margaret Voss kept in the sitting room of the cottage." I sat with that for a moment. "The piano is gone," I said. "My grandfather removed it in 43. He did not play, and it was taking up the room. She looked at the photograph. But the tone is still the same. The boy has not been replaced. I understood, sitting at that pine table in the warmth of Patricia Hale's kitchen, that I was being given information in a specific order, at a specific pace, by a woman who had decided some time before I arrived, perhaps before I had even found the listing online, that I was the kind of person who could be trusted with the weight of what she was holding. "Why did you rent me the cottage?" I said. "Off-season, a woman alone." You answered my inquiry within an hour. She looked at me with the directness that had characterized everything she had said since the first morning. "You wrote in your message that you needed a quiet place to settle something," she said. "That is the word you used. Settle. I have rented that cottage for 30 years, and I have learned that people who use that word about a stay in an old house near water in the middle of February are not talking about paperwork." I said nothing. "You have lost someone recently," she said. It was not a question. "My mother," I said, "in November." She nodded as if this were information she had been waiting to confirm rather than learning for the first time. "And there is something between you and the loss that has not yet been," she chose her last word with particular care, "addressed." I looked at the photograph of Eleanor Voss for a long moment, at the child's face turned towards something only she could hear, at her hand resting on her mother's shoulder with a certainty and a tenderness that a 9-year-old should not yet have needed to provide. "I did not answer her last call," I said. It was the first time I had said it aloud to another person. The words had a different weight spoken than they had carried inside me. Not lighter, not heavier, but more specific, more actual, the way a thing becomes more real the moment it leaves the body that has been containing it. Patricia Hale did not respond immediately. She let the sentence sit between us on the table, with the same patience she brought to everything else, not rushing to fill the space around it. "The cottage has a history," she said at last, "of providing that opportunity, to hear what was not heard, to receive what was not received." She folded her hands again. "I do not know how to explain what it does in terms that would satisfy a person who required a rational explanation. I have stopped trying to provide one. What I can tell you is that in 30 years of renting that property, the people who have come to it carrying the thing you are carrying have not left it carrying the same weight." She paused. "Most of them." The word "most" landed quietly and sat there. "What do they need to do?" I asked. She looked at me steadily. "Stay," she said. "Simply stay. Do not leave when it becomes uncomfortable. Do not rationalize what you hear into something smaller than it is. The house knows what it is doing. Eleanor made sure of that." She looked at the photograph one final time and then stood and took it back to its place on the wall, hanging it with the unhurried care of a person returning a borrowed thing. Margaret left because she could not bear it any longer. Eleanor never wanted to go. Whatever she put into that house when she cut that word into the door frame. Patricia Hale straightened the frame's edge and stepped back. It held. I drove back to the cottage in the early afternoon, under a sky that had been moving all morning and was now fully committed to delivering whatever the northeast system had brought with it. Not snow yet, but a new quality of pressure in the air. The atmosphere compressing slightly, the birch trees along the road holding themselves with the particular stillness of things that know what is coming. Inside, the wood stove had burned down to coals in my absence. The room cooled to the kind of deep, settled cold that takes time to build and takes more time to reverse. I rebuilt the fire from the kindling box and knelt in front of the stove with my hands extended toward the growing warmth and stayed there longer than was necessary, watching the wood catch, feeling the heat move gradually from the surface of my skin towards something deeper. "Most of them," she had said. "Not all. Most." I thought about Eleanor Voss at 9 years old, pressing a penknife into the wood of a door frame with the furious, patient concentration of a child trying to make something permanent out of a world that had just proven to her that nothing was. I thought about what it costs to believe, against all available evidence, that love does not simply stop when the person who held it stops. that something of it stays, that the house knows. My mother's voicemail was 4 minutes and 12 seconds long, and I had not listened to the end of it. I knew this with a certainty I had been carrying since November without fully admitting it. I had stopped the playback at 3 minutes and 40 seconds, every single time, at the point where her voice changed quality in a way I did not yet have the capacity to bear, and I had told myself I would listen to the rest when I was ready, and I had not been ready. And the message sat on my phone like a room I had been walking past for 14 weeks without opening the door. The fire had caught fully. The room was beginning to warm. Outside, the first tentative snow of the incoming system had started to fall. I could see it through the window, fine and purposeful, settling over the frozen ground with the quiet inevitability of something that has made up its mind. I took my phone from my coat pocket and held it in both hands, and sat on the floor in front of the wood stove with the heat building against my face. I pressed play. I let it run. At 3 minutes and 40 seconds, my mother's voice changed quality in exactly the way I had remembered. She paused. She gathered herself, and then, in the even, patient tone of a woman who had decided there was no longer any reason to wait for the right moment, she said the thing she had been trying to say for months, the thing I had been not quite available to hear, and it moved through the speaker of the phone and into the warm air of the cottage, and I sat with it and let it arrive. Whatever the cottage held in its walls and its history and its carved word above the pantry door, it had found in me the same thing it had always found, a person standing just outside a door they could not yet open, waiting without knowing they were waiting for something old enough and patient enough to simply leave the door ajar. I did not write down what my mother said. I want to be clear about that because I think it matters. What she said in those final 32 seconds of the voicemail was hers, and it remains hers, and I am not going to put it in this account. Not because it was unbearable, though it was, in the way that true things are often unbearable, not because they are terrible, but because they are precise. I will not write it down because some things are not meant to travel past the moment they were finally received. And setting it on a page would be a kind of diminishment I am not willing to perform. What I will tell you is that she used my name. She said it once, at the beginning of those last 32 seconds, the way she had said it my entire life. Not shortened, not softened, the full 2 syllables with equal weight on each. The way a person says a name when they mean the whole of someone, and not just the surface of them. Claire. She had always said it that way. I had not heard my name said that way since October, and hearing it come through the phone speaker in that cottage, in her voice, in the voice of a woman who had been dead for 14 weeks, was the specific thing that finally broke whatever I had been holding closed inside me since the afternoon the hospice nurse called. I cried for a long time. I am not going to describe it beyond that. It was not dramatic. It was not the kind of grief that performs itself. It was the quieter kind. The kind that arrives when a person has finally stopped managing it and simply lets the weight of it move through them. And it went on for a long time in front of that wood stove, while the snow outside committed itself fully to the ground. Afterward I felt emptied in a way that was not unpleasant. Scoured. Like a room that has been opened to cold air after a long time closed. I washed my face at the kitchen sink with water cold enough to make my skin ache pleasantly, and I stood at the window for a while and watched the snow fall through the last of the afternoon light, and I noticed that the property looked different to me than it had at any point in the previous 4 days. Not changed. Nothing had changed, but more itself, somehow, more fully present. The stand of trees at the property's edge, the low stone wall along the south side, the path that descended toward the shoreline, all of it holding its particular shape under the new snow with the quiet authority of things that have been exactly what they are for a very long time, and have no intention of being otherwise. I made eggs for dinner, simple ones, with butter and black pepper, eaten at the kitchen table with the overhead light on, which I had not used before, and it cast a different quality of light than the lamps, more practical, more ordinary, the light of a kitchen in use rather than a room being carefully inhabited. I slept without a vent that night. No sound beneath the bell's tone, no quality of presence in the room's air. Just sleep, clean and dark and uninterrupted, the kind I had been moving around the edges of for months. I woke the following morning with snow on the ground and a sky that had cleared overnight to a blue so sharp and cold it looked structural, as though it were holding the world's upper edge in place by pressure alone. I lay in bed for a few minutes without moving, taking inventory of myself in the way I do on mornings after something significant, checking, carefully, what was still there and what had shifted. The stone in my sternum was gone. Something else had taken its place, not lighter exactly, not resolved, but different in quality. Less like a blockage, more like an open question that had finally been properly formed. I understood, lying there under that quilt with the winter light coming hard and clear through the frosted window glass, that I had not finished, that what had happened the previous afternoon in front of the wood stove was not the end of something, but a door through which something else now needed to move. My mother had said what she needed to say to me, but I had not yet said what I needed to say to her, and I did not know how. I got up and dressed in layers. It was the coldest morning yet, the thermometer outside the kitchen window reading 4 degrees, and put the kettle on, and stood at the counter thinking about Eleanor Voss while the water heated. Eleanor had been 9. Eleanor had known with the absolute certainty available only to children and to people who have entirely abandoned the comfort of doubt that the house held her father. That love does not evacuate a space simply because the person who carried it is gone. She had pressed that knowledge into the wood of a door frame with a penknife and left it there for strangers to find for 80 years. And from everything Patricia Hale had told me, she had not been wrong. What I had heard on the second and third nights, the tone beneath the bell, the breath returned to a note that had been held. I had been rationalizing it since it happened, fitting it into categories that made it manageable. Acoustics, old construction, the particular resonance of a building close to water, the way sound moves through certain materials differently than through others. These were not dishonest explanations, they were simply insufficient. They accounted for the mechanism without accounting for the meaning, and meaning, I'd spent a career teaching my students, is not the same thing as mechanism. The kettle boiled. I made coffee and sat at the table and thought about what my mother had been, specifically and precisely, as a person. This is harder than it sounds. In grief, people tend toward generality. She was kind, she was loving, she was the center of everything, and the generality is not false. It is simply a way of protecting the specific from the unbearable sharpness of detail. I had been living in the generality for 14 weeks because the specific was too exact, too precise, too full of the texture of an actual person who had actually existed and was now actually gone. So I sat at the kitchen table with my coffee, and I let myself be specific. My mother's name was Ruth. She had been 68 years old when she died, which is not old enough. And she had known it was not old enough and had said so without self-pity in one of the earlier voicemails I had listened to all the way through. She had been 5 feet and 3 inches tall her entire adult life, and had never once seemed small to me until the last year, when the illness reduced her in the way that illnesses do, not suddenly but incrementally, so gradually that each individual change seemed manageable, until you added them all up and realized you were looking at someone who was becoming less of herself by degrees. She had made her own bread every Sunday for as long as I could remember, a dense whole wheat loaf that she wrapped in a dish towel to cool, and that smelled, when you cut into it, of something so deeply familiar that I had stopped being able to identify the smell separately from the feeling it produced. She had laughed with her whole face. She had never learned to drive. She had read novels the way some people watch television, continuously, promiscuously, without guilt, and she had left margins full of penciled notes in every book she owned, and I did not know what I was going to do with those books. I sat with all of this. I let it be exact and detailed and real, and then, because the thought arrived without invitation and with the particular force of things that have been waiting for the right opening, I thought about the specific nature of what had been between us in the last 2 years, and why I had let the call go to voicemail, and why I had not come home. We had argued. That is the plain version. The fuller version is that we had been circling a particular argument for most of my adult life, a disagreement about the shape of my choices, the career over the relationships, the work over the visits home, the achieving over the arriving. And in the last 2 years, as she became ill and the time available for the conversation began visibly to contract, the argument had sharpened into something that neither of us knew how to put down. She had said things that were true. I had said things that were true. We had both said them in the way that people say true things when they are frightened, which is to say without sufficient care for where they land. The last time I had spoken to her directly, in September, she had said, "I do not understand what you are waiting for, Claire." She had not been talking about the visit. She had been talking about everything, about the life I was living at arm's length from itself, achieving things on behalf of a self I never quite got around to inhabiting. She had seen it clearly, the way mothers see things clearly, and she had said it plainly, and I had been furious, not because she was wrong, but because she was wrong, but because she was right, and because I was not ready, and because sometimes the truth arrives before the person it is meant for has finished building the room that could hold it. I had hung up. I had let the October call go to voicemail. I had let the November call go to voicemail. I had been at the panel review when the hospice nurse called, and I had seen the number and sent it to voicemail too. And by the time I had played the message back, she had been gone for 6 hours. I sat at the kitchen table in that cottage, and I let all of that be exactly what it was. I did not reduce it or explain it or find a mitigating circumstances that were genuinely available if I wanted them. I let it be the size it actually was, which was very large, and I sat with it, and the room around me held it without flinching. The horror of grief that contains guilt is that it cannot be resolved the way clean grief can. Clean grief is a straight road, long and hard and real, but straight. Grief with a fault line in it doubles back on itself. It finds the places where you were less than you could have been, and it lives there, and it will keep living there until you can say to the person who deserved better that you know it, and that you were sorry, and that you love them with a completeness you were too defended and too busy and too frightened to show them while they were standing in front of you asking you to. I pushed back from the table and stood up and went to the pantry door. I stood in front of it for a long time. The carving was at eye level. Voss above, stays below. The 2 different hands, the 2 different certainties pressed into the same wood. I put my fingertips on the letters of the lower word, on the uneven verticals of Eleanor's 9-year-old conviction, and I felt the shallow grooves of them against my skin. And then I spoke, not loudly, not formally, the way you speak to someone in a room when you are not certain they can hear you. But you have decided that the uncertainty is no longer a reason to stay quiet. I said what I needed to say. I said her name first. Ruth, both syllables equal weight, the way she had always said mine, and then I said the rest of it in the plain, specific language of a person who has finally stopped managing the distance between what she feels and what she is willing to say. I do not know how long I stood there. The kitchen light held its ordinary warmth around me. The stove ticked, at some point, from outside, from the direction of the water, from the channel where the anchor Thomas Voss had helped to set held its post in the cold current. The bell rang, single and clear, arriving through the walls as it always did. And the cottage, in the silence after it, was the quietest it had been since I arrived. Not empty quiet. Not the quiet of a place that holds nothing. The quiet of a place that has received what it needed and is, for the moment, at rest. I understood then, in a way I had not understood anything about this week until that moment, that the house had not been waiting for me to hear my mother. It had been waiting for me to speak to her, and that these were not the same thing at all, and that Eleanor Voss had known the difference when she was 9 years old and had built the space for it anyway, and left it here, and trusted that eventually the right person would arrive and use it. I called Patricia Hale again that afternoon, from the same cream-colored landline, and this time I did not have to explain why I was calling. I simply said that something had happened, and that I wanted to understand more of what she knew. And she said, in the same measured and unhurried way she said everything, that she would expect me at 7 that evening, and that she would have supper on. The road between the cottage and her house was a different road at night than it was in daylight. The snow from the previous day had compacted on the gravel surface and reflected the car's headlights back in a way that made the road seem to float slightly above the surrounding dark, a pale ribbon through the trees, and the trees on either side had lost their individual character in the darkness and become simply mass, a depth of shadow pressing in from both edges. I drove carefully and did not push the heater above the first setting because I wanted the cold of the outside air to stay marginally present, wanted to remain alert in a way that warmth tends to erode. The barn beside her house was lit from within, a single bulb visible through the high ventilation gap above the doors, casting a faint amber line across the snow of the yard. The house itself had lights in the downstairs windows and smoke rising from the chimney at the far end of the roofline, and the combined effect was of a place that had been occupied and tended for so long that it had learned to express welcome without effort or announcement. She met me at the side door again and led me through the mud room into a different room than before. Not the kitchen, but a sitting room at the back of the house, smaller and older feeling, with low bookshelves built into the walls on 3 sides and a fireplace that held the fire of the kind made with seasoned hardwood, the deep red coals of oak or maple that give off heat without much visible flame. 2 chairs were angled toward it, and a small table between them held 2 glasses and a bottle of something dark. "Sit," she said, and poured without asking, and I did not ask what it was. It turned out to be a Maine blueberry wine, tart and a little resinous, that tasted like autumn remembered in winter. It was the most comfortable I had felt in my body since arriving in Rockport. She sat in the other chair and looked at the fire for a moment, giving me the opening to begin, which I took. I told her what had happened. I told it sequentially and factually, beginning with listening to the voicemail all the way through and ending with what I had said aloud in front of the pantry door. I did not editorialize. I told it in the same careful, orderly way I had written my observations about the footprints in my notebook. Without conclusion, without interpretation, letting the sequence of events carry whatever weight it naturally held. When I finished, Patricia Hale was quiet for a moment, looking at the fire. "You said her name," she said, "before anything else." "Yes." She nodded as if this confirmed something specific. "That is how it works," she said. "The name first." Margaret understood that eventually. Eleanor had understood it from the beginning. In the instinctive way children understand mechanisms they have no language for yet. You have to name the person clearly, and you have to mean the specific individual, not the idea of them, not the role they held, not your grief for them, but them, their specific self. She turned from the fire and looked at me directly. The house cannot work with abstraction. It works with particularity. That is its nature. I thought about the specificity I had sat with that morning at the kitchen table. Ruth. 5 feet 3 inches. Whole wheat bread wrapped in a dish towel. Margins full of penciled notes. "How long have you known this about the house?" I asked. "My whole life," she said. "My grandfather told me when I was a girl, and his telling was matter of fact. The way people in this part of Maine talk about things that are simply true without requiring explanation. He had seen it himself, twice, in the years he owned the property before he passed it to my parents. He was a practical man. He believed in what he observed." She reached to the small table and refilled both glasses without being asked, and I registered the gesture as one of the more honest acts of hospitality I had encountered. Not performing care, but simply providing it. "Tell me about Eleanor," I said. "What happened to her after they left?" Patricia Hale set the bottle down. "She became a music teacher," she said. The fire held its quiet heat between us. I felt something move through me that I did not have a precise name for. Not surprise exactly, because surprise requires a gap between expectation and reality. But I was past the point where anything about this week was producing that particular gap. It was something closer to recognition. The specific chill of a pattern becoming visible. Where? I asked. Augusta, eventually. She taught piano for 40 years. She never married. She came back to Rockport once. In 1970-something, she was in her 40s by then, and she sat in the driveway of the cottage for 20 minutes in her car, and then drove away without coming in. My mother saw her from the window. Patricia Hale paused. My mother went out to speak with her, but Eleanor had already gone. She could not go in, I said. No, my mother thought she wanted to very much, but she could not. I looked at the fire. Because she had already done what she needed to do there, I said. When she was 9, she had already said it. Patricia Hale looked at me with an expression I had not seen from her before. Something warmer than her usual careful neutrality, a quality of recognition that moved briefly across her face before she returned to stillness. That is the most precise way anyone has ever put it to me, she said. We sat with that for a moment. The mechanism, I said. You used that word this afternoon, on the phone. You said the cottage has a history of providing the opportunity to hear what was not heard and to receive what was not received. I turned my glass in my hands. I want to understand it more exactly, not because I doubt what happened. I do not doubt it, not anymore. But because I am a person who needs to understand the structure of things, and I think you know more than you have told me. Patricia Hale was quiet for a long enough moment that I thought she might decline. Then she set her glass on the table and leaned back in her chair and looked at the ceiling, the posture of someone reaching for something stored at a height. And she began. Thomas Foss was a musician, she said. Not professionally. He worked the water, like most men in this part of Knox County in that era. But he played the fiddle primarily, and he had an unusual ability to hold pitch without a reference instrument. Perfect pitch, you would call it now. He could hear a note played once and reproduce it exactly, and he could sustain a pitch in his head across days and weeks without losing it. She lowered her gaze back to the fire. When the committee placed the bell buoy at the channel entrance, Thomas was the one who measured its tone against a tuning fork before the anchor went down. He wanted the note to be accurate. He cared about that, specifically, about the navigational bell producing a true pitch rather than an approximate one. She paused. It was B-flat. He chose it deliberately because it was the lowest note on Margaret's piano. He said it would carry further in fog. I set my own glass down. The piano he chose the note to match, I said, was removed from the cottage in 43. But the boy is still there. Yes, and the cottage walls still carry the resonance. My grandfather believed that the walls of a house, built as close to the water as that one absorbs the tones of what is played inside them, over time, the way wood absorbs moisture. He was not a mystical man. He was a carpenter. He understood materials. She folded her hands in her lap. He believed that 40 years of Margaret playing that piano, every morning, without exception, even after Thomas drowned, for 3 more years, had saturated the walls with the instrument's resonance, and that the buoy tone, arriving at the same pitch, every quarter hour, every day, for decades, had been. She stopped. Activating it, I said. That was his word, she said. Yes. The fire settled. A log dropped to a lower position in the grate with a soft collapse of ember and ash, and the heat in the room increased slightly and then leveled. But that is only the mechanism, I said. That is the acoustic explanation. The wood, the pitch, the resonance. It does not account for what is carried in the resonance, for the specificity of what a person hears or receives or... I stopped. I was working towards something I did not quite have language for yet. Eleanor's word, I said, stays. That is not acoustic. That is intentional. Patricia Hale looked at me steadily. No, she said, it is not acoustic. What is it? She was quiet for a long moment. The room held its fire warmth around us, the bookshelves on 3 walls pressing their accumulated patience into the air. My grandfather believed, she said, choosing each word with a particular care of a person quoting something they have held for a long time without being certain of their right to share it, that grief, when it is specific enough and honest enough, when it is directed at a particular person with enough exactitude, leaves a mark, not a metaphorical mark, an actual one, in a material of a place that was built to hold love between specific people. She paused. He said that Margaret's 3 years of playing that piano in that cottage, playing it for Thomas, playing it in the direction of the water where he had gone, had put something into the walls that was not acoustic, that it was Margaret's grief exactly, the specific substance of her love for a specific man, held in the material of a place that had been theirs. I was very still, and Eleanor's word, I said, completed the circuit. Patricia Hale tilted her head slightly. My grandfather's phrase was different. He said Eleanor sealed it. She looked at the fire. A house becomes what it holds over time. Most houses hold ordinary things, meals, arguments, the sound of children growing up, years of moderate happiness and moderate disappointment. They hold those things and they are what they are, which is enough. She was quiet for a moment. But occasionally a house holds something of extraordinary concentration, grief of sufficient precision, love of sufficient honesty, and the material of the place, the wood, the plaster, the glass, becomes something more than shelter. It becomes. She did not finish the sentence. A kept place, I said. She looked at me with that brief expression of warmth again. Yes, she said, exactly that. We sat together for a while after that without speaking, which was comfortable in the way of a silence that has been earned by the conversation preceding it. I finished my second glass. The fire burned down steadily, and neither of us moved to add to it, and the room cooled by degrees in a way that was not unpleasant, but simply honest, the warmth doing what warmth does, present, and real, and temporary. Before I left, she walked me back through the mudroom and handed me, at the side door, a slim volume she took from the shelf above the coat hooks, a collection of Maine coastal folklore, locally printed, the cover slightly water-stained. She had marked a page with a folded piece of paper. The entry on the Voss property, she said, 14 lines. Written in 1982 by a historian from the University of Maine who came to Rockport researching coastal legends. He got most of it wrong. The corner of her mouth moved, but the last 2 lines are accurate. I took the book. What do I do tomorrow? I asked. She looked at me with the directness that had characterized her from the first morning, the gaze of a person who gives real answers to real questions. You have heard, she said, and you have spoken. There is one thing remaining. She buttoned the top button of her cardigan against the cold coming through the open door. You need to go to the water. Blue Bill, not after it, not before, during. Stand on the rock and face the channel and say the last thing. Whatever is still inside you that has not yet been said, the thing you are still protecting yourself from saying. I stood in the cold of the doorway. How will I know what it is? I asked. You already know, she said. You have known since you arrived. You simply have not been ready to say it without walls around you. She closed the door gently, and the amber light of the mudroom window made a square on the snow of the yard, and I stood in it for a moment before walking to the car. The drive back to the cottage was very quiet. The trees on either side of the road held their shapes in the headlights, and then released them in the darkness, and I drove at a speed that was careful without being timid, and I thought about what remained unsaid inside me, and I found it without difficulty, the way you find a thing you have always known the location of. It was not forgiveness I needed to ask for. My mother had already given me that in the voicemail. and those final 32 seconds I had not been able to hear until the cottage made it possible. What remained was simpler and harder than forgiveness. I needed to tell her that she had been right, about what I was waiting for, about the life I was living at arm's length from itself, about all of it. The channel bell would ring at the quarter hour, and I would be on the rock when it did. And whatever the walls of that cottage had been holding and returning and keeping for 80 years, I understood now that it had been waiting not for the grief I carried, but for the specific truth I had not yet been honest enough to speak, and that the water, and the bell, and the kept place at the edge of it were all, finally, ready to receive it. I did not sleep that night, not from dread. I want to be precise about that, because precision matters in this account, and I have tried to maintain it throughout. It was not dread that kept me awake. It was something closer to the particular alertness of a person who has agreed to do something the following morning that requires their full capacity, and who understands that sleep would be a kind of evasion, not rest but retreat, the body finding its way around what the mind is committed to. I lay on top of the quilt fully dressed until 2 in the morning, and then I got up and sat in the darkened sitting room without turning on a lamp, and I thought about my mother with the specific and deliberate attention I had been practicing since the previous day. I thought about the September phone call. I do not mean I rehearsed it, turning it over looking for ways to redistribute its weight. I mean I sat with it honestly, in the dark, and let it be what it had been. A conversation between two people who loved each other and were frightened of the same thing for different reasons, and who had not yet developed sufficient courage to say so plainly. My mother had said, "I do not understand what you are waiting for, Claire," and I had heard it as accusation when it was in fact a question, a genuine one, asked by a woman who had spent 68 years learning the difference between a life postponed and a life inhabited, and who had watched her daughter make the same postponement for decades, with the helpless clarity of a person who can see the road from higher ground. She had not been angry. She had been afraid for me. I had not understood that until I sat in the dark of that cottage at 2 in the morning and allowed myself to hear the sentence again, without the armor of my own defensiveness around it. And when I heard it that way, as the question it actually was, I understood what my answer had always been, and why I had never been able to say it aloud. I did not know what I was waiting for. That was the honest answer. I had been waiting without an object, moving through a life of considerable external accomplishment, with the interior sensation of a person who is marking time against an arrival that never comes, and I had told myself this was discipline, or standards, or the particular demands of serious work. And none of those things were false, but none of them were the full truth either. The full truth was simpler and less flattering. I was afraid of the life I actually wanted because wanting it fully and failing to achieve it was a worse prospect than never fully wanting it at all. My mother had seen this. She had watched it for years, and in September, with the time visibly contracting, she had finally said it directly, and I had hung up on her. And 3 weeks later I had let her call good a voicemail. And 3 weeks after that I had let her die without speaking to her. And I had gone to a panel review instead and told myself the timing was not my fault, and almost believed it. At 4 in the morning the cottage was at its coldest, the stove having burned down hours before. The temperature in the sitting room dropped to something I could feel on the back of my hands and along the tops of my ears. I did not rebuild the fire. The cold felt appropriate, not punishing, not dramatic, just the honest ambient temperature of a February night on the Maine coast. The world at its most reduced and its most actual. At 6 I put my coat and boots on and went outside. The sky was clear and enormous, the stars in their winter positions burning with the particular intensity that comes just before dawn, when the atmosphere is at its driest and the light has no moisture to scatter through. The snow on the ground held a faint luminescence from the stars and from a half-moon low in the west, and the path toward the shore was visible without any other source of light, a slightly darker channel through the pale ground. I followed it down. The granite shelf at the shore's edge was clear of snow. The previous day's wind off the water had scoured it back to bare rock, and it was darker than the surrounding ground, absorbing what little light there was rather than reflecting it. I walked out to the edge where the rock dropped away to the winter beach below and stood there facing the channel. The water was black and very still, the kind of stillness that belongs to the hour before dawn, when the tide is neither coming nor going and the wind has not yet decided what the day will require of it. The far shore was invisible. The channel stretched away into a darkness that had depth to it, not the flat darkness of an unlit room, but the dimensional darkness of a space that continues beyond the limits of perception, that exists past the point where seeing is possible. I could not see the boy. I knew approximately where it was, from the direction the bell had always arrived, but in the dark and at this distance it was simply out there, present without being visible, doing its work without requiring acknowledgement. I checked my watch. 6:14. 1 minute. I stood on the granite shelf in the dark and cold, and I thought about what Patricia Hale had said. The last thing, whatever is still inside you that has not yet been said. The thing you are still protecting yourself from saying. And I had known, driving back from her house, what it was. I had found it easily, the way she had promised, because it had been there all along, not hidden, not buried, simply unspoken, held in the careful distance between what I felt and what I was willing to put into language. The bell rang. It came across the water in the dark with a clarity that the daylight hours never quite produced. Cleaner, more present, the tone carrying without any competition from wind or ambient sound, arriving at the shore and then continuing, moving through the cold air and reaching me where I stood and passing through me in the way that a true pitch passes through a body that is tuned to receive it. I spoke while it rang. Into the bell's tone beneath it carried on the same frequency of the cold winter air moving off the water. I said, "You were right." 3 words. Plain ones. The plainest available for what I meant, which was everything. You were right about the waiting. You were right about the life at arm's length. You were right that I was afraid, and you were right that the fear was not a reason but an excuse. And you were right that I was capable of more honesty than I had been offering, and you were right to say it when you did, in September, with the time running out, because if you had not said it plainly I would not be standing on this rock in the dark, at 6:15 in the morning in February in Maine, finally saying back to you what I should have said in September when you gave me the opening. The bell's tone faded. The silence after it was the deepest I had encountered anywhere in that week. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of completion, the particular quiet of a space in which something long suspended has finally been allowed to land, and then the cottage breathed. I heard it from 30 yards away, through the cold air and the dark, moving outward from the walls, the way warmth moves from a body, not directed, not aimed, simply present, radiating. The tone was the same one I had heard on the second and third nights. The B-flat pitched a half-step below the bell, the note Margaret had played every morning for 40 years in the direction of the water. But tonight it was not brief, not tentative, not the quality of something testing whether it was permitted to be heard. Tonight it was full, sustained, the long, even release of a breath held for longer than a breath should be held, finally allowed its full length. It lasted perhaps 8 seconds, then it softened, not cut off, but faded with the natural decay of a note played on a resonant instrument in a room with walls of old wood, the sound diminishing the way light diminishes at the end of a day, gradually, then completely, then replaced by a quality of air that is different from what preceded it. I stood on the rock for a long time after. The cold worked its way through the soles of my boots and into my feet, and I let it. The stars were beginning to lose their sharpest edges as the sky in the east showed the first gray suggestion of the coming day, a barely perceptible lightening at the horizon that you could convince yourself was not there if you looked directly at it, and could not deny if you looked slightly to the side. The water below the rock shelf moved in small, dark, patient surges against the beach gravel. The sound of it steady and rhythmic and without urgency, I thought about Thomas Voss setting the anchor for a bell buoy in 1931 and choosing its pitch to match the lowest note of his wife's piano. I thought about what it means to arrange the world in whatever small ways are available to you, so that the person you love will be able to hear you even after you have gone past the point of being audible by ordinary means. I thought about the specificity of that act. Not a grand gesture, not an announcement, but a private correspondence built into a navigational instrument. A message in a frequency only one person would know how to receive. I thought about my mother leaving 45 seconds on a voicemail that she knew I might not listen to for weeks, and the particular courage required to say what needed to be said into a machine, in an empty room, without knowing if the recipient was ready. We are all, I thought, sending signals into frequencies we cannot confirm are being received. We send them anyway. This is not foolishness. This is the most human thing there is. The sky had lightened enough now that I could see the water's surface, gray and still and very wide, the far shore beginning to emerge from the dark as a low, uncertain line. The buoy was visible, finally. A small, dark shape on the water's surface, barely distinguishable from the surrounding gray, doing its patient work in the channel as it had done for 90 years. I looked at it for a long time. Something had changed in the quality of the air between myself and the cottage. I noticed it without being able to specify it precisely. An alteration in the texture of the space, the way a room feels different after a window has been opened and then closed again. The air moved through and refreshed and returned to stillness. The cottage behind me was simply a cottage. White clapboard, a covered porch, a low granite shelf beneath it. Real and solid and ordinary in the early morning light, but the quality of its stillness was new, not empty. I want to be precise about this too, because the distinction matters. Not empty, but settled. The stillness of a place that has completed something rather than the stillness of a place that is still waiting. A pressure released, an account balanced, not closed. I do not think a place like that ever fully closes, but rested, at a point of temporary peace that it had not been at before I arrived and that would hold. I believed, for some time after I left. I turned and walked back up the path to the cottage. The door was unlocked, as I had left it, and the sitting room was cold and the stove held nothing but pale ash, and the morning light was just beginning to come through the east-facing window above the kitchen counter in a thin, pale bar that touched the edge of the pine table and stopped. I sat down in the wood stove chair without removing my coat, and I sat there in the cold and the early light with my hands in my lap for perhaps 20 minutes, and I felt, more completely than I had felt anything in a very long time, that I was exactly where I was supposed to be. There was a mug on the counter from the previous morning, rinsed and left upside down to dry. A library book I had not opened, the tide chart Patricia Hale had pointed out on the first day, folded to February, the numbers in their columns patient and indifferent and completely real. I turned the mug right side up. I filled the kettle. The ordinary world reconstituted itself around me with the quiet reliability of ordinary things, and I let it, and was grateful for it, because the ordinary world is what we live in and what we return to, and the capacity to return to it, genuinely, fully, with the whole of oneself present rather than a managed portion, is not a small thing. It is, in fact, the thing my mother had been asking me to practice for years, what the cottage had done, what Eleanor Voss had built into it at 9 years old, with a penknife and a certainty she had no adult language for, was not to change what I had done or undo the weeks I had lost or restore what the silence between my mother and me had cost both of us. It had done something both smaller and larger than that, which was to create the conditions under which I could finally stand in the full, unmanaged weight of my own life and find that I was not destroyed by it, and that there was still, despite everything, something left to build. I packed slowly, not with reluctance. I want to be precise about that distinction, because it matters, and because I have been imprecise about my own interior states for long enough that I am now committed, as a practice, to accuracy. It was not reluctance. It was the particular deliberateness of a person who understands that the way they leave a place is itself a kind of statement, and who wants the statement to be honest. I folded the clothes I had lived in for 5 days and set them in the bag in the order I would need them, which is not how I normally pack, but how I packed that morning, and the difference between the two felt meaningful in a way I did not try to articulate. I had woken late, past 9, which was unusual for me in any circumstance, and which told me something about the quality of the sleep I had finally achieved after returning from the shore. It had been the sleep of a body that had finished something and knew it, and I had surfaced from it gradually and without the defensive alertness that had characterized every other morning in that cottage, lying for several minutes in the simple awareness of where I was and what day it was, and what had happened the previous morning on the granite shelf in the dark. The bedroom had a different quality of light than it held on any previous morning. The frost flowers on the window glass were gone, not melted, because the temperature had not risen, but simply absent, the single pane glass clear for the first time since my arrival, and the light coming through it was direct and unfiltered and fell across the bed in a clean rectangle that moved slowly across the quilt as I lay there, keeping its honest appointment with the hour. I noticed this and I noted it, and I did not assign it more significance than it could honestly bear. Things happen in old houses. Glass clears, temperature shifts in ways that plaster and wood absorb and redistribute over time. I was done, I had decided, with the practice of explaining things smaller than they were, but I was equally done with the practice of enlarging them past the point of accuracy. What had happened in this house over the previous 5 days was what it was. It did not require either reduction or inflation to be extraordinary. After packing, I stripped the bed and folded linens at the foot of the mattress in the way the rental information suggested, and I washed the dishes I had used and dried them, and returned them to the cabinet where I had found them, and I swept the kitchen floor with the broom from the pantry and emptied the wood stove ash into the metal bucket beside it. These were small acts of care for a place that had provided something I could not have anticipated or arranged or achieved by any other means I could identify, and I performed them with the attention they deserved, which was considerable. Before I left, I stood in front of the pantry door one final time. I looked at the 2 carvings, Voss above, stays below, the 2 hands, the 2 certainties, and I put my fingers on the lower word the way I had several days before, feeling the shallow irregular grooves of Eleanor's 9-year-old penknife work, the not quite plumb verticals, the slightly wayward horizontal. I said quietly and without ceremony, "Thank you," not to the house, to Eleanor, who had understood something at 9 years old that I had needed 51 years and a week in a coastal Maine cottage to understand, which is that love requires active transmission, that it does not simply exist static and sufficient in the interior of a person who feels it, but must be sent, deliberately and specifically, in the direction of the person it belongs to, and that this sending is not weakness, but its opposite, and that the only genuine cost of it is the willingness to be fully exposed in the act. I picked up my bag and the library book Patricia Hale had lent me, which I intended to return before leaving, and I went out through the green door and locked it behind me and put the key back in the envelope on the porch railing and set the same piece of beach glass on top of it that had weighted the envelope when I arrived. It seemed right to close the circle in that small way. I did not examine the impulse, only followed it. The drive to Patricia Hale's house took the same 7 minutes it had taken every other time. The road through the maples and birches in the morning light completely legible now, its winter character clear and unambiguous. A road that went where it went without any of the dimensional uncertainty it had carried in the dark. She was in the barn when I pulled up, visible through the open upper half of the barn door, moving with the purposeful economy of a person in the middle of a task, and she came out when she heard the car and met me in the yard without hurrying. I gave her the book. "Did you read the last 2 lines?" she asked. "Last night," I said. The entry in the locally printed Folklore collection had described the Voss property in the vague, slightly romantic language of a historian more interested in atmosphere than precision, a house said to carry the voices of its earliest inhabitants, a channel bell of uncertain significance, a local tradition of pilgrimage among the grief-stricken. Most of it was, as Patricia Hale had said, wrong in the particular way of accounts assembled from second-hand sources by someone who had not been inside the place they were describing. But the last two lines were, "It is reported that those who have spoken honestly within its walls have left carrying something they did not arrive with. Whether this constitutes haunting or healing remains in Rockport an open question." Patricia Hale took the book and looked at me in the direct, assessing way she had from the beginning, and whatever she saw in my face appeared to satisfy the question she was asking, without words. "You went to the water," she said. "Before dawn," I said. "During the bell." She nodded, and the last thing she said, not a question. "Said," I said. She was quiet for a moment, holding the book against her chest with both hands, looking past me at the ridgeline of birch trees at the far edge of her property, where they caught the morning light along their upper branches. "How do you feel?" she asked. It was the most direct personal question she had put to me in any of our conversations, and it carried the particular weight of a question asked by someone who wants the honest answer and will recognize it if it arrives. I considered. "Like a window that has been opened," I said. "The room is colder, but the air is better." She looked at me then with an expression I had not seen from her before. Not warmth, exactly, though it contained warmth, but something more specific. The expression of a person who has been custodian of something difficult and valuable for a very long time, and who has just confirmed again that the thing is still working as it should. "Good," she said. Simply that. We stood in the yard for a moment longer, and then she reached into the pocket of her barn coat and took out a small object and held it toward me. It was a piece of beach glass, not the green piece from the porch railing, but a different one, white, or rather the particular not quite white of old glass that has been tumbled in salt water for long enough that its surfaces have acquired a matte opacity, all its original transparency worn away. The shape was irregular, roughly oval, smooth in the way that only long friction produces. "Eleanor left a collection of them on the windowsill of the bedroom," Patricia Hale said, "when she was a child. My grandfather kept them in a jar in the barn for decades, not knowing what to do with them. When he passed the property to my parents, the jar came with it." She turned the piece of glass in her fingers. "My mother began giving one to each person who left the cottage, having done what you have done. She said Eleanor would have approved. She set it in my palm. It is not a talisman. It is not a remedy. It is simply a piece of glass from a beach that a child picked up because she thought it was beautiful, and she was right." I closed my hand around it. It was cold from the barn, and then it was warm from my hand, and the transition between those two states happened quickly and without drama, the way most true things do. I drove south on Route 1 with the piece of glass and the cup holder beside me where I could see it, and the main coast moved past the windows in its winter register. The low gray-brown of the fields, the dark verticals of the spruce trees on the hillsides, the occasional glimpse of water between the landforms, flat and pewter-colored and entirely itself. I had the radio off. The heater was set to a moderate warmth, enough to keep the windshield clear without creating the sealed, slightly false comfort that full heat provides. I was thinking about my students. Specifically, I was thinking about a student named Marcus, a second year who had been in my theory seminar the previous fall, and to a genuine ability and a tremendous fear of it, the specific paralysis of a talented person who has not yet made peace with the exposure that talent requires. I had noticed it and had said nothing, which was a failure of a kind I recognized now with uncomfortable clarity. The professional version of the same evasion I have been practicing in my personal life, the tendency to see clearly and remain silent, to understand what someone needs and withhold it on the grounds that the timing was not right, or the relationship did not sanction directness, or the discomfort of saying the true thing outweighed the true thing, discomfort of leaving it unsaid. I thought about what I would say to Marcus when the semester resumed. I thought about it specifically and practically, the way I was learning to think about things. Not in general terms of intention, but in a concrete language of actual sentences spoken to an actual person in an actual room. I stopped for gas outside Bath, at a station with a small attached grocery where I bought a bottle of water and a sandwich and ate half of it standing at the hood of my car in the cold, watching the traffic on Route 1 move north and south with the ordinary purposefulness of people going about the middle of a weekday. A man filled his truck at the adjacent pump and nodded at me, and I nodded back, and the exchange was unremarkable and entirely pleasant. Two strangers briefly sharing a piece of geography without requirement or significance. I had not spoken to another person, other than Patricia Hale, since arriving in Rockport. I thought about that as I got back in the car, about the particular texture of 5 days of genuine solitude. Not the solitude of being alone in a city, surrounded by people you are simply not engaging with, but the structural solitude of a place where there is no ambient human presence to lean against, where you are required to exist without the low-grade social scaffolding that most of us use, without knowing we are using it, to avoid the full weight of our own company. It had been necessary. I understood that now. The cottage had been in the right place at the right time, and the combination of its history and its particular material nature and Patricia Hale's custodianship of both had provided something I could not have manufactured through any deliberate therapeutic process. But the solitude had been equally essential. The removal of all the ordinary mechanisms of avoidance, the colleagues and the coffee and the meetings and the comfortable noise of a professional life, leaving only the bare interior of a person who had some things to face and no more excuses not to face them. I was ready now for the noise. I was ready for the full re-engagement with the life I had been living at arm's length, not because the grief was finished. It was not finished and would not be for some time. And I had made a genuine peace with that understanding. But because I was no longer using the grief as a reason to remain at a distance from everything else. The grief was real, and it was mine, and I would carry it in the honest way, the way my mother deserved to be carried, which is present and specific and fully acknowledged rather than managed into a manageable corner of the daily schedule. I crossed the Kennebec at Bath in the early afternoon, the river below the bridge dark green and moving fast between its winter banks, chunks of shelf ice floating south in the current, with the unhurried confidence of things that know where they are going. I had crossed this same river 5 days ago in the opposite direction, in the dark and cold of a February morning, drinking gas station coffee and feeling the pull of the coast ahead of me without knowing what the coast was going to require. The difference between the person who had crossed this bridge northbound and the person crossing it now southbound was not dramatic. It would not be visible to anyone who knew me. I had not been transformed in the showy narrative sense of the word. I was still Claire Aldrich, 51 years old, a music theory professor at a Boston university, driving a sensible car on a coastal highway in February, with an uneaten half sandwich on the passenger seat and a library book she had already returned and a piece of sea-worn glass in the cup holder. But the window was open, the air was better, and the stone that had lived beneath my sternum since November was gone, replaced by something that was not its opposite. Not lightness, not relief, not the absence of weight, but something more like the honest weight of a life that has decided to be fully inhabited, present tense and specific and real, the way my mother had always wanted it to be, the way she had been telling me it needed to be, and the way I was finally at 51 in February, on a coastal highway in Maine with a piece of a dead child's beach glass collection, catching the afternoon light in the cup holder beside me. Prepared to let it be, I turned the radio on somewhere south of Brunswick, a classical station out of Portland, playing something I recognized after a few bars as a Satie gymnopée, the first one, which is not a sad piece but a patient one. I did not turn it off. I drove the last hour home through the coastal afternoon with my mother's favorite piece playing on the radio and my hands steady on the wheel, and it seemed to me that the space between where she had been and where I was going was not, as I had believed for 14 weeks, an absence, but a particular kind of distance that certain kinds of love know how to cross, and it already crossed and would keep crossing, in whatever frequencies the world makes available to those patient enough to listen. 3 weeks after I returned from Rockport, I went back to teaching. The semester had resumed without me. A colleague had covered my first 2 sessions with the gracious, slightly martyred competence of someone doing a favor they will not mention again, but will not entirely forget. And I walked into my theory seminar on a Thursday morning in early March carrying the same canvas bag I had carried into that room for 11 years, wearing the same kind of dark wool sweater I always wore in winter, and sat at the same position at the seminar table I had occupied since the university assigned me the room. Everything about the external arrangement was identical to what it had always been. The students noticed something different anyway. I did not see them notice it. I became aware of it gradually, across the first 20 minutes of that session, in the particular quality of attention they were giving me, more direct than usual, slightly more alert. The way an audience adjusts its posture when a performer has arrived at the stage differently than expected, when something in the bearing or the pace or the quality of presence signals that what is about to happen will require more of them than they had budgeted for. 14 graduate students. People I had taught for 1 or 2 years already. People who knew my habits and my standards and the specific rhythm of how I ran a seminar. They knew when something had changed. I did not address it directly. I taught the session on chromatic mediant relationships that I had planned for that week, and I taught it, I noticed with some surprise, differently than I would have taught it before Rockport. Not in content, but in quality of attention. I was less offended. I let the material breathe in a way I had previously been too controlled to permit, following the students' genuine confusions into territory that the lesson plan had not mapped, staying with the productive difficulty of an idea until it had actually resolved rather than moving on when the scheduled time for it had elapsed. The session ran 12 minutes over, and nobody left. Marcus was in the 3rd seat from the left where he always sat. After the others filed out, I asked him to stay for a few minutes, which was unusual enough that I saw the slight tightening around his eyes that means a person is rapidly cataloging what they might have done wrong. I waited until the room was empty, and then I told him plainly, in the direct and specific language I was practicing, that I had observed his ability and his fear of it, and that I believed the fear was costing him more than he understood, and that it was my failure as well as his that I had not said this earlier in the year when I first recognized it clearly. I told him what I thought he was capable of, in concrete terms, not encouragement, which is general, but assessment, which is specific and therefore honest and therefore useful. I told him that the exposure required by serious creative work is not a threat to the self, but an act of faith in it, and that the faith gets easier with practice, but does not get easier with avoidance. He was quiet for a moment after I finished. Then he said, "How do you know?" I said, "Because I have been practicing avoidance for a very long time, and I recently stopped, and the difference is significant." He nodded slowly, in the way of a young person receiving information they already knew from a source they had not expected to provide it. We sat for a moment in the particular companionable quiet of a room where something true has just been said, and both people in it know it. After he left, I sat at the seminar table alone for a few minutes. The room faced west, and the March light coming through the windows was thin and pale, and entirely without the warmth it would carry in 2 more months. The kind of light that is honest about what the season still is without pretending to be what it is not yet. I put both hands flat on the table and looked at them and thought about my mother's hands, which I had been allowing myself to think about with increasing specificity over the previous 3 weeks, finding that the specificity was not the wound I had anticipated, but the beginning of something else. Not healing, which is too clean a word, but a process of genuine integration, the experience becoming part of the structure of the self rather than an intrusion upon it. I had called my mother's sister, my Aunt Barbara, in the 2nd week after returning. Barbara was 74, and lived in Providence and had been at my mother's bedside when she died, a fact I had known and not known simultaneously for 14 weeks, had kept at the exact distance that allowed me to continue functioning without fully registering its weight. I had called her on a Sunday evening, and I had not prepared what I was going to say, which was itself a departure from how I had previously managed difficult conversations. I simply called and let the conversation be what it was going to be. Barbara wept. Not immediately. She was a composed woman, a retired social worker, a person who had spent a career managing her own reactions in order to hold space for other people's. But, about 15 minutes in, when I told her that I had finally listened to my mother's voicemail all the way through, she wept, and I let her, and I did not perform the brisk competence I would previously have deployed to move us both past the discomfort of her tears. She told me things about my mother's last days that I had been unconsciously protecting myself from knowing. Small things, mostly. The novel she had been reading, left face down on the nightstand at the page where she stopped. The specific piece of music she had asked the hospice aide to play on the portable speaker in the afternoon. The way she had spoken about me in those last days. Not with the complicated mixture of love and frustration that had characterized our recent relationship, but with a simplicity that Barbara described as settled. She said your mother seemed, in those last weeks, like a person who had finished the part of a conversation she needed to finish, and was at peace with the silence that followed. I had not been able to receive that before Rockport. I received it now. The piece of beach glass was on my desk at home, beside the lamp I read under in the evenings. I had not placed it there with any ceremony. I had simply taken it from my coat pocket when I returned and set it on the desk, because that was where I set things I wanted to see regularly, and it had remained there, acquiring the particular significance of objects that are present at the beginning of a changed period of life. Not magical, not totemic, simply real and specific, and a reminder of the difference between a life managed from a careful distance and a life inhabited from its actual interior. I've been thinking, in those 3 weeks, about what I was waiting for. My mother's question, the one I had heard as accusation in September and had finally, in the dark of a Maine cottage at 2 a.m, understood as genuine inquiry. What I had found, sitting with it over the weeks since Rockport, was that the answer was evolving. Not that it was becoming clearer exactly, but that it was becoming more honest, which is a different thing. The cleaner version of the answer, the one I had arrived at in the sitting room of that cottage, was that I had not known what I was waiting for, that I had been postponing without an object. That was true. But the more honest version, which I was still working toward with the patience that real honesty requires, was that I had known for some time what I wanted the life to contain, and had been deferring it on the grounds that the conditions were not right, the timing was not optimal, the foundations needed to be more secure before I could begin building what I actually wanted to build. The conditions are never right. The timing is never optimal. The foundations are never as secure as a person who is afraid of exposure would require before they could feel justified in proceeding. My mother had known this. She had tried to give me the knowledge on multiple occasions and in multiple registers, directly and gently, and finally directly again. In September, when she was running out of time for gentleness, I had heard it now. I was working out what to do with it. The practical changes were small and were accumulating. I had called my brother in San Diego, whom I had been speaking to at intervals of several months for years, and I had suggested we talk weekly, which had surprised him into a silence of several seconds before he agreed. He was a different kind of person than I was, warmer, less defended, better at the ordinary maintenance of affection, and talking to him weekly was both easier and harder than I'd expected. Easier because he met every conversation without the guardedness I'd anticipated, and harder because his openness required a reciprocal openness from me that I was still learning how to produce, consistently rather than in carefully selected moments. I had agreed to have dinner with a friend named Joanna, whom I had been declining dinner invitations from for the better part of a year, on the grounds of busyness, which was partially true and substantially a form of the same evasion I had been practicing across all the available surfaces of my life. Joanna was a painter. quick and irreverent and honest, in the unguarded way of people who have made a practice of paying close attention to the visible world. And dinner with her lasted 4 hours and involved a conversation about fear and creative work that I would not have been able to participate in fully 3 weeks earlier, and that I found, afterward, had shifted something in me that I had not known was still sitting in place. I had not yet done the larger things. I was aware of what they were. There was a program I had wanted to pursue for years, a summer institute at a music conservancy in Vermont that offered a collaborative composition residency for established theorists who wanted to move from analysis into creation. I had not applied because I had told myself that my research obligations made it impractical, which was partially true and substantially a lie. I had the application materials on my desk, printed and annotated in the margins with the neat, small handwriting I used when I was taking something seriously. There was a conversation I needed to have with my department chair about the structure of my teaching load, which had been calibrated for years around the assumption that I would always prioritize availability for administrative service over the research and creative work that was, if I was honest, the part of the position I had originally wanted when I took the job. I had been deferring this conversation for 3 years because it required me to say plainly what I wanted rather than what was convenient for the institution to hear, and I was not yet fully comfortable with that particular form of exposure, but I was considerably closer to it than I had been. These were not dramatic changes. They would not be visible to anyone observing the external shape of my life, but the difference between a life that is moving in the direction of what it actually wants and the life that is marking time in the direction of what is manageable is not always visible from the outside, and I had stopped requiring external legibility as a condition of internal action. I was writing this account. I had begun it in the 2nd week after returning, at the kitchen table of my apartment in Boston, on a Tuesday evening in February, when the temperature outside had dropped below 0, and the radiator in the corner of the room was making the particular percussive sound it makes in extreme cold. I had sat down without a plan for what I was going to write, and had simply begun at the place that felt most honest, which was with the admission I put in the opening paragraphs, that I had not gone home when my mother was dying, and that I had a reason, and that the reason had not been sufficient. I had been writing it in the hours between 9 in the evening and midnight, after the day's work was finished. Not every night, but most nights. The account was longer than I had anticipated and more specific than I had originally intended, and I had not decided what to do with it when it was finished, whether it would remain private, whether it would find some other form, whether the act of writing it was sufficient in itself and the question of its destination was secondary. What I understood was that the writing was its own form of transmission, its own signal sent into a frequency I could not confirm was being received. And I understood also that this was not a reason to stop. Outside my apartment window, in the evenings when I wrote, the city produced its ambient sound, traffic and voices and the occasional siren moving east toward the hospital, the low conversational roar of a dense urban environment that I had ceased, somewhere in the years of careful management, to actually hear. I was hearing it again, not always, not perfectly, but with a regularity that told me the attention was coming back online, the sensory engagement with the immediate and actual world that gets rooted around when a person spends too much of their energy managing the distance between themselves and it. My mother had lived in a city her whole adult life and had never once stopped hearing it. I was going back to Rockport in the spring. I had told Patricia Hale this in a brief message sent 2 weeks after returning, and she had replied in the same careful, measured way she replied to everything, saying that the cottage would be available in May, and that the spring was a different experience, and that she looked forward to seeing me. I did not know what I would find there in May. I did not know whether the cottage would carry the same quality of presence it had held in February, or whether what I had experienced was specific to the particular confluence of the season and my state of arrival, and the readiness that I had not known I possessed until the house found it. I was prepared for either possibility. What I was not prepared to do was stay away. The account was nearly finished. I could feel it, the way you feel the approach of the end of a piece of music you know well. not from knowing the notes that remain, but from the quality of what has already been played, the accumulated weight of it indicating that the resolution is close and that the close will not be loud, but will be the quietest moment of the whole. I wrote late into the night on a Thursday in mid-March. The radiator quiet for once. The city doing its patient work outside the window. The piece of beach glass catching the lamplight in the corner of my desk with its matte sea-worn opacity. I wrote until I reached the place where the account needed one more movement, to be honest. And I set down the pen and sat for a moment in the ordinary warmth of my ordinary room. And I understood that the last thing the account required was the thing I had been moving toward since the first sentence. Not a conclusion, because this is not the kind of story that concludes, but a return. A deliberate going back to the place where something was given, and finding the right way to acknowledge that the gift had been received and was being used, which is the only form of gratitude that means anything. The kind that shows up in the changed quality of a life rather than in the saying of thank you. I drove north again on a Friday in the second week of May. The road was the same road. That sounds obvious, but I mean it as an observation rather than a statement of geography. The same Route 1 corridor through the mid-coast, the same sequence of small towns and salt marshes and stands of softwood coming down to the highway's edge, the same succession of roadside businesses with their hand-lettered signs and their patient, year-round familiarity. I had driven this road in February in the dark and cold of early morning with gas station coffee going cold in the cup holder and the particular interior weight of a person carrying something she had not yet found a way to set down. I drove it now in the mid-morning of a May day with the windows cracked 2 inches and the air coming through carrying the first genuine warmth of the season, a warmth with substance to it rather than the thin provisional warmth of early spring. The kind that arrives in May on the Maine coast and reminds you that summer is a real thing that actually happens, rather than a rumor the winter months circulate. The trees were in full leaf. That was the most fundamental difference from February, and also the one that changed everything else. The road that had been a corridor through bare structure was now a corridor through density, the maples and birches in full green canopy overhead. The light coming through them dappled and shifting and alive with the movement of leaves in the light wind. The landscape had recovered its full dimensionality. The world was, again, layered. I had the application for the Vermont composition residency on the passenger seat, printed and signed, and ready to be mailed. I had decided sometime in the previous week that mailing it on the way out of the city was not sufficient, that I wanted to take it with me, carry it north, and mail it from the post office in Rockport on Saturday morning. This was not a rational decision. It was a decision made by the part of me that understands symbolic action, that knows certain things need to be completed in certain places for the completion to be fully real. I had stopped being embarrassed by that kind of knowing. The envelope was addressed in my clearest handwriting. I was not going back to the cottage. This had been the clearest and most certain part of the plan since I had confirmed the trip with Patricia Hale in April. I was going to Rockport, and I was going to walk, and I was going to do what she had described in our last conversation as the act of deliberate completion. Not inside the kept place, not in the walls that had held what they held for 80 years, and would continue to hold it long after I was done requiring it, but in the territory around it, the town, the harbor, the road between the cottage and the water, the places that had been the backdrop of the 5 days in February, rather than the place itself. Patricia Hale had told me, in the message I received 2 weeks before the trip, that this was the natural movement, that the people who came back to Rockport after what she carefully called a significant stay did not generally return to the cottage itself, but to the surrounding geography, the way you return to a neighborhood where something important happened rather than standing outside the specific building. She said Eleanor Voss had understood this when she sat in her car in the driveway in the 1970s and did not get out. Not because she could not face it, Patricia Hale believed, but because she understood that going in again was not what the moment required. What it required was simply the presence. Simply being in the territory and acknowledging, without words and without ceremony and without requiring anything from the place in return, that it had given something that had mattered. I arrived in Rockport at 11 in the morning. The harbor in May was a different world from the harbor in February. Boats at their moorings, the water blue rather than gray, a handful of people moving along the dock with the purposeful leisure of people beginning a weekend. The smell off the water was salt and diesel, and the particular organic richness of a working harbor warming into a season. I parked along the harbor road and got out and stood for a moment with my hands in the pockets of my jacket, simply being in the place. I had not expected it to feel the way it felt. I had anticipated something more dramatic, a recognition, a response, some quality of the air or the light that would signal that the territory knew I had returned. What I found instead was simpler and more honest than that. Rockport in May was Rockport in May, entirely itself, making no particular accommodation for my presence or my history with it. The harbor smelled of the harbor. The boats moved on the water with the mild, purposeful rocking of boats at their moorings. Two men on the dock were discussing something practical, their voices carrying across the water in the easy, unguarded way of people who have known each other long enough that they no longer monitor the volume of their own conversation. The world was simply there, available and undemanding and real. I walked along the harbor for 20 minutes and then took the road south toward the cottage's access road. Not to go down it, but to stand at its entrance. The gravel road descended through the same trees. In May they were fully leafed on both sides, the canopy overhead creating a tunnel of green that in February had been bare structure. I stood at the entrance and looked down the road and could see, at the far end of it where the trees thinned, a glimpse of white clapboard that was probably the cottage's southern wall, partly obscured by the new growth on the property's edge. I stood there for perhaps 5 minutes. I did not go down the road. I did not need to go down the road. What I had needed from that place I had taken with me when I left in February, carried it south in a cup holder alongside a piece of sea-worn glass, driven it across the Kennebec, and through the salt marshes in the broadening suburbs and back into the city, and set it down on a desk under a lamp where I could see it every evening. The debt of presence I owed to the place was not a debt that required me to stand inside it again. It required me to stand in its territory and acknowledge, honestly and without ceremony, that the account between us was not closed, because that kind of account does not close, but that it was, for now, in balance. I said nothing aloud. This was not the moment for speech. This was the moment for standing still in the May morning with the light coming through the maple leaves in shifting patches and the sound of the water from the far end of the road, carrying faintly, through the new growth, the irregular surge and withdrawal of it against the rock, patient and indifferent and entirely continuous, the sound it had been making before the cottage was built and would be making when the cottage was gone. After a while I turned and walked back toward the harbor. Patricia Hale was waiting at the harbor road. She had told me in her message that she would be there at noon if I wanted company, and it was noon, and she was there, in the same dark wool coat she had worn in February, which I understood now was simply the coat she wore rather than a seasonal choice, a permanent outer layer for a woman who spent a great deal of time outdoors in all weather. She was standing at the low wall above the harbor with her back to me, looking at the water, and she did not turn around when I approached, which told me she had heard my footsteps and recognized them, or had simply decided that turning around was not necessary. I stood beside her at the wall and looked at the harbor. After a moment she said, "How is the account coming?" She knew I had been writing. I had told her in April, explaining that I wanted to set down what had happened as precisely as I could while the precision was still available to me. She had received this information without surprise, which I had by then stopped finding surprising in her. "Nearly finished," I said. "One more part." She nodded. "The return," she said. "Yes." We stood at the wall for a while in the comfortable quiet that had characterized every conversation between us. The harbor moved below us with its May business, boats and water, and the mild industry of a coastal town beginning its warmer season. A herring gull landed on the top of the nearest pier post and regarded the water with the focused, professional attention of a creature that has been doing a particular job for a very long time and has refined the method to its essentials. The composition residency, I said. I am mailing the application tomorrow morning. Patricia Hale turned to look at me then, for the first time since I had joined her at the wall, and the expression on her face was the one I had seen twice before, the brief warmth, the quality of recognition. It lasted a moment and then returned to its usual stillness. Good, she said. One word. The same word she had used in February, when I told her the last thing had been said. I understood that this was not a limited vocabulary, but a precise one. That good, in Patricia Hale's usage, meant something more specific than its ordinary weight, meant something closer to, this is what was supposed to happen, this is the shape of it, this is the account moving in the direction it was always meant to move. She reached into the pocket of her coat and took out a small piece of paper, folded once, and held it toward me. Eleanor's address in Augusta, she said. Where she taught. The school closed in 2003, but the building is still there. If you ever find yourself in that part of the state. I took the paper. Is she still alive? I asked. She would be 91, Patricia Hale said. I do not know. She looked back at the harbor. I have not tried to find out. Some things are better left as possibilities rather than confirmed one way or the other. I folded the paper and put it in my jacket pocket, next to the sealed envelope for Vermont. We stood at the wall until 1 o'clock, talking about ordinary things. The harbor's summer schedule, a repair that the road committee was planning on the coastal route, the particular quality of the May light on Penobscot Bay, which Patricia Hale described as the best light of the year, better even than September, because it had the full warmth of the coming season without the knowledge of what comes after it. She said this without sentimentality, as a simple meteorological fact. When I left, she did not embrace me, which I had not expected, and which was right. She shook my hand with both of hers, briefly, and said to come back when the account was finished and she would read it if I wanted her to. I said I would. I drove south in the early afternoon through the fully leafed May landscape, the world dense and green and alive on both sides of the highway, the light in the western sky beginning its long, gradual May descent toward an evening that would not arrive until nearly 8 o'clock. The envelope was on the passenger seat. The piece of beach glass was in the cup holder. The folded paper with Eleanor's address was in my jacket pocket, resting against my ribs. I was thinking about what Patricia Hale had said about possibility, about the value of leaving certain things unconfirmed, keeping them in the territory of the open rather than the territory of the known. I understood this, and I understood also that it applied to more than Eleanor Voss. The life I was returning to was fuller of unconfirmed possibilities than the life I had left in February, and this was not uncertainty but the correct condition of a life that has decided to be actually alive rather than securely managed. The application in the envelope beside me might be declined. The conversation with my department chair when I finally had it might go badly. Marcus might not find his way past the fear. The composition I had been slowly, tentatively beginning in the margins of the theory work might be nothing of value. Or none of those things might be true. The road ran south through the afternoon. The salt marshes appeared and widened at the coast's edge, the tall grass catching the light and moving in long, slow waves with the wind off the water. The color of them in May a particular bright yellow-green that does not exist in any other season. I had not seen this landscape in May in many years. I had been on this road in winter and in summer, passing through rather than arriving, covering the distance between places rather than being in any of them. I was in it now. The marsh grass moved in the wind, and the light was long and warm on the coastal plain, and somewhere behind me, in a channel north of Rockport, a bellbuoy sounded the quarter hour in B-flat into the open air above the water, and there was no one close enough to hear it. And it rang anyway, the way it always had, because that is what it was built to do, to sound its one true note into whatever silence was available without requiring confirmation that the note had reached anyone, without requiring anything at all except the faith that a signal sent honestly into the right frequency will, in time, find the ear it was made for. I did not hear it from where I drove, but I knew it rang. The Onestead, the specific cold of a Maine autumn, salt air carrying the smell of low tide and old wood, the sound of a bellboy in fog heard from a house where all the windows faced the water, and the way the town's main street empties completely after 7 in the evening, as if the residents have decided, collectively, not to be outside after dark. I did not go to Maine to grieve. I went because my attorney told me to take 3 weeks away from the house before the civil proceedings resumed, and because the only other option was sitting at that kitchen table again, watching the shape the lamplight made on the wall, and I had been doing that for long enough. I booked a small rental cottage outside Rockport through a website I had never used before. The listing described it as a writer's retreat. I was not a writer. I was a 67-year-old woman with a folder of legal documents on her passenger seat and a thermos of tea that had gone completely cold somewhere around Portland. The drive up the coast had a particular quality I had not expected. The light kept changing. One moment it was the flat gray of an overcast Thursday afternoon in late October, and the next it was this strange amber, low and sideways, the kind of light that makes everything look like it is being remembered rather than actually seen. I told myself I was tired. I have been telling myself I was tired for 14 months. It was the most honest lie I had ever told. I pulled off the highway once, just north of Camden. At a gas station it smelled of diesel fuel, and something faintly sweet underneath it, the way old coastal buildings sometimes do when the salt air has been working on the wood for long enough. A woman behind the counter was knitting something dark red. She did not look up when I came in. I bought a bottle of water and a package of crackers I did not want, and I stood there for a moment in the warmth of the overhead lights, listening to the hum of the refrigeration units and the distant sound of water I could not yet see. The ocean was close. I could feel it before I could hear it. I had not been to Maine in over 30 years. Thomas and I had come once, early in our marriage, on a trip that was supposed to be a second honeymoon, but that I remember mainly for a long argument about directions and a lobster roll I ate alone at a dock, while he made a phone call he said was about work. Standing in that gas station, I was struck by how ordinary the memory was. How perfectly, completely ordinary. 30 years of similar memories, stacked end to end, and none of them had made me suspicious. Not one. I was not angry at myself for that. I had been angry at myself for it in the months immediately after Lucas told me everything, but that anger had burned through its own fuel and gone quiet. What remained was something more precise, an interest in the facts, a need to understand the exact shape of the thing, the way you trace the edges of a wound, not because you want to hurt yourself further, but because you need to know how deep it went. The cottage was at the end of a gravel road that turned left off the main coastal highway, and then seemed to forget it was a road at all, narrowing to 2 tire tracks through tall grass with the ocean visible through scrub pines to the right. I drove slowly. A sign on a post said the property name in hand-painted letters, the paint worn back to bare wood in places. I noticed the sign had been repainted over several times, each layer a slightly different shade of white. I did not know why I noticed that. My mind does that. Finds small structural details and holds them too tightly when larger things feel impossible to hold. The cottage was smaller than the photograph suggested, but it was exactly what I needed without knowing I had needed it. White clapboard, black shutters, a small porch facing the water with 2 wooden chairs that had obviously spent the summer outside and had not been brought in yet. The windows were tall and single-paned, the kind that let you feel the weather without exposing you to it. Inside, someone had left a lamp on in the front room, the low, warm kind that makes a space feel inhabited even when no one is home. I stood in the doorway for a moment before going in. I thought about the crackers on the passenger seat that I had not eaten. I thought about whether I had remembered to forward my mail. I thought about a loose hinge on the back door at home that a handyman had scheduled to repair 3 weeks from now, and whether I should have canceled the appointment. I was thinking about the hinge because I did not want to think about the fact that I was standing alone in a doorway in Maine in October at 67. After 41 years of a marriage, I now understood the way you understand a book you have been reading in a foreign language. Certain of the general story, wrong about nearly every particular. I went inside and set my bag down and stood at the window that faced the water. The ocean was gray and very large. A bell buoy was ringing somewhere in the fog, a sound that arrived and faded in a slow rhythm that had nothing to do with urgency and everything to do with patience. I had not heard a sound like that in a long time. I pressed my palm against the cold glass and watched the fog move. The cottage had a small fireplace and someone had stacked 3 logs beside it, enough for one fire. I thought about lighting it, but did not. Instead, I made tea in the narrow kitchen using the electric kettle on the counter, and I sat in a chair that faced the window, and I drank the tea while the light outside finished its slow collapse toward dark. By the time I set the mug down, the water was invisible. Only the bell buoy remained. I had no plans for the following day. That was deliberate. My attorney had told me to rest. My doctor had told me to rest. Everyone who knew what had happened told me I needed to stop moving and stop processing and stop building the case in my head. Because the case was already built and the work was done. They were right about the work. They were not right about what happened when I stopped. Because when I stopped, I was simply Eleanor, in a chair, in a cottage, in Maine. And the only question left was the one I did not know how to answer. Not who Thomas had been. Not what he had done. Not even what he had stolen. The question was simpler and harder than any of those. The question was, who was I? Now that the story I'd been living inside had turned out to be something else entirely. Outside, the bellboy rang its patient note through the dark. I left the lamp on when I went to bed. The fog was still in the harbor when morning came, and from the window of the cottage, I could see the shape of the water without seeing the water itself, and something about that felt entirely familiar, as if the whole coastline had been describing my life back to me before I had arrived to hear it. The town of Rockport in late October had the quality of a place that had already said goodbye to something, and was not yet sure what to do with the quiet that followed. I drove in the next morning along a road that was curved between stone walls built low against the land, the kind of walls that have been repaired so many times over so many generations that the original intention of them has become indistinguishable from the habit of maintaining them. Maples lined the road in their final color, not the vivid red of a photograph, but something deeper and more complicated, a bruised amber that seemed to be surrendering rather than displaying. I had not slept well, not badly, not the spinning wakefulness of the worst months after the funeral, but lightly, as if some part of me had decided to keep a watch I had not authorized. I woke twice to nothing, no sound, no disturbance, only the particular quality of air in an unfamiliar room and the knowledge that I was far from the kitchen table and the lamp and the life I was trying, for 3 weeks, to set down. I had brought a notebook. I had not opened it. I parked near the harbor and walked the main street without a destination, which was unusual for me. I had spent 41 years being a woman who moved through the world with a purpose in each hand. Groceries, appointments, the management of a household that now struck me as having been, in the most literal sense, managed, kept functional and orderly on behalf of a performance I had not known I was part of. Walking without direction felt strange in the way that standing up too quickly feels strange. A brief vertigo, then steadier footing. A bakery was open on the corner. The warmth that came through the door as a couple exited was brief and specific, butter and something with cardamom, and I stepped inside without fully deciding to. The woman behind the counter was perhaps 70, perhaps older, with the particular kind of unhurried competence you see in people who have done one thing their entire lives, and arrived at a complete peace with it. She had a small hearing aid in her left ear that she touched once, absently. While I studied the display case, I ordered a coffee and a slice of something with dried cranberries that I did not truly want, and carried both to a table by the window where I could watch the harbor. The boats were mostly hauled for the season. Those that remained were working vessels, lobster boats and one or two small draggers. Their hulls, the particular dingy white of things, kept functional rather than beautiful. I sat with my hands around the coffee cup and looked out at the empty slips and thought about what it meant to haul something out of the water and put it away before winter. The deliberateness of it, the decision that the season was finished, that further exposure would damage what you valued, and so you lifted it clear and stored it somewhere dry and waited for conditions to change. Thomas had never done anything with that kind of care. I understood that now with the clean, cold precision of hindsight. He had maintained things only as long as maintenance served him. The house, the marriage, me. I realized I was gripping the coffee cup too hard. I set it down carefully. The bakery filled slowly over the next half hour. An older man in work clothes ordered without looking at the menu. Two women sat in the far corner and spoke quietly over a shared pastry. A child moved along the display case with her nose close to the glass, breathing small circles of condensation onto it. Normal Thursday morning life, inside a warm room, in a town that did not know me. I felt for the first time in a very long time, invisible in a way that was not painful. When I brought my cup back to the counter, I asked the woman whether there was anything worth seeing along the coastal path north of town. She looked at me with a directness that was not unfriendly. "Depends on what you were looking for," she said. I told her I did not entirely know. She considered this for a moment, touching the hearing aid again. "The Whitmore Point Trail is worth it before the weather closes in," she said. "Follow it to the end rather than cutting back at the viewpoint. Most people cut back. There's a small building at the end of the path, a caretaker's cottage. Margaret is usually there on weekday mornings. She knows that stretch of coast better than anyone living." I thanked her and went back out into the cold. The trail began at a gravel pull-off north of town, where a hand-lettered sign on a post had faded to near illegibility. The path wound along the top of a low bluff, the land to one side dropping in rough granite shelves toward the waterline, the land to the other side thickening into stands of spruce and white birch, whose branches had gone bare and were now moving in the wind with a sound like distant, careful applause. I walked for 20 minutes before the viewpoint, which was a flat granite outcropping above a small cove where the water had a particular dark green quality I had not seen from the cottage. A bench had been installed at the viewpoint, painted green, the paint splitting along the grain of the wood. Someone had left a small stone on the bench's arm, the kind of thing people do without quite knowing why. Most people cut back here. I did not. The trail continued northward, narrowing, the spruce closing in on either side until the branches were touching overhead, and the light became the particular low and filtered gray that spruce forest makes of an overcast sky. My shoes were not ideal for the terrain. I had brought sensible shoes, but not trail shoes. I thought about this. I thought about the shoe question with a focused attention that had very little to do with shoes, and I kept walking. The caretaker's cottage appeared where the trail emerged from the spruce line onto a small, cleared headland. It was stone-built, old, low to the ground, with a single window facing the water and a chimney from which smoke rose in a thin and completely vertical line in the still air. I stood at the edge of the clearing for a moment. The cottage had the quality of a place that had not been built so much as arrived at, as if the stone had simply decided, over a very long period of time, to take that particular shape in that particular place. A wooden chair sat beside the door. On it was a mug, steam rising. Someone was home. I knocked. 3 times, not too loud. The knock of a person who is genuinely uncertain whether they should be here. The woman who opened the door was perhaps 80, with close-cut white hair and eyes of a gray so pale they read in the low light as almost colorless. She was wearing a heavy wool sweater, the color of dried seagrass, and she was looking at me with an expression that was neither surprised nor particularly welcoming, but that was, unmistakably, attentive. "The bakery sent you," she said. It was not a question. "A woman there mentioned your name," I said. "Margaret." She studied me for a moment. Her gaze had a quality I could not immediately name. The sense of a person who has learned to read something in a face before the face's owner has said anything worth reading. "Come in," she said. "You look like someone who has been carrying a weight for longer than carrying was ever meant to last." I followed her inside. The interior was one room, warm, with a wood stove occupying the corner and a table against the window wall, and 2 chairs facing the stove at an angle that suggested long familiarity with exactly this arrangement. She gestured at one chair, and I sat in it. The warmth of the stove reached me immediately, the specific deep heat of a fire that has been burning for hours, and I felt the muscles across my shoulders release in a way I had not noticed they were held. She brought a second mug and set it on the table beside me without asking. "Strong tea, no milk." For a moment neither of us spoke. "I do not know why I walked this far," I said finally. "I am here for 3 weeks. I am meant to be resting." "What are you resting from?" she asked. I looked at the stove. The iron door had a small casting of a wave along its lower edge, decorative, worn smooth by years of hands. I told her, not the whole of it, not the investigation, not the warrants, not the precise mathematics of what had been stolen and recovered, but the shape of it, the husband, the funeral, the grocery store 6 months later, the face that should not have been possible, the son who already knew. Margaret listened the way very few people listen, without preparing her response while I was still speaking. She held her mug in both hands and looked at the stove and did not move. When I finished, she did not say she was sorry. She did not say it was unimaginable. She did not offer me the look I had grown accustomed to, the particular mixture of pity and discomfort that people produce when a story exceeds the bandwidth of their available sympathy. She said, "The sea has a word for that." I waited. "Something that was given to it under false terms," she said. "The water knows the difference. It always has, along this coast. The old families here will tell you. What is offered honestly, the water keeps. What is offered dishonestly, the water eventually returns." I did not know what to say to that. "Your grief," she said carefully, "was honest, even if the thing you were grieving was not." Outside, the wind had come up. The spruce at the edge of the clearing moved in a long, slow wave. I wrapped both hands around the mug she had given me and let the heat travel into my palms, and I thought not about Thomas, not about the legal proceedings or the recorded lunch or the moment I had stood in a stranger's backyard and watched the color drain from a man's face, but about a small thing, a private and specific small thing, which was that I had not cried since the night Lucas told me everything, and I did not know whether that meant I had run out of tears, or whether it meant something else entirely. Margaret was looking at the stove. "There is a service," she said, "that the families here have practiced for a very long time, for the honestly grieved." She paused. "Come back tomorrow morning, early, before the tide turns. I will tell you the rest of it then." I set the mug down. The stove ticked once in the silence, a small metallic sound, precise and final. The walk back along the trail was different in the afternoon light. The spruce shadows angled now in a direction they had not been before, and I understood, moving through them, that I had not come to Maine to rest at all. I had come without knowing it, because something in this coast had been expecting exactly this kind of grief, and had been patient about the waiting. I did not sleep the full night through, but I slept deeper than I had in months, and when I woke it was still dark outside, and the quality of the dark was different from the dark at home, less familiar, less loaded with the specific weight of a house that knew me too well and had too many rooms that still held the shape of a life I was trying to relearn. I lay still for a few minutes and looked at the ceiling. I was thinking about Margaret's hands around her mug, the steadiness of them, the way she had listened without filling the silence with anything unnecessary. I'd spent 14 months surrounded by people who felt compelled to fill every silence. Doctors, attorneys, the cousins who called after Lucas was taken, Lucas's wife with her short shaking message, even my closest friend, Patricia, who flew in from Vancouver in the days after the warrants, had a habit of finishing my sentences when I paused too long, as if the pause itself were dangerous. Margaret had not done that. I got up at 5:30 and made coffee in the cottage kitchen and stood at the counter drinking it in the dark, watching the window for the first change in the sky. The counter had a small crack running along one edge of the tile, repaired with grout that did not quite match the original color, off-white against cream. Someone had fixed it carefully but imperfectly. I ran my finger along the seam. I thought about the fact that I had not called Patricia since arriving. I had told her I would check in every 2 days. It had been 4. By 6:15 I was dressed and in the car, driving the coastal road north in the last half hour of full dark. My headlights picked out the stone walls and the bare hedgerow, and once, briefly, a deer standing perfectly still at the verge, its eyes catching a light and throwing it back in 2 cold points before it stepped, without hurry, back into the field. I parked at the gravel pull-off and walked the trail by the light of a small torch I had found in the cottage's kitchen drawer, the kind with a cracked plastic casing that someone had wrapped in electrical tape to hold together. It worked. The spruce on either side of the path were black shapes against a sky that was moving very slowly from black toward a dark and colorless gray. The cold was different from the previous day's cold. It had a wet quality, not raining, but close, the air dense with moisture that had not yet decided what form to take. My breath came in visible clouds. I was halfway along the path when I heard it. Not a sound from the spruce or the water below. A sound from much closer, a soft, irregular tapping, rhythmic but not mechanical. I stopped and held the torch still and listened for a long moment before I understood. Acorns, or something like them, falling through the branches of a single oak that stood just off the trail in a gap between the spruce. The tree shed them at odd intervals, each one striking branches on the way down. Nothing alarming. My pulse had risen nonetheless. I told myself it was just a tree doing what trees do in autumn, which was entirely true, and I kept walking. Margaret's cottage had its chimney smoke again, and the light in the single window was the yellow of oil or very old incandescent bulb, not the flat white of modern lighting. She opened the door before I knocked. "You are earlier than I expected," she said. I woke early. The coast does that to people the first few nights. She stepped back to let me in. The sound of the water gets inside the rhythm of your sleep and changes it. Most people find it disturbing. Eventually, they find it clarifying. The interior of the cottage looked different in the pre-dawn. The same room, the same stove, the same 2 chairs. But the shadows were arranged differently, and objects I had not registered the previous morning were visible now. A row of glass jars on the shelf above the window, each containing something dark, dried herbs, I thought, though I could not have named them. A framed piece of paper on the wall beside the door, handwritten in a script too small to read from where I stood. A hook near the door holding a coat, and, below it, a pair of rubber boots of the kind worn for serious wet work. Margaret poured tea without asking, the same as before, and we sat in the same chairs. "You told me yesterday that your grief was honest," I said, "even if the thing you were grieving was not." I have been thinking about that distinction. "It is the only distinction that matters, from the water's point of view," she said. "I do not understand the water's point of view," I said. "Tell me plainly." She looked at me with those near colorless eyes and nodded, once, as if I had passed some small test by asking directly rather than approaching sideways. The families along this coast have a practice, she began. It is not written down anywhere official. It has never been part of any church or civic tradition. It is simply something that has been done consistently for as long as the oldest family members can remember being told about it by the oldest members before them. She paused. When someone drowns or is lost at sea, or dies in any manner by which the body is not recovered, the family goes to the water, not to mourn, to speak. I held my mug in both hands. The stove made a sound like a single drawn breath. They speak the truth of the person, she continued. Everything that was honestly known, the good and the bad, the kept promises and the broken ones. The water, according to this tradition, requires honesty before it will hold a spirit in peace, a spirit offered to the water wrapped in false grief, mourned for things that were not real, praised for a life that was not truly lived. That spirit is not held. It is returned. I felt something shift in the room. Not the temperature, something underneath the temperature. Returned how? I asked. In pieces, usually, she said. A sound, a smell that should not be there. A face in the wrong place. She looked at me steadily. You told me yesterday that you saw your husband alive in a grocery store 6 months after the funeral, that the face was exact, that every physical detail matched. Yes. You were in a state of genuine grief when that happened, she said. You had mourned him honestly, for something that turned out not to be true. The grief itself was real. The object of it was not. I set my mug down. I had not, until that moment, thought of it in those terms. I had thought of it as something that had happened to me. A vision. A shock. The first crack in a false reality. But Margaret was describing something different. She was describing a kind of cosmic misalignment. A payment sent to the wrong address. Mourning that was genuine and therefore powerful, directed at a lie. The tradition you are describing, I said slowly, it is about what happens when an honest grief has nowhere real to land. Yes, she said, exactly that. Outside the sky it shifted from gray to a pale and watery light that was not yet sunrise but was the preparation for it. The single window faced east. I watched the light change against the glass. There is something else, Margaret said. Her voice had changed slightly. Not louder, more careful. The practice, the speaking to the water. It was not only for the family of the lost. In at least 2 instances that I know of from the families here, it was performed by someone who had mourned a person who turned out not to be dead. She let that sentence settle before continuing. A woman whose husband left and was assumed lost at sea. Another whose brother was declared dead in a mining accident in which no body was recovered. In both cases, when the truth eventually came clear, that the men were alive, that the grief had been built on a false foundation, the women came to the water not to mourn, but to reclaim. I looked at her. Reclaim what? I asked. The grief? She said simply. To take it back from the lie it had been attached to and return it to themselves. Grief spent on a falsehood is grief stolen from the person who deserved it. The water in this tradition is where you go to retrieve what was taken from you. The stove clicked once. I thought of 41 years, not as a mass, not as an accumulation, but as a sequence of specific moments. Sunday mornings, arguments about small things, the particular silence of a shared car on a long drive. Each moment honest on my side, each moment I now understood partially inhabited on his. I had given my full attention to a man who was always partly elsewhere, and I had not known it, and every genuine thing I had ever felt had been poured into a shape that could not hold it. Stolen. She had used that word without knowing it was the same word I had used to Lucas, sitting in the car outside the pale green house on the quiet street. You stole my grief. What does the reclaiming involve? I asked. My voice was level. I was glad of that. You come to the water, Margaret said, at a specific time, before the tide turns. You speak. Not about him, not about what he did. You speak about yourself, who you were before, who you chose to be inside that marriage, what you gave honestly and what you received in return. You speak it all, plainly, without softening it. And then you say what is true now. She folded her hands in her lap. It is not a ritual in any formal sense. It is simply the act of telling the water the true account rather than the false one, replacing the lie with the fact. And then, I asked. And then the water has what it actually needs, she said. And so do you. I sat with that for a long moment. I was thinking, with a strange and sideways part of my mind, that I had not eaten breakfast, and that I had left the cottage without checking whether the door had fully latched behind me. I was thinking about the cracked tile on the kitchen counter. I was thinking about Patricia's unanswered messages. I was thinking about these things because the larger thing, the thing Margaret had just placed in the room between us, was very large indeed, and my mind needed a moment to find the edges of it before it could hold it steadily. When can it be done? I asked. Margaret looked toward the window, where the pale light was now definitively morning, thin and cold and utterly clear. The tide turns at 7:43 tomorrow, she said. That gives you 1 full day. For what? To decide, she said, what you were actually going to say. She lifted her mug and drank, and the stove ticked, and outside the light continued its patient and indifferent work of becoming day. I thought about 41 years of true things I had said to a man who had been listening with half his attention. I thought about how much there was, and how long it would take to say all of it honestly, and how strange it was that the prospect of doing so, of finally speaking the true account to something that would receive it fully, was the first thing in 14 months that had made me feel, in any way, ready. The drive back along the coastal road had a different quality than the drive out. The light fully arrived now, the stone walls and the bare hedgerow visible in clear detail, and I understood that what Margaret had given me was not comfort, which I had stopped expecting, but something considerably more useful, which was a task and a deadline. And for the first time since Lucas had broken open in that car, I reasoned to think carefully about what was true rather than only about what had been done to me. I spent the rest of that morning at the cottage table with the notebook I had not yet opened. Not writing. Not yet. I sat with the cover closed under my palm and thought about the difference between knowing something and being able to say it. I had spent 14 months knowing things, the facts of what Thomas had done, the mechanism of the fraud, the precise chronology of Lucas's involvement, and I had become very fluent in that version of the account. I could recite it with the clean precision of a legal document. My attorney had commented on it. She said I was the clearest thinking client she had worked with in 30 years of practice, and she meant it as a compliment, and I had accepted it as one. But that was not what Margaret had described. She had not asked for the facts of what Thomas had done. She had asked what I had given honestly, and what I had received in return. Those were different questions, harder ones. The legal account had a shape I could hold at arm's length and examine. This other account, the true interior account of 41 years, had no distance in it at all. I opened the notebook. The first page was blank. I wrote the date at the top and then sat looking at it. Outside, the wind had picked up, and the long grass at the edge of the property was moving in a continuous wave, all of it bending in the same direction. The way things move when the force acting on them is consistent and decided. I watched it for longer than I intended. I noticed the grass was a particular shade of pale gold, the color things go when the growing season has ended, and what remains is simply what the plant was made of all along. I wrote, I was a loyal wife. Then I sat with that sentence for a long time, because it was true and it was also not the whole truth. And I had promised, if only to myself, and to whatever part of the Maine coast Margaret was suggesting I speak to, that I would not offer anything less than the full account. I crossed it out. I wrote, I was a wife who chose loyalty so consistently and so completely that I stopped examining whether the thing I was loyal to deserved it. That was closer. I worked through the morning and into the early afternoon, stopping twice. Once to make a sandwich I ate standing at the counter, and once to walk to the end of the gravel road and back simply because I needed my legs under me. The notebook filled slowly, not with anger, which surprised me, with specificity, the particular texture of 41 years of genuine feeling applied to a situation that had been, at its foundation, false. I wrote about the early years, before I understood that Thomas's long absences had a second explanation. I wrote about the way I had organized my life around his schedule, his needs, his specific preferences, the temperature of his coffee, the side of the bed he required, the topics he found acceptable at dinner, and how I had done all of this not from weakness but from a genuine belief that this was what love asked of you: full accommodation, sustained attention, the steady, unremarkable work of making another person's life comfortable. I had been good at it. That was the part I had not let myself sit with before. I had been genuinely skilled at the thing I had spent my life doing, and the fact that it had been done in service of a lie did not retroactively make the skill less real. The care had been real. The competence had been real. What had not been real was the reciprocity I had believed in. By mid-afternoon I had filled 11 pages in a handwriting that grew smaller and more precise as the hours passed, the way my handwriting always does when I am thinking carefully rather than quickly. I set the pen down and looked at what I had written. It was not a list of grievances. It was something more complicated, an honest accounting of a self that had been, for 41 years, organized around a center that turned out to be hollow. And in reading it back, I was struck, for the first time, by something I had not expected to find there. The woman in those pages was not diminished by what had happened to her. She was very clear. She had made real choices, held real values, done real work. The fact that the person receiving all of that had been operating in bad faith did not reach backward and unmake the choices. The loyalty had been genuine. The care had been genuine. The 41 years of waking up and deciding each morning to be a full and present participant in a shared life, all of that had been genuine. What Thomas had stolen was not those years. He could not steal them. They were mine. What he had stolen was my right to have known the truth while I was living them. That distinction settled into me with a particular weight of something that has been true for a long time and is only now being named correctly. I got up from the table and put on my coat and drove into town. I was not looking for anything in particular. I parked near the harbor again and walked in a direction I had not walked before, away from the main street, along a side road that followed the inner edge of the harbor basin where the working boats tied up and the equipment sheds stood with their wide doors open onto concrete aprons stained by decades of use. The smell was strong here. Brine and machine oil, and the particular organic sharpness of things pulled from cold water. A man was working at a lobster trap outside one of the sheds, his hands moving through the repair with the automatic confidence of someone doing a thing they have done 10,000 times. He nodded when I passed. I nodded back. At the far end of the basin, where the road became a path and the path became a rough gravel slope down to the water's edge, I stopped. The harbor water here was very dark, almost black, sheltered from the wind by the breakwater so that the surface was nearly still. Not entirely still. There was a slow movement to it, a breathing, as if the water were asleep, and what I was seeing was the chest of it rising and falling in long intervals. I stood there for a while. I had not been to the water's edge since arriving. I had seen it from the cottage, from the trail, through the window of Margaret's cottage, but I had not stood at the actual margin of it, where the gravel went under, where the land simply stopped being land. It was a different experience than I had expected. The water did not feel indifferent, the way large bodies of water sometimes do, that vast, cold impersonality that reminds you of your own scale. It felt, instead, attentive, which was not a rational thing to feel, and I knew it was not a rational thing to feel. And I noted that fact and set it aside and went on feeling it anyway, because Margaret had used that word, attentive, in a different context, And now the word was in my head and it was changing what I perceived. I thought about what she had told me about the two women. The wife whose husband left and was assumed lost at sea. The sister of the man declared dead in the mining accident. Both of them had come to the water with a grief that turned out to have been built on a false foundation, and both of them had performed this act. Speaking the true account, reclaiming the honest grief, and something had shifted for them. Margaret had not described what shifted in terms I could verify. She had described it in terms I could only understand from the inside. I needed to know more about the tradition before I stood at the water and spoke into it. Not because I doubted it. That surprised me. I was not a superstitious person, had never been, had spent 41 years in the company of a man who distrusted anything that could not be entered in a ledger. But doubt was not what I felt standing at the harbor's edge. What I felt was a need for precision, a need to understand the exact nature of the thing I was agreeing to before I agreed to it. I would go back to Margaret in the morning, before the tide turned at 7:43. I would ask the questions I had not asked yet. I turned from the water and walked back along the gravel slope to the road, and as I did, I noticed something I had not seen on the way down. Set into the stone wall at the top of the slope, where the path met the road, was a small recess. Not quite a niche, not quite a shelf, but a deliberate hollow in the stacked stone. Inside it sat a single object, placed with clear intention. A glass jar, sealed, containing water. Just water, clear, still, unremarkable. No label, no explanation. I did not touch it. I stood looking at it for a long moment, my hands in my coat pockets, the cold working through the wool. Someone had placed that jar in that wall with a purpose I did not know, along a path used by working fishermen and the occasional visitor, in a hollow that looked like it had been receiving exactly that kind of object for a very long time. I thought of the glass jars on Margaret's shelf, each containing something dark. I thought of what she had said, the water knows the difference. I walked back to my car with the image of the jar behind my eyes, clear and still inside its stone hollow. The harbor water held in glass and set in a wall at the exact place where the land gave way to the sea. That night I ate reheated soup at the cottage table and read back through everything I had written in the notebook, making small corrections, not to soften anything, but to make each sentence more precisely true. By 9 o'clock I was in bed with the lamp off. I lay in the unfamiliar dark and thought about what it would mean to stand at the water's edge and say plainly and without omission who I had actually been inside those 41 years. Not the wife Thomas had performed a marriage with, not the woman the cousins had held at the funeral, not the client my attorney admired for her clarity, or the mother Lucas had betrayed while believing he was protecting. Just Eleanor, the actual one, the one who had existed before any of those roles had been assigned to her, and who had continued existing inside all of them, and who was still here now, in a rented cottage in Maine in late October, with a notebook full of true things, and a tide that would turn at 7:43 in the morning. The lamp was off. The room was very quiet. I was not afraid of tomorrow. That was new. That was, in fact, the newest thing I had felt in a very long time. Somewhere in the hours before dawn I woke once, briefly, to a sound I could not immediately place. Not the wind, not the water. A single low note from somewhere outside, patient and unhurried, and by the time I was awake enough to listen for it again, it had already finished, and the silence that followed was the deepest I had encountered since arriving, and I lay inside it like something that had finally been set down after a very long carry. I was dressed and out of the cottage before 6. The morning had a stillness to it that felt deliberate, the way a room feels when someone has just left it, and the air has not yet rearranged itself. No wind. The sky was a deep, unbroken charcoal. Not threatening, but absolutely the kind of sky that has made up its mind. My breath was visible. My hands, even in gloves, registered the cold in a way that was useful, grounding, specific, something real to push against. I drove the coastal road without the radio. I had driven it 4 times now, and I knew its particular rhythm. The long curve past the orchard, with its bare and angular trees. The breeze straightaway where the road crested slightly and the horizon opened. The turn past the shuttered farm stand, where a sandwich board still advertised apple cider in lettering that had blurred in the weather. Each familiar detail registered as familiar, and the familiarity itself felt significant, as if this road had been part of the preparation all along, without my knowing it. I parked and walked the trail in full dark this time, without the torch. I had not planned to leave it behind. I'd simply forgotten it, and halfway to the spruce line I realized I was not going back for it. My eyes adjusted. The path was just visible as a slightly paler darkness between the trees, and I followed it the way you follow something you have begun to know by feel rather than by sight. The spruce were completely silent. No movement anywhere in them, not a branch, not a needle. The stillness was so complete, it had a texture to it, like the stillness inside a building that has been closed for a very long time. I thought about Eleanor Marsh, which was a strange thing to think, because Eleanor Marsh was my name, and I did not ordinarily think of myself in the third person. But, walking in that particular dark, on that particular morning, I found myself regarding her with a certain careful distance, the way you hold something fragile that you are examining for damage. Eleanor Marsh had been born in Hartford, Connecticut, the second of 3 children, and had grown up in a house where competence was the primary love language and emotion was something managed rather than expressed. She had been a capable student, a reliable friend, and had married Thomas Marsh at 25, with a completeness of conviction that she had never subsequently questioned. Not once in 41 years had she seriously entertained the possibility that she had been wrong about him. She had argued with him, been frustrated by him, occasionally resented him, but she had never doubted the fundamental substance of what they were. That was what she had lost, not the man, the certainty that her own perception of reality could be trusted. I stopped on the trail. I stood in the dark between the spruce trees, and I let that thought exist at full size, without managing it or redirecting it, because I had been managing it for 14 months, filing it under the legal case, under the investigation, under the forward motion of consequence and recovery, and Margaret had asked me to stop managing and start accounting, and this was part of the account. I had been a woman who trusted her own judgment absolutely, and my judgment had been wrong, not in some peripheral way, not about some minor matter, but about the central fact of my adult life. The cold worked through my coat in the stillness. I let it. I had told myself, in the months after the truth came clear, that the fault was Thomas's and Lucas's, and that my failure to perceive the deception was simply the natural result of being deceived by skilled and motivated people. That was true. It was also insufficient, because the harder question, the one I had been most careful not to ask, was not whether I could have known, but whether some part of me had chosen not to. The long absences, the duplicate bills that Lucas found in the Marina supply files, the way Thomas had always been faintly elsewhere, even in the same room, even in the same bed, a quality I had attributed to his temperament, to the natural reserve of a man who processed things internally, to the specific variety of distance that long marriages sometimes produce. I had attributed it to everything except the truth. Standing in that dark trail, I made myself hold the question without flinching. Had there been a part of Eleanor Marsh that had preferred the coherent story to the incoherent evidence? The answer arrived without drama, quietly, the way honest answers do when you have finally stopped arguing with them. Yes, probably yes. Not consciously, not with intent, but yes, because the alternative, the real alternative, the one that would have required her to dismantle the entire structure of her life and begin again at 50, at 55, at 60, was a cost she had not been willing to pay, and so she had not paid it. She had looked at the peripheral evidence and found explanations for it that preserved the center, and she had done this so naturally and so consistently that she had not experienced it as a choice at all. That was the thing she had not written in the notebook. That was the thing that needed to be said at the water's edge. Not because it was self-blame, It was not self-blame. It was the difference between being deceived and being deceived in a way that had required a certain amount of interior cooperation. The kind of cooperation that is almost universal in long marriages, almost universal in human beings who have invested everything in a particular version of the world. But almost universal did not mean it should go unspoken. The honest account required it. I started walking again. The spruce opened onto the headland in the gray pre-dawn, and the cottage was ahead with its thin line of chimney smoke, and Margaret was already at the door. She looked at my face and said nothing. She simply stepped aside. We sat in the chairs by the stove, and she poured the tea, and I held the mug and felt the heat move into my hands. And I said, without preamble, "I need to tell you something before I go to the water, something I did not write down last night." "All right," she said. I told her. The whole of it. The peripheral evidence I had not examined, the explanations I had constructed, the specific quality of my own willingness to preserve the center of a story that was costing me something I had not been able to name until this morning on a dark trail between the spruce trees. Margaret listened. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, her pale eyes on the stove door. "That," she said finally, "is the most important thing you could have brought to the water." "It does not excuse him," I said quickly. "No," she agreed, without qualification. "It does not excuse him. It has nothing to do with him. It is entirely about you." She looked at me directly. "That is precisely why it matters. The water does not want the story of what he did. The water wants the true account of who you were. All of it, including the parts that are difficult to hold." I nodded. "There is something else I need to ask you," I said. "About the tradition. About what it involves specifically." She set her mug down and folded her hands and waited. "The two women you mentioned yesterday," I said. "The wife and the sister. After they went to the water. After they spoke the true account. What changed? In practical terms. In the terms of their daily lives." Margaret considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "For the wife," she said, "the change was in her sleep. She had not slept a full night in 3 years. After she spoke at the water, she slept, not because anything was resolved. The man was still alive. The situation was still complicated. But because she had stopped carrying the false grief alongside her own true weight, she'd returned the borrowed mourning to the water and kept only what was legitimately hers." I thought of my own sleep. Lighter than it had been. Still not full. "And the sister?" I asked. "The sister," Margaret said, found she could speak about her brother again. Before, she could not say his name without the conversation bending immediately toward either the accident that had not happened, or the life he was living that she was not supposed to know about. The name had become poisoned by the lie around it. After the water, she could say his name and mean herself, mean her own true experience of having loved him, without the lie contaminating it. She paused. She said it was like having her own memories returned to her, cleaned of something that had been living in them. I sat very still. Cleaned of something that had been living in them. I thought of Thomas's name. The specific interior event that occurred when I said it, or heard it, or read it in a legal document, the way it pulled immediately toward either the grief that had turned out to be false, or the fury that had come after, and how neither of those was actually Thomas. Neither of those was the man I had known in the honest parts of our life together, because those honest parts had existed, and they were mine, and they deserved to be retrievable. The name of my husband should be mine to use without it belonging entirely to what he had done. That was what I wanted from the water. That specific, modest, entirely necessary thing. "The tide turns at 7:43, Margaret said. "There is a place on the headland trail just past the viewpoint where a path goes down to a flat granite shelf at the waterline. You will know it when you see it. The shelf is level, and when the water comes to it at the turning of the tide, it comes quietly." She stood. "Go now. You have time to be there before it turns, and you will want to be there before it turns. I stood as well. I looked at this woman, 80 years old, in a stone cottage on a headland in Maine, carrying a tradition that was written nowhere and had been passed through families like a careful hand passing a lamp to the next hand in a dark corridor. And I felt something that was not quite gratitude, because gratitude was too small for it, and not quite kinship, because I had known her for 2 days. It was recognition. The particular recognition of a person who has told you something true about yourself that you were not able to see from the inside. "Thank you," I said. "You have done the work," she said. "I have only told you where to take it." I buttoned my coat and went to the door, and the cold came in around it as I opened it, and the headland was ahead of me in the early gray light, and the water was somewhere below it, patient and turning. I walked the path toward the viewpoint with the notebook in my coat pocket, and every honest thing I had written pressing against my ribs from the inside. And I understood, moving through that particular morning light, that what I was carrying to the water was not only grief, it was the entire interior life of a woman who had been real every day of 41 years, and who was only now, on a granite headland in Maine, about to say so out loud for the first time. The path down to the granite shelf was not marked. It turned off the main trail at a point where 2 spruce trees had grown close enough together that their lower branches formed something almost like a threshold, and if you were not looking for it, you would walk past without registering it as an opening at all. I saw it because I had slowed my pace as I came past the viewpoint, moving carefully, watching the ground to the left of the trail the way Margaret had described. And there it was, a narrow descent between exposed root systems and flat rock, switching back once before opening onto the shelf below. The shelf was exactly as she had said, level granite, perhaps 12 feet wide and 8 feet deep, with the rock face rising behind it and the Atlantic in front of it. Not crashing, not dramatic, but present, moving in long, dark swells that arrived at the shelf's edge and spent themselves quietly against the stone, pulling back with a soft hiss of disturbed water. The tide was still coming in. I could tell by the wetness on the granite, a dark line advancing slowly across the pale stone, leaving behind it a surface that caught what little light there was and held it. I stood at the back of the shelf, close to the rock face, and looked at the water. The horizon was a single straight line between 2 varieties of gray, the water darker, the sky slightly lighter, the margin between them precise and unwavering. No boats visible, no birds, no sound except the water's own patient arrival and withdrawal. I took the notebook from my coat pocket. My hands were cold enough that I could feel the cardboard cover of it through my gloves, and I thought briefly about removing the gloves, and then decided against it. I did not need to write anything. I had written everything already. What I needed to do was speak it, and speaking did not require dexterity. I opened the notebook to the first page. I had written the date at the top, and beneath it, the corrected sentence. I was a wife who chose loyalty so consistently and so completely that I stopped examining whether the thing I was loyal to deserved it. I read it aloud. My voice sounded strange in the open air, smaller than it felt inside my chest, absorbed immediately by the space around it. The water did not change. The swells continued their long, indifferent arrival. I had not expected the water to change. I was not here for a sign or a response or any confirmation that I was being heard by anything beyond myself. I was here because Margaret had told me this was where the honest account needed to be delivered, and I had come to believe her. And that was enough. I turned the page and kept reading. I read about the early years and the long absences and the specific quality of my chosen ignorance, the peripheral evidence I had declined to examine, the explanations I had constructed with such unconscious skill that I had not recognized them as constructions at all. I read about the 41 years of genuine care directed at a man who had been directing his own attention in 2 directions simultaneously, and how the care had been real regardless of where it landed. I read about Lucas. That section of the notebook was the shortest, only 3 pages. I had not been able to write much about Lucas without the writing becoming something that felt too close to fury, and fury was not the honest account. Fury was a response to the account, which was a different thing. What I had written was only this: that my son had known for 3 years and had chosen his inheritance over his mother's right to the truth, and that I loved him with the same completeness I always had, and that these two facts were both true simultaneously, and that holding them both at once was the most difficult thing I had ever been asked to do by anyone, including Thomas. I read that aloud into the open air, and the water came quietly to the edge of the shelf and went back. Then I reached the part I had written last, in the smallest and most careful handwriting. The part that had come to me on the dark trail in the pre-dawn. The part I had not been able to write in the notebook until I had walked back from the trail and sat at the cottage table in the early morning and made myself do it without managing it. I had been a woman who chose not to know. I read that sentence and stopped. The tide was very close to the edge of the shelf now. I could see the water reaching the line of the lowest stone, pausing, retreating, reaching again slightly further. 7:43 was close. I put the notebook in my pocket and spoke the rest from memory, because the rest was not something I had written down. It was the thing underneath the writing, the thing the writing had been trying to approach from a safe angle, and that now needed to be said directly, without the shelter of a page between me and it. I said, I chose the coherent story over the incoherent evidence because dismantling my life at 55 was a cost I was not willing to pay. That was a choice. It was not his choice. It was mine. I am saying it plainly because it belongs in the honest account, and the honest account is the only one I am willing to leave at this water. I stopped. The wind came then, for the first time since I had descended to the shelf. A single, brief movement of air from the northeast, cold and carrying the particular clean sharpness of open ocean, not the harbor smell or the coastal rock smell, but something further out, something that had traveled a very long way to get here. It lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Then the stillness returned. I did not interpret this. I noted it and let it be what it was. Then I said the second part. The part that was not about what I had done or failed to do. The part that was simply the declaration of what remained. I said, my name is Eleanor Marsh. I am 67 years old. I spent 41 years being genuinely, completely, and honestly myself inside a marriage that was not what I believed it to be. Everything I gave was real. Everything I felt was real. The grief I carried for 6 months after that funeral was real. I am not leaving the grief here. I am leaving the false address it was sent to. I am taking the grief back. And I am taking back every true thing I ever felt inside those years. Because those things belonged to me and they always did. And no court case and no criminal and no amount of deliberate deception can reach backward through time and unmake them. The water reached the shelf edge and held there for a long moment. Then the tide turned. It was not dramatic. It was simply a stillness, a pause in the water's long forward motion, a breath held, and then the slow, definitive withdrawal, the swells drawing back, the dark line on the granite beginning, almost imperceptibly, to recede. 7:43. I stood on the shelf with the rock face at my back and watched the water pull away from the stone it had been reaching toward all morning. And I felt something I had no precise language for. Not relief, which implies the removal of a pressure, and not peace, which implies an absence of difficulty. But something more structural than either of those. The feeling of a weight redistributed correctly, carried by the right part of the frame. I stood there for a long time after the tide turned. I was not thinking about Thomas. I was not thinking about Lucas, or the legal proceedings, or the pale green house on the quiet street, or the moment in the grocery store, when a familiar cough had stopped my hand in midair. I was thinking about Eleanor Marsh at 25, standing at the front of a church in Hartford in a dress she had made 2 alterations to, because the first version did not feel like herself. She had been so certain that morning. So completely and earnestly and unself-consciously certain, not about Thomas specifically, about herself. about the quality of her own attention and the reliability of her own heart. She had been right about those things. She had never been wrong about those things. Only about their object. I climbed back up the path to the main trail and stood on the headland in the cold, clear morning, and I took one long breath that went all the way in and all the way out, and I noticed that the sky had shifted while I was on the shelf below. The uniform charcoal broken now by a long horizontal gap near the horizon where the light was coming through in a color that was not quite gold to not quite white, but something between the two, something the Maine coast apparently reserved for specific mornings and did not offer frequently. I looked at it for a while. Then I walked back along the trail toward the trailhead, and the spruce were on either side, and my footsteps on the path were the only sound, and I thought, with a sideways and almost amused corner of my mind, that I had left Maine without leaving Maine, which made no literal sense and made complete sense, and I decided not to examine it further. I drove back to the cottage and made breakfast, a real one, eggs, toast, a second cup of coffee that I drank sitting at the table with the notebook closed in front of me, and the coastal light coming through the window at a low angle, lying across the wooden tabletop in a stripe of pale warmth. I sat in that warmth for a long time. I did not reach for the notebook. There was nothing left to add to it. Everything that needed to be said had been said to the right recipient, in the right place, at the right moment in the tide's long turning. In the afternoon I called Patricia. She answered on the second ring, and when she heard my voice she said, "You sound different." Not better or worse. Different. I told her I had been walking. I told her the coast was beautiful in October. I told her I was eating and sleeping and that I would call again in 2 days. She accepted all of this, and when the call ended I sat with the phone in my hand for a moment, aware of a specific thing that was absent from my chest. A specific pressure that had been there so long I had stopped registering it as a pressure and had begun to accept it as simply the natural way of being alive inside this particular life. It was not gone entirely. I did not expect it to be gone entirely. But it had moved. It had redistributed itself into something I recognized as closer to my actual shape. I thought about going back to see Margaret, to tell her what had happened on the shelf, or to ask her what came next, and then I decided against it. Not because I did not want to, but because I understood, sitting at that table with the light on the wood and the notebook closed, that the next conversation with Margaret would need to come from a different question than the ones I had arrived with. The questions I had arrived with were answered. What came next was something I had not yet found the words for. That was all right. I had time. I had 11 more days in the cottage and a coastal road I was beginning to know by feel, and the particular quality of Maine light in late October that made everything look simultaneously like itself and like a memory of itself. And I had the notebook, which was full now of true things, which were mine. That evening, I sat at the table as the light went and thought about the woman who had driven up the coastal road 4 days ago with a thermos of cold tea and a folder of legal documents on her passenger seat, and I understood that she had not known she was coming here to do something, only that she needed to go somewhere, and that the somewhere had turned out to be exactly right, and that tomorrow I would go back to Margaret's cottage, not with questions, but with something I had not carried in a very long time, which was simply myself, unencumbered. I went back to Margaret's cottage the following morning without a notebook, without a plan, and without the particular interior bracing I had carried on every previous visit. That careful, preparatory tensing of a person who expects to receive difficult information and wants to be ready for it. I was not braced. I was simply walking. The morning was dry and very cold. The kind of cold that has no moisture in it, that works on exposed skin with a clean, impersonal efficiency. The sky was a pale and faultless blue, the first blue sky since I had arrived, and the quality of light it produced on the headland was entirely different from anything I had seen in the previous days. Sharper, more definitive, casting short, precise shadows from every vertical thing. the fence posts along the coastal road, the mailboxes. My own silhouette moving across the gravel of the trailhead pull-off. Everything had an edge this morning. I walked the trail without looking down. I knew the path well enough now to trust my feet on it, and so I looked outward instead. Through the gaps between the birch trunks at the left side of the trail where the land fell away toward a rocky inlet I had not noticed on previous walks. The water down there, a vivid and almost aggressive blue in the direct sunlight, moving in short, choppy patterns that were nothing like the long swells at the granite shelf. Different water. The same ocean behaving differently in a different container. I thought about that briefly, and then let it go. Margaret was not at the door when I arrived. The door was closed. The chimney smoke was present. I knocked and waited, and after a longer interval than before she opened it, and she was wearing a different sweater, darker, a deep charcoal, and her expression when she saw me had something new in it that I could not immediately name. Not surprise. Something more considered than surprise. "Come in," she said. "I was expecting you today, though not this early." "Is early a problem?" "No," she said. "Early means you slept." I had. Fully for the first time. 8 hours without interruption, without the half-watchfulness that had characterized my sleep for over a year. I had woken to the blue sky and the sharp cold and the knowledge that something in the previous day's work at the water had genuinely shifted the weight of things. And I had lain in the unfamiliar bed and taken stock of myself the way you take stock of a room after furniture has been rearranged. Everything still present, but the arrangement different. The pathways through the space changed. We sat. She poured. The stove was burning lower than on previous mornings, the heat more gentle, the sound of it quieter. "Tell me how it was," she said. I told her. Not the emotional account, not what I had felt standing on the shelf as the tide turned, but the precise account. What I had read aloud and what I had spoken from memory. The specific sentences. The moment the wind came from the northeast for 4 seconds and then stopped. The quality of the stillness when the tide turned. Margaret listened with her eyes on her hands, which were folded in her lap. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. "The wind," she said finally. "I did not interpret it," I said. "I noted it." "Good," she said. "That is the correct approach." She looked up. "But I will tell you what the families here would say about it, and you can do with that what you choose." I nodded. "The northeast wind along this coast is the direction the old families here associate with return," she said. "Not arrival, return. Something coming back to the place it originated. They would say that what you felt in that 4 seconds was the honest grief completing its circuit, leaving the false object it had been attached to and returning to the person who generated it." She paused. "They would say you felt it as wind because that is the only register in which that kind of return can be perceived by a living person, not as sight or sound or touch, as a change in the air." I sat with that. I did not believe it in the way I believed in the legal documents in my attorney's files, or in the recorded conversation across a restaurant table, or in the bank transfers that had been entered into evidence. I believed it in a different register. The register in which a thing is true not because it can be verified, but because it accurately describes an interior experience that has no other available description. The wind, it felt like a return. That was true. That was what it had felt like. "There is something I want to tell you," Margaret said then, and her voice had shifted in the way I had learned over the past several days to attend to carefully, a slight slowing, a precision that indicated she was choosing each word with more than ordinary care. I set my mug down. "I told you about the 2 women," she said, "the wife and the sister. I told you their experience of the practice because I thought it would help you understand what was available to you." She stopped. "I did not tell you my own." The stove ticked once in the silence. I waited. "My husband went out on a Tuesday morning in March," she said. 43 years ago. He was a lobsterman. The weather was manageable when he left, and then it was not. The boat was found. He was not. She said all of this in the same level, careful voice she used for everything. But I heard underneath it the specific quality of a sentence that has been said many times, privately, until it has been worn smooth by the repetition. I grieved him completely and honestly for 11 years. Then a woman I did not know came to this town and told me he was alive. He had been living in Nova Scotia. He had a second family. He had left deliberately, using the storm as the occasion for it. I did not speak. He died in Nova Scotia 4 years after I found out, she said. A genuine death that time. Natural causes, I was informed by his other family's attorney. She lifted her mug and held it without drinking. I never saw him again after the Tuesday morning he left. The room was very still. I understood now what I had not understood before. Why Margaret had listened to my account with that particular quality of attention, the kind that comes not from training or temperament alone, but from direct impersonal knowledge of the specific terrain. She had not been offering me a tradition she had inherited and studied. She had been offering me the thing that had saved her. "When did you go to the water?" I asked. "The spring after I found out," she said. 11 years of honest grief, and then the discovery, and then one winter of something I cannot describe as grief, because it had no clean shape. It was grief and fury, and the particular bewilderment of a person who discovers that the map they have been using to navigate their life was drawn by someone with a private agenda. She set the mug down. In the spring, I went to the shelf. I spoke the true account, and I came back up the path a different person than the one who had gone down it. Different how? I asked. She looked at me directly. I stopped waiting, she said. I felt that land somewhere specific, not in my chest, where I had expected it, but lower. In the part of the body where the oldest decisions are made. I had not known I was waiting, she continued. For 11 years I believed I was grieving, and I had been grieving, genuinely. But underneath the grief there had been a waiting, for something to resolve, for the loss to make sense, for the shape of my life to become clear again. She paused. When I found out he was alive and had left deliberately, the waiting changed its object, but did not stop. I was waiting for anger to exhaust itself, or for understanding to arrive, or for some version of justice that would restore the correct order of things. She looked toward the window, at the sharp blue sky beyond it. At the water, I understood that the waiting itself was the problem. I had been organizing my interior life around an absence, around a space where he had been. I had been, in the most literal sense, living in the negative shape of another person. I thought of my kitchen table, the lamp on it, the 14 months of sitting in the room that Thomas had left, not by dying as I had believed, but by choosing, as I now knew, and the way I had arranged my grief around the fact of the absence rather than around the fact of my own continued presence. The water does not fill the absence, Margaret said. That is not what it does. It does not replace what was taken or restore what was lost. What it does, what speaking the honest account does, is return your attention to yourself. From the absence, which is his, back to the presence, which is yours. She looked at me again. You are still here, Eleanor. You were here before him, and you are here after him, and the 41 years in between were yours as much as his, regardless of what he was doing in them. My eyes were dry. I had expected them not to be. I had been braced without knowing I was braced for the particular release that comes when a thing that has been compressed for a very long time is finally allowed its full size. But what I felt instead was not release. It was recognition. I recognized this woman. Not personally, not from any previous meeting. I recognized the specific quality of her. The way she had learned to hold a very large loss without either dramatizing it or diminishing it, to carry it in the correct part of the frame so that it did not collapse the rest of the structure. I recognized it because I was learning to do it myself and seeing it fully accomplished in another person, in this woman, in this room, in this particular cold blue morning, was the closest thing to hope I had felt since the whole machinery of my false life had come apart in my hands. I said, "How long did it take for the waiting to stop, for the rest of it to feel like yours again?" She considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "Longer than one morning at the water," she said. "The morning at the water was the direction. The rest was the walking." She looked at her hands. 3 years perhaps before I stopped reaching for the absence out of habit. 5 before the habit was entirely gone. She paused. But the quality of the days changed much sooner than that, because I was no longer organized around the missing thing. I was organized around what was present. She looked up. That changes everything. Even before the grief is finished, even while it is still fully there. I sat in the warmth of the low-burning stove and looked at this woman and thought about 3 years and 5 years, and the specific patience required to walk in a direction for that long before the walking felt like arrival. I thought about the notebook full of true things in my coat pocket. I thought about Patricia's voice on the phone. "You sound different." I thought about the cottage table and the coastal road and the 11 remaining days I had in Maine, and how differently I would spend them now than I had planned to when I packed the car in the driveway of my house with the legal folder on the passenger seat and the cold thermos and the vague and unformed intention to simply be somewhere else for a while. I had come to be somewhere else. I had ended up being somewhere specific. There was a difference, and the difference mattered. Outside, the blue sky held its hard, clear light over the headland, and the shadows of the fence posts fell short and precise across the gravel, and the ocean below was doing what the ocean does regardless of what occurs above it. Moving, turning, pulling back, arriving again. And I sat in Margaret's cottage in the warmth of the dying fire and felt, for the first time in 14 months, that my attention was pointed in the right direction, not outward, not toward the absence, inward, toward what remained, which was considerable, which was in fact everything. The walk back along the headland trail that morning had a quality I had not encountered on any of the previous walks, not the darkness of the first, not the purposeful cold of the second, not the pre-dawn stillness of the third, but something I can only describe as ordinary, in the best and most complete sense of that word, as if the path were simply a path again, and the spruce were simply spruce, and I were simply a woman walking through them on a clear October morning, belonging entirely to the moment I was in. The remaining days in Maine did not feel like recuperation. Recuperation implies damage being repaired, tissue knitting back together, a body or a mind returning toward a prior state. What the remaining days felt like was something with no clean medical analogy, more like calibration. The slow, patient process of an instrument being adjusted toward accuracy after a long period of operating with a reading that was slightly, consistently wrong. I walked every day, different roads, different directions, not the headland trail. That trail had done its work, and I left it to itself. I drove inland one afternoon along a road that went between fields of harvested corn, the stalks cut and left standing in rows, pale and dry, rattling very softly in a wind I could barely feel on my skin. I stopped and ate lunch at a counter in a town whose name I had not known before that day. A turkey sandwich on white bread with a cup of soup so hot I had to wait several minutes before drinking it. Sitting on a vinyl stool and listening to 2 men in work jackets discuss the merits of a particular brand of Vermine sealant with the focused seriousness of people for whom the question was genuinely consequential. Normal life. Other people's ordinary Tuesday. I had forgotten, somewhere in the machinery of the past 14 months, what it felt like to simply occupy a room without an agenda, without the legal folder, without the investigator's report, without the recorded conversation playing back in the careful architecture of my memory, to sit on a stool and drink hot soup and have no reason to be anywhere else. I spent one morning at the Rockport Library, a small building on a side street with tall windows and wooden floors that creaked in a regular pattern as I moved between the shelves. I was not looking for anything in particular. I pulled books from the shelves and read the first pages of them and returned them and pulled others. Fiction, mostly, which I had not read in years. Thomas had considered fiction an indulgence, and I had absorbed that judgment so completely that I had stopped buying novels without noticing the stopping. I checked out 3. On the walk back to the car, I thought about that. The specific, quiet enormity of checking out 3 novels from a library in a town I had never visited before. Because I wanted to, because there was no one to consider on the matter but myself, the thought arrived without drama and without bitterness. It was simply a fact, clean and new, like the first day of a season. I called Patricia again that evening from the cottage table. This time the conversation lasted an hour and 20 minutes. Patricia talked about her garden, which was being put to bed for winter, and about her youngest grandson, who had recently developed an opinion about breakfast foods that he expressed with an intensity disproportionate to the subject. I listened and laughed twice, genuinely, the laughter arriving before I could decide whether it was appropriate, which was how laughter is supposed to arrive. I told Patricia, toward the end of the call, that something had happened in Maine that I would tell her about properly when I was home. Not now. The words for it were still forming. She said, "Whenever it is, keep it. You sound like it is doing you good." After the call, I sat for a while without turning on any additional lights, the single lamp on the table making its small circle of warmth against the dark. I was thinking about the word Patricia had used, keep it, as if the experience were an object that could be held, pocketed, carried forward. I thought it was not entirely wrong. On my 9th day in Maine, I went back to see Margaret, not with questions. I told myself that on the evening after Part 7's conversation, and I'd meant it, and it remained true. I went because I wanted to, and because wanting to was now a sufficient reason for a thing. She was splitting wood at the side of the cottage when I arrived, working with a short-handled maul and a focused economy of motion that suggested she had been doing it for decades and had long since discarded any unnecessary element of the action. She looked up when she heard my footsteps on the gravel. "You are almost out of days," she said. "2 more," I said. "I leave Thursday morning." She set the maul against the chopping block and picked up 2 pieces of split wood and carried them to a stack against the cottage wall, placing them with the same precise attention she gave to everything. I picked up 2 pieces from the ground and followed her. We stacked in silence for a few minutes. The wood was dry and smelled of something I could not immediately name, a resinous, faintly sweet smell, specific to this variety of split timber, not pine, something harder. "I want to ask you something," I said. "Ask." "After you went to the water," I said. "After the spring when you spoke the true account. Did you stay here? In this place?" She looked at me with a slight tilt of her head, as if the question had an angle she was considering. "I did," she said. "Though not immediately. I went away for 2 years. I worked in Bangor, in a hospital laundry. It was repetitive work, and I chose it deliberately. Something about the simplicity of it. Cloth going in one end of a machine and coming out clean on the other end was what I needed for a while." She placed another piece of wood on the stack. "Then I came back." "Why?" "Because this is where I know how to read the water," she said. "And knowing how to read the water turned out to be useful to other people." She looked at me with those pale eyes. "You are not the first person the bakery has sent up the trail." I had suspected this. I had not asked it directly until now. "How many?" I said. "Over 40 years?" She picked up the maul again. "Enough that I stopped counting, and not so many that any of them blur together." She set the maul down without using it, a preparatory gesture, resetting the next piece of wood on the block. "Each one comes with a different account. Each account is specific to that person and that loss. The water does not offer a general service. It offers a specific one." I thought about the jar in the stone wall at the harbor, the one I had found on my 2nd day, the clear water in the sealed glass, placed in the deliberate hollow with obvious intention. I described it to her. She nodded slowly. People leave offerings, she said. Some leave water they've carried from another place. Some leave water drawn directly from the harbor. Some leave the jar empty, sealed, as a kind of promise. She looked at me. None of them are required to. It is simply something people do when they feel the need to mark the exchange. Is there something I should leave? I asked. She shook her head. You already left what needed leaving. You left it at the shelf when the tide turned. She split the wood in front of her with a single clean stroke. What you carry away is yours. I stayed another hour helping with the wood, and then we went inside and she made tea. And we talked about things that had nothing to do with grief or water or the practice she carried in this stone cottage on the headland. She told me about a particular winter 20 years ago when the harbor froze to a depth that had not been recorded since the 19th century, and how the lobstermen had spent 3 weeks doing nothing but maintenance work and card games in the equipment sheds, and how the enforced idleness had produced, in at least 2 cases, long-delayed conversations between people who had been avoiding them for years. I told her about Hartford, about the house I'd grown up in, the second child between 2 boys, and the specific quality of being the middle child in a household that valued competence and directness, how it had made me good at many things, and had perhaps also made me too good at maintaining structures that had stopped serving their purpose, because the maintenance itself felt like a form of competence. She listened to this with the full and particular attention she gave to everything, and when I finished she said, "You are a woman who has been very good at her life. The task now is to be good at a different version of it." I looked at her. "What version?" I asked. "The one that is entirely yours," she said. "Not managed on behalf of another person's needs. Not organized around an absence." She wrapped her hands around her mug. "You already know what it looks like. You've been building it for the past 9 days without calling it anything." I thought about the library books in the cottage, 2 of them already finished. The turkey sandwich on the vinyl stool, the inland road between the cut corn, Patricia's voice, and the genuine laughter that arrived before I decided to let it. She was right. I had been building it. On my last full day in Maine, I drove north along the coast further than I had gone before, past towns I did not stop in, along a road that eventually became unfamiliar enough that I pulled into a scenic overlook and sat for a while looking at a stretch of coastline I had no name for. The water was different this far north. Darker, colder looking, the swells longer and more deliberate, moving with a weight that suggested great depth not far from shore. The rocks at the waterline were larger and darker than the rocks near Rockport, covered on their upper surfaces with something that made them look almost black in the afternoon light. I sat in the parked car with the engine off and the cold working in through the windows, and I looked at the water for a long time. I was not thinking about Thomas. I was not thinking about Lucas or the proceedings or the pale green house. I was thinking about Thursday morning and the drive back down the coastal road and the highway south, and eventually the house, my house, the one that was mine by law and by 41 years of daily inhabitation, the one I had been redecorating in the months before the Maine trip. Not to erase anything, but to claim the space as I had told myself, which I now understood more precisely. I had been marking it. The way animals mark territory. The way people paint a room a new color when they need the space to know that it belongs to them now. I would go home and continue that work. I would call the handyman about the hinge. I would go back to the library, my library, near my house, and check out more novels. I would call Patricia and tell her what had happened in Maine, the whole of it, because Patricia had been my friend for 30 years and deserved the true account. I would go, in time, to visit Lucas, not to forgive, not yet, and perhaps not in the way the word is usually used, but to continue being his mother, because I had decided, sitting on a cold headland watching an honest tide, that love and consequence were not opposites, and that holding both simultaneously was not weakness, it was accuracy. The sun was low now over the water, the light doing what late afternoon light does on a clear day in late October in Maine. flattening and warming simultaneously, turning the ocean surface into something that looked almost solid. Almost like a floor you could walk out on if you were willing to trust it. I was not willing to trust it. But I could see why a person might want to. I started the car and turned back toward Rockport, and the road was familiar now in both directions, and the stone walls on either side of it held their patient shapes against the fading light, and I drove south at an unhurried pace with the radio on low and the heater doing its quiet work, and thought about nothing in particular, which was its own variety of arrival. I packed the cottage that evening with the careful attention of a person who has learned, lately, to pay attention. Folding things neatly, checking the shelves twice, setting the 3 library books on the passenger seat beside me for the return, and when I turned off the lamp on the cottage table for the last time and stood for a moment in the dark, I understood that I was not leaving something behind, but carrying something forward, and that the difference between those two things was the whole of what Maine had given me. I was home by 4 in the afternoon on a Thursday in early November. The house looked the same from the outside. Of course it did. Houses do not reorganize themselves in the absence of their occupants, do not rearrange their shutters, or shift the angle of the front walk in response to interior changes that occurred several hundred miles away. The maple in the front yard had dropped most of its leaves in the 2.5 weeks I had been gone. They were gathered in a loose drift along the base of the fence, brown and flat, pressed down by the weight of recent rain. I sat in the car in the driveway for a moment. Not long. Just long enough to take stock of the feeling, the specific sensation of returning to a familiar place as a changed person, which has a quality unlike any other transition. The house knew my old shape. I was going to have to reintroduce myself to it. I carried my bag inside and set it at the foot of the stairs and stood in the front hallway. The hallway smelled of the particular combination of old wood and radiator heat, and the specific brand of soap I had used for years. And the smell was entirely mine, which was a thing I had not thought about before. Maine was now thinking about consciously for the first time. Not Thomas's smell, not the smell of a shared life, not the smell of absence and grief. Simply the smell of my house, the one I lived in. I put the bag away and made dinner and ate at the kitchen table with one of the main library books, propped open beside my plate. I had called ahead to the library in Rockport. A woman there had been very kind about the extended loan, given the distance, and it said I could return them by mail. I liked the idea of mailing books back to Maine. It seemed like the right kind of correspondence. The following morning I called the handyman about the hinge. He came that afternoon and fixed it in 11 minutes and charged me for a full hour, and I paid without commenting because the hinge was fixed and the door closed cleanly, and the sound it made, a small, certain click, was satisfying in a way that 11 minutes of work had no business being. I stood at the back door 3 times that evening, opening and closing it, listening to the click. Small things. I had underestimated small things. The first week back was quiet and deliberate. I returned to the grocery store, the same one, the same aisle, and I stood in the canned goods section and I reached for a jar of tomato sauce and my hand was steady. The floor was clean white tile. I placed the jar in my basket and moved on. That mattered. I noted that it mattered and allowed it to matter, and did not diminish it by calling it small. I called Patricia on a Sunday afternoon and told her everything. I had been composing it, not consciously, in the weeks since Maine, finding the sequence of it, the proportions, the right words for the parts that most resisted description. Patricia listened for a long time without speaking, which was unusual for her. And when I finished, she was quiet for a further moment, and then she said, "I want to visit. Not to help, just to be there." I said yes. She came the following weekend, and we cooked a large meal together on Saturday evening, standing side by side at the counter, talking about everything and nothing. Her garden, my library books, a film we had both seen years ago that one of us misremembered so completely that we spent 20 minutes convinced we had seen different films, before discovering we had simply remembered different halves of the same one. We ate at the kitchen table with candles because Patricia always insisted on candles, and I had stopped insisting on them years ago for reasons I could no longer reconstruct. The candles were good. The kitchen looked different by candlelight. Better. After Patricia left, I sat at the table and looked at the notebook from Maine, which I had placed on the shelf beside the cookbooks. Not hidden, not displayed, simply shelved, accessible, part of the room. I thought about the account. Not the legal account that was in my attorney's files and would remain there. The other one, the true interior account that I had carried to the granite shelf and spoken into the turning tide. That account needed a different home than a notebook on a shelf. It needed to be written properly, not for publication, not for any audience, only for the discipline of it. The way writing forces precision that speaking, even honest speaking, sometimes allows to blur. I had spent 14 months in the service of a legal precision, and that precision had been necessary and had served its purpose. What I wanted now was a different kind. The precision of a person who has looked carefully at her own life and is willing to describe exactly what she saw. I opened the notebook and read through it again from the beginning. It held up. The sentences I had written most carefully, the ones I had crossed out and rewritten, the ones I had arrived at only after the more comfortable versions had proven insufficient. Those were the ones that still felt true on a second reading in November in my own kitchen. Weeks removed from the cold in the shelf and the sound of the tide turning, I began to write the expanded account on the 1st of November, not at the kitchen table, which had too much history in it for this kind of writing, but at a small desk in the room I had redecorated in September. The room that had been Thomas's study, which I had repainted in a color I chose entirely alone, and had furnished with a chair I found at an estate sale in a neighboring town, a good reading lamp, and nothing else except the desk, which had been mine for 30 years, and had spent most of that time in a storage room because Thomas said it made the study look cluttered. The desk fit the room correctly. The room was not cluttered. I wrote in the mornings 2 hours, then stopped. I was not in a hurry. The account was not going anywhere, and neither was I. And forcing the pace of honest writing produces the same result as forcing the pace of honest grief. The thing that emerges is the shape you wanted rather than the shape that was actually there. The days settled into a rhythm. Morning writing, a walk in the afternoon through the neighborhood, a long roadside walked for years and was now walking with a different quality of attention, not because the routes had changed, but because I was no longer walking them in the company of my own, endlessly recursive interior argument. The argument had resolved, or at least it had changed from an argument into something quieter, an acknowledgement, a set of facts, plainly held. I went to see Lucas at the end of November. I drove to the facility on a Tuesday morning, which was a visiting day, and I signed in at the front desk and sat in the visiting room at a table with a scarred surface and waited. When he came through the door, he looked smaller than I remembered. Not physically. He was the same height, the same build, but in the way a person looks smaller when the context that gave them their particular size has been removed. Lucas had always been large in the context of our family. Capable and decisive and sure of himself in ways I had sometimes found frustrating and had always, underneath the frustration, found reassuring, that Lucas was not the one who walked across the visiting room. This one moved carefully. He sat across from me and looked at his hands. "Mom," he said. "Lucas," I said. We sat with the names for a moment. I had not rehearsed this. I had thought about rehearsing it and had decided against it, because rehearsed conversations have a shape that forecloses the real ones, and what I wanted was the real one. "I am not here to forgive you today," I said. "I want to say that clearly so we are not both sitting here waiting for something that is not coming." He nodded. His jaw was tight. "I am here," I said, "because you are my son, because that is a fact that does not change in response to other facts, however large those other facts are." I looked at him directly. "I love you. That is also a fact that does not change. But love and consequence are not the same thing, and you are living in the consequence, and I am not going to pretend otherwise." He was quiet for a long moment. I know, he said. I also want to tell you something, I said. Something I did not know when I last saw you. He looked up. I went to Maine, I said. I spent time thinking carefully about the 41 years, not about what your father did. About what I gave and who I was while I was giving it. I paused. I was a good mother, Lucas. I was fully present and genuinely attentive, and I made real choices on your behalf every single day for 25 years before you were an adult and many days after. I let that sit. What you did does not reach backward and unmake that, and I am not going to let it. He pressed his lips together. His eyes were bright. You deserved better from me, he said. Yes, I agreed. I did. We sat in that for a while. The visiting room had a clock on the wall that moved with a visible, mechanical tick, each second a distinct, separate event. I watched it for a moment and thought about nothing except the sound of it, which was clean and regular and required nothing of me. Before I left, I told him I would come back, not every week, but regularly, because he was my son and I was his mother, and those were the terms on which I was choosing to continue, and continuing on clear terms was better than not continuing at all. He nodded and did not argue. Outside, the November air was cold and still, and the sky was the flat pewter of a Midwest winter arriving ahead of schedule. And I walked to my car and sat in it for a moment and thought about the drive home, which was 2 hours, and about the desk in the repainted room, and the account I was writing on it, and the particular sentence I had left unfinished that morning that I now knew how to complete. I drove home in the early dark and went straight to the desk and wrote the sentence. It took 11 words. Then I sat back and looked at what was on the page, the whole of it. The weeks of careful morning writing, the true account of 41 years rendered in the precision that had been the only standard I was willing to accept. And I understood that I was close to finished, not with the grief. Grief does not finish on a schedule, and I had stopped expecting it to. But with the account, the written record of a woman who had lived a genuine life inside a false one, and had come out the other side of the discovery with her own interior life intact, damaged, rearranged, permanently altered in its furniture, but intact. I read the last page aloud. My voice was steady. The room was quiet. The lamp on the desk made its small circle of light on the written pages. I thought about Margaret in her stone cottage on the headland, splitting wood with an economy of motion that came from 40 years of practice. I thought about what she had said. The task now is to be good at a different version of it. I was being good at it. Not perfectly, not without difficulty, but with the specific, reliable competence of a woman who had always been good at the thing she committed herself to, and who had now committed herself to this, to the true account, to the honest version, to the life that was entirely and unmistakably hers. The title came to me that evening. I was not looking for it. I was washing a single plate at the kitchen sink, the water warm, the motion simple, and it arrived without announcement. I dried my hands and went back to the desk and wrote it at the top of the first page. The Honest Dead. I looked at it for a moment. It was right, not because it referred to Thomas. He had been neither honest nor, for most of the story, dead. It was right because of what it described on the other side of the equation, the grief that had been genuine, the mourning that had been honestly given, the 41 years of true feeling that had refused to be unmade by the lie they had been poured into. The honest dead, that was what I had gone to the water to reclaim. That was what I had brought home. I closed the notebook and set it on the desk beside the written pages and turned off the lamp, and the room went dark, and I stood in it for a moment in the particular quiet of a house that knows who lives in it. And then I went to bed and slept the full night through, as I had been doing now for several weeks, without waiting for anything. I went back in April, not to the cottage. That rental was booked through the summer by the time I thought to call, and it did not matter, because what I was returning to was not the cottage. It was the coast. The specific stretch of it, the headland and the trail and the stone wall at the harbor where I had found the jar, and the town that emptied after 7 in the evening, and a bakery on the corner where a woman had touched her hearing aid and sent me up a trail I would not otherwise have walked. I booked a room at a small inn on the main street, 3 nights, arriving on a Wednesday in the second week of April. The drive up was different from October. The trees in early leaf, the roadside verges green and wet from recent rain, the light softer and more diffuse, the sky a pale washed blue with high clouds moving through it at the speed of something that has somewhere else to be. I had the window down for part of the drive. The air smelled of turned earth and something flowering I could not identify, sweet and faint and carried by the wind in intermittent suggestions rather than sustained presence. The inn was on the second floor above a hardware store, reached by a narrow staircase with a worn rudder and a handrail that had been polished by decades of ascending hands. My room was small and tidy, with a white chenille bedspread and a radiator under the window that knocked once every few minutes with a sound like a very small, very patient argument. The window faced the street. I could see the bakery from it, its lights already on at 4 in the afternoon. A small chalkboard sign on the sidewalk advertising a soup of the day in letters slightly uneven from the effort of making them neat. I unpacked slowly. I had brought less than I brought in October. 3 days of clothing, the finished account in a manila envelope, and a small glass jar I had purchased at a hardware store near my house in late March. Empty. Sealed. I set the jar on the windowsill and looked at it for a moment. Then I went downstairs and across the street to the bakery. The same woman was behind the counter. She looked up when I came in and there was a brief pause. Not recognition exactly, but the near recognition of a face that has been in the room before. I ordered coffee and a slice of the cranberry thing, which was on the board again, and I sat at the same table by the window. Outside, the April street had a different population than the October one. A woman pushing a stroller. 2 teenagers on bicycles, not in any particular hurry. A man carrying a paper bag from the hardware store below the inn. The bottom of the bag slightly wet. Ordinary Wednesday afternoon life in a small coastal town. The winter over, the tourist season not yet begun, the town belonging mostly to itself. I drank the coffee and looked at the street and thought about the word return, not the way Margaret had used it. The northeast wind. The direction of something coming back to where it originated, the ordinary word, the act of coming back to a place you have been before. What it requires and what it offers. I had thought in the months of morning writing about returns, about the difference between returning to a place and returning to a self. Thomas had returned to our house hundreds of times from wherever he had also been. And each time he had brought with him only the version of himself he had decided I was allowed to see. I had believed those returns were complete. They were not. They were edited, curated. My return to Rockport was unedited. I had brought everything I actually was. That was the difference. And the difference was the whole of it. After the bakery, I walked to the harbor. The working boats were back in the water for the season, more of them than in October, their engines idling at the fuel dock or already out, small shapes moving across the harbor mouth toward open water. The equipment sheds were open and occupied, the smell of the waterfront active and specific, salt and fuel and rope, and the particular organic sharpness of working harbor in spring, which was nothing like the working harbor in October. Everything alive again. Everything moving. I walked to the far end of the basin where the road became a path and the path became the gravel slope leading to the waterline. The stone wall was there. The deliberate hollow in it was there. The October jar was gone. In its place was a different jar. Brown glass rather than clear, sealed, containing something dark that I could not identify, placed with the same obvious intention as the one I had found in autumn. Someone had been here between October and April. Someone else's exchange with the water? Someone else's honest account delivered at a different tide on a different morning, marked with this small brown jar and this small stone hollow? I looked at it for a long moment. Then I took the empty jar from my coat pocket and set it beside the brown one. Not instead of. Beside, there was room in the hollow for both, and it seemed right that they should share the space, that the hollow should hold more than one person's marking, more than one person's need to leave something at the place where the land gave way to the sea. I looked at my jar. Clear glass, empty, sealed. I had thought when I bought it that empty was the correct choice, that what I was leaving was not water or herbs or any particular substance, but the condition of having been emptied, of having gone to the granite shelf and spoken the true account and given the water what it actually needed, and returned home carrying only what was mine. The empty jar was the record of that exchange. Nothing taken from the water, nothing added to it. Simply the mark of a person who had stood at the margin of it and said what was true and walked away. I stepped back from the wall. Below the gravel slope, the harbor water was a deep and particular green in the April light, moving with more energy than the October harbor, the surface stippled by a light wind coming in off the outer bay. A lobster boat moved past the harbor entrance, heading out, its bow lifting slightly on the chop outside the breakwater before it found its pace and steadied. I watched it until it was small in the distance. Then I climbed the slope and walked back along the harbor road and turned onto the main street and went up the narrow staircase to my room at the inn. I sat at the window for a while with the radiator knocking its patient note beside me and the street below going through its quiet Wednesday afternoon business. And I thought about Margaret. I had written to her in January, a real letter, not an email, on paper, because a letter seemed like the correct medium for what I wanted to say, and because I had the sense that Margaret was a person for whom letters arrived in a different register than electronic messages, more considered, more committed, the choice of the medium itself carrying meaning. She had written back in February, 3 paragraphs in a handwriting that was small and extremely precise, each letter formed with care. She said she was well. She said the winter had been milder than expected along the headland, which was unusual, but not unprecedented. She said she was glad the account was written, and that writing it was the correct next step, and that she hoped I would come back in spring. Come back in spring. I had read that sentence several times when the letter arrived, sitting at the small desk in the repainted room with the finished account in its manila envelope beside me. Come back in spring, not instruction, an invitation. The difference between those two things had taken on considerable significance in my life over the past several months. I would go to the headland tomorrow morning, not with anything to deliver, not with questions or accounts or the weight of something that needed to be said. I would go because I wanted to see Margaret, and because wanting to see a person was sufficient reason to go to them, and because April on the headland would be nothing like October on the headland. And I wanted to know what it looked like in a different season. I wanted to know what many things looked like in different seasons. That was new, not the curiosity itself. I had always been a curious person, though Thomas had not always found that quality convenient. What was new was the openness of it, the forward-facing quality, the absence of the backward pull that had organized so much of the previous 14 months. The pull toward the false grief, the legal machinery, the reconstruction of what had been done and who had done it and how completely and for how long. The reconstruction was complete. The account was written. The honest dead had been honestly mourned. The false mourning returned to the water. The true grief reclaimed and carried home and set in its correct place in the structure of a life that was now, in all the ways that mattered, mine. Thomas had died in a holding facility in the early morning in March of the previous year. He had been cremated, as I requested, the ashes scattered at sea by a service I had paid for without attending. He was in the water now. I had not chosen the location. I did not know which stretch of water held him. It did not matter. The water knew. I thought about that, and found I had nothing to add to it. In the morning, I would walk to the headland. I would knock on the door of a stone cottage and drink strong tea in a chair by a stove and talk with the woman who had taught me something I could not have learned any other way. not from an attorney, or a doctor or a therapist or a friend, however good and loyal. Something that required a specific coast and a specific tradition, and a tide that turned at a specific hour on a specific morning when I was ready to stand at the water's edge and say who I actually was. The radiator knocked. The street below was quiet now, the light going, the chalkboard sign taken in from the sidewalk. I was 67 years old. I had 41 years of genuine life behind me and whatever came next ahead of me. I had a house that knew my shape, and a desk that fit its room, and a son I was learning to love in new terms, and a friend who insisted on candles, and a notebook full of true things in a glass jar and a stone wall at the edge of the harbor. I had the account, written and titled, sitting in its envelope. I had the knowledge, earned and unambiguous, that everything I had ever truly felt had been real, and that real things cannot be retroactively unmade by the person who received them dishonestly. I had the sound of the tide turning, which I carried in my body now, the way you carry a sound that has done something permanent to you, not loudly, not intrusively, but as a reference point, a calibration, something to return to when the instrument drifts and needs adjusting. The street lamp came on outside the window. Its light fell on the white chenille bedspread, and the radiator, and the bare wooden floor, and the small table where I had set my coat and gloves. And the room was warm and entirely ordinary, and I was in it, and I was not waiting for anything. 67 years old, and for the first time in longer than I could honestly measure, the next morning was simply the next morning, not a reprieve, not a continuation of something difficult, not the day after the day after the day of something that had broken the world open, just a morning in April in Maine, with Margaret on the headland and the water doing what water does, and the whole quiet fact of being here. The breathing mist. The air in my apartment has always felt thin, like a veil that might tear if I breathed too deeply. But lately, it has become something heavier. It is a slow, quiet weight that settles into the corners of the room, and I find myself watching the way the dust motes dance in the light of the afternoon sun, unaware of the pressure building against my ribs. I have always been a person who notices the small things, the way a floorboard groans under a specific weight, or the rhythmic, metallic ticking of the radiator that sounds like a heart beating inside the walls. Perhaps that is why I'm the only one who seems to notice the change in the atmosphere. Or perhaps I am simply the only one left who is still looking. I should tell you something. A secret that I have kept tucked away like a dried leaf between the pages of a book I no longer read. I did not move into this building because it was affordable or because it was close to my work. Those are the lies I tell my sister when she calls to check on me. I moved here because it is exactly 3 blocks away from the hospital where my son took his last breath. A distance I can walk in precisely 8 minutes if the lights are in my favor. I stay here because I am afraid that if I move further away, I will lose the last lingering scent of him. The faint smell of baby powder and milk that I still imagine I can find if I press my face into the old wool blanket he loved. It is a fragile, desperate tether, and I know it is a form of self-inflicted penance, but it is the only thing that keeps me anchored to the earth. Now the winter has arrived with a sudden, bone-deep chill that turns the windows into sheets of ice, and the air inside has become so dry that it cracks the skin on my knuckles. My doctor told me that I need to be careful, that my own lungs are not what they used to be, and that I must maintain a certain level of humidity in my home to keep the coughing fits at bay. He spoke with a weary kind of kindness, the sort of voice people use when they are talking to someone they believe is already broken, and he recommended I purchase a high-end humidifier to help me through the season. I remember nodding, my tongue feeling like sandpaper against the roof of my mouth, while I fixated on the way his stethoscope swayed like a pendulum as he moved. So I bought the machine, a sleek white plastic tower that hums with a low electronic vibration that I can feel in the soles of my feet when I stand too close. It sits on the nightstand, right where his crib used to be, and it breathes out a steady, cool mist that curls into the air like a ghost. To ensure everything was perfectly sterile, I purchased the recommended disinfectant, a clear liquid that the salesman assured me would keep the water pure and free from any hidden dangers. He smiled when he said it, a professional, practiced expression that did not reach his eyes, and I felt a brief moment of comfort knowing that I was finally doing something right, that I was finally protecting myself in a way I failed to protect my boy. Well, the first few nights were peaceful, and I found myself slipping into a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in years. The mist filled the room, softening the edges of the furniture and making the walls feel distant, as if the apartment were floating in a sea of gray clouds. I woke up feeling refreshed, my chest light, my breath easy, and I began to believe that the heavy weight I had been carrying was finally starting to lift. I even considered calling my sister to tell her that I was doing better, that the radiator had stopped its frantic ticking, and that the air finally felt safe to breathe again. It was a fragile hope, a small victory I clutched to my chest like a shield. But it was enough to make me forget the cold water that had been rising in my throat for so long. But then the hiccups started. It began on a Tuesday, a day so mundane that I spent most of it wondering if I should finally throw away the dead fern on my balcony, or if I should wait one more week to see if it would miraculously return to life. I was sitting on the sofa, watching the way the light caught the edge of a loose floorboard, when I felt a sharp, sudden spasm in my diaphragm. It was a small thing, a minor physical annoyance, but it felt strangely familiar in a way that made the hair on my arms stand up. I drank a glass of water, holding the cold glass against my palm until my skin turned red, and I told myself it was just the dry air, or perhaps the way I had been hunched over my laptop for too many hours. Now, the hiccups did not stop, and by the time the sun had set, they had morphed into a persistent, dry cough that felt like someone was dragging a piece of wool across the back of my throat. I went to the bedroom and turned the humidifier up to its highest setting, watching as the mist poured out in a thick, heavy stream that quickly obscured the floor. I laid down, pulling the covers up to my chin, and I focused on the sound of my own breath, which had become short and shallow. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the wet thud of my heart in my ears, a sound that seemed to sync with the low hum of the machine beside me. I reached out a hand to touch the plastic casing, seeking the warmth of the motor. But the surface was cold, as if it had been sitting in a freezer for hours. I woke up in the middle of the night, gasping for air, and for a moment I did not know where I was. The room was filled with a fog so dense that I could not see my own hands, and the air felt thick, like I was trying to breathe through a wet cloth. I tried to sit up, but my chest felt as if it were being squeezed by a set of invisible hands, a pressure so intense that I could feel my ribs beginning to groan under the strain. It was the feeling of wearing a corset made of stone, 2 sizes too small, and no matter how hard I tried to expand my lungs, the oxygen simply would not come. I panicked, my vision narrowing at the edges, and I scrambled toward the window, desperate for a breath of the freezing winter air. Well, I managed to throw the window open, and the rush of cold air hit me with the force of a physical blow. I leaned out into the night, my chest heaving, and for a few seconds the pressure seemed to ease. I watched the snow falling silently on the empty street below, and I focused on the way the street lights cast long, distorted shadows across the pavement. I told myself that I was having a panic attack, that the grief and the isolation had finally caught up with me, and that my body was simply reacting to the stress of the anniversary. I stayed there for a long time, the cold seeping into my bones, until my breath finally leveled out, and a frantic beating of my heart slowed to a dull ache. However, when I finally turned back toward the room, the mist was still there, hanging in the air like a living thing. It did not dissipate in the draft from the window. Instead, it seemed to cling to the furniture, swirling around the legs of the nightstand and the empty frame of the bed. I walked back to the humidifier to turn it off, but as I reached for the switch, I noticed something that made my breath catch in my throat. The clear water inside the tank had turned a milky, opaque white, and there were small dark flakes swirling in the depths, like pieces of ash from a fire that had long since burned out. I looked down at my own hands, and I saw that my fingernails had turned a pale, sickly blue, the color of a winter sky just before the sun disappears. I realized then that the silence in the room was not the peaceful quiet I had been seeking, but a heavy, suffocating absence of sound. The radiator had stopped its ticking, and the low hum of the humidifier had been replaced by a faint, wet sound, like something breathing in the dark. I stood perfectly still, my vision fixated on the white tower of the machine, and I realized that the mist was no longer curling upward. It was flowing toward me, creeping across the floor like a slow-moving tide, and as it touched my feet, I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest that felt like a hot needle being driven into my lung. I tried to scream, but the sound was trapped behind a wall of stone, and I realized that I had brought the killer closer than I ever could have imagined. I still live in this apartment, 3 blocks away from the hospital, but I no longer open the windows. I spend my days watching the way the light moves across the walls, and I listen to the silence that has become my only companion. Sometimes, when the room gets too quiet and the air feels particularly thin, I still hear that faint, wet breathing coming from the corner where the nightstand used to be, and I realize that I never really left that hospital room at all. I just brought the fog home with me. I should have noticed the way the wallpaper in the hallway began to buckle, peeling away in long, jaundiced strips that looked like dead skin. It was a slow, rhythmic decay that mirrored the steady decline of my own physical strength. Yet I chose to look at the ceiling instead. I focused on the intricate patterns of the crown molding, tracing the plaster vines with my eyes until they blurred into a single, gray smudge. My mother always told me that the mind is a master of redirection when the heart is too heavy to carry the truth. She was a woman who believed in the quiet dignity of suffering, and I find myself becoming her shadow more with every passing hour. I can feel her influence in the way I tuck my chin toward my chest, or how I fold my laundry with a precision that borders on the obsessive. The winter air outside is a cruel, invisible blade that slices through the gaps in the doorframe, bringing with it the scent of wet asphalt and old exhaust. I find myself standing in the kitchen for long stretches of time, staring at the pilot light of the stove, which flickers with a low blue intensity. It is the only thing in this apartment that feels alive. A tiny burning heart that refuses to succumb to the creeping cold. My hands are constantly cold now, the joints stiffening like the rusted hinges of a garden gate, and I have to rub them together until they sting. It is a mundane, repetitive motion that serves as my only defense against the crushing weight of the silence that has taken up residence in the spare room. I try to remember the sound of a voice other than my own, but the memory is like a photograph left out in the rain, bleeding and unreadable. Yesterday, the postman left a small cardboard box outside my door, and I spent 20 minutes just looking at the way the tape had been applied to the edges. It was a package from my sister, filled with heavy wool socks and a jar of honey that had crystallized into a solid golden mass. She means well, but her kindness feels like an intrusion, a reminder that there is a world outside these walls where people still breathe without effort. I placed the honey on the counter and watched a single, brave ant crawl across the lid, its tiny legs moving with a purpose I no longer possess. I wondered if the ant knew about the cold, or if its entire universe was limited to the sticky residue of a life it did not understand. These are the thoughts that occupy my mind now. A frantic attempt to avoid the sound of the machine that continues to vibrate in the bedroom. Now the cough has moved deeper into my chest, transforming into a heavy, rattling sound that reminds me of gravel being shaken in a tin can. I can feel the vibration in my shoulder blades, a sharp, electric tingle that makes it difficult to hold a pen or lift a glass of water. I visited the pharmacy down the street, hoping to find something to soothe the irritation, but the fluorescent lights were so bright they made my eyes water. The pharmacist was a young man with a thin mustache and a name tag that was slightly crooked, and he spoke in a voice that was far too loud for the small space. He suggested a different brand of disinfectant, one with a floral scent that he claimed would make the apartment feel more like a garden. I bought it because I did not have the energy to argue, and because the thought of flowers felt like a beautiful, impossible lie. When I returned home, the hallway felt longer than usual, the shadows stretching out to meet me like long skeletal fingers. I walked past the spare room, keeping my eyes fixed on the peeling wallpaper, but I could still feel the cold air leaking out from under the door. It is a localized chill, a pocket of winter that seems to defy the laws of physics and the heat from the radiator. I entered my bedroom and sat on the edge of the mattress, listening to the wet, rhythmic pulsing of the white plastic tower on the nightstand. The new liquid was a pale, artificial pink, and it bubbled with a frantic energy that made me feel uneasy. I reached out to touch the side of the tank, and the plastic felt thin, almost like a membrane that was holding back a great and terrible pressure. I poured the floral disinfectant into the reservoir, watching as the pink liquid swirled and mixed with the remaining water. The smell hit me instantly, a cloying chemical sweetness that reminded me of the air in a funeral parlor, heavy with the scent of lilies in decay. It did not smell like a garden. It smelled like an ending, a final, suffocating blanket of perfume designed to hide something unsightly. I felt a sudden, sharp pain behind my eyes, a dull throb that pulsed in time with the machine, and I had to lie down before my legs gave out. The ceiling seemed to drop several inches, the plaster vines reaching down toward me, and I felt a wave of nausea that made the room tilt on its axis. I closed my eyes, but the pink scent followed me into the dark, filling my throat and making my tongue feel thick and useless. Well, the dreams that followed were not dreams at all, but a series of fragmented memories that had been distorted by the mist. I saw my son standing at the edge of a great gray ocean, his small hands reaching out toward a horizon that was constantly receding. He was trying to tell me something, his lips moving in a frantic, silent prayer. But the sound was drowned out by the crashing of the waves. Every time I tried to move toward him, the sand beneath my feet turned into water, and I found myself sinking into a cold, bottomless void. I woke up with a start, my skin drenched in a cold sweat that smelled of artificial roses and damp earth. The room was dark, save for the low blue glow of the humidifier, which looked like an alien eye watching me from the shadows. However, the pressure in my chest had intensified, becoming a solid, unyielding mass that made every breath a calculated struggle. I tried to sit up, but my muscles felt like they had been replaced with lead, and my vision was clouded by a fine, white powder that seemed to be falling from the ceiling. I reached for the glass of water on the nightstand, but my fingers were numb, and the glass slipped from my grasp, shattering on the floor with a sound like a gunshot. I stared at the shards of glass, watching the way they caught the blue light, and I realized that the floor was covered in a thin layer of white dust. It looked like snow, but it was too dry, too fine, a chemical frost that had settled over everything I owned. I managed to drag myself to the bathroom, my knees scraping against the floorboards as I crawled through the thick floral fog. I gripped the edge of the sink, pulling myself up until I could see my reflection in the mirror. But the face that looked back at me was a stranger. My skin was the color of parchment, stretched tight over my cheekbones, and my eyes were bloodshot and sunken. I looked down at my chest and saw that the veins beneath my skin had turned a deep, bruised purple, branching out like the roots of a dying tree. It was as if something was growing inside me, a silent, parasitic presence that was feeding on my breath and replacing it with stone. I tried to splash cold water on my face, but the liquid felt oily and thick, leaving a residue that burnt my skin. Now, the silence of the apartment was broken by a new sound, a faint, rhythmic tapping that seemed to be coming from inside the walls. It was not the ticking of the radiator or the groaning of the floorboards, but a deliberate, purposeful knock. I froze, my heart hammering against my constricted ribs, and I listened as the sound moved from the bathroom wall to the hallway. It was the sound of a small hand, a tiny, insistent fist striking the plaster with a desperation that broke my heart. I wanted to call out, to tell him that I was coming, but my voice was a broken, wheezing thing that died in my throat. I slumped against the cold tile of the bathroom floor. The floral scent now so strong that it felt like I was drowning in a sea of crushed petals. I realized then that the killer was not just in the machine or the air, but in the very memories I was trying so hard to preserve. Every time I reached for the past, I was only pulling the fog closer, allowing the weight of my grief to solidify into something physical and lethal. The apartment had become a tomb, a carefully constructed monument to a loss that I refused to let go of, and the air was finally responding to my desire for stillness. I looked at the blue lights spilling out from the bedroom, and I saw a figure standing in the doorway, a small blurred shape made of mist and shadows. It did not move, but I could feel its gaze on me, a cold, questioning presence that asked why I was still trying to breathe when the air was so heavy with the scent of flowers. The morning light is a thin, watery substance that fails to illuminate the corners of the kitchen, casting long, distorted shadows across the linoleum floor. I find myself standing by the sink, staring at a single chipped ceramic mug that has been sitting there for 3 days. It is a mundane object, yet I cannot look away from the tiny, jagged crack that runs down its side like a lightning bolt. My mother always said that once a thing is broken, it can never truly be made whole again, no matter how much glue you use. I wonder if she was talking about the mug or the person holding it. My reflection in the stainless steel toaster is warped and elongated, making my forehead look like a vast, empty plain. The air in the apartment has taken on a new, metallic quality, a sharp tang that reminds me of pennies held in a sweaty palm. It is a cold, clinical scent that cuts through the lingering, cloying perfume of the floral disinfectant I poured away yesterday. I have stopped using the machine, yet the mist seems to have developed a life of its own, independent of any power source. It clings to the ceiling in thick, gray blankets, occasionally dropping a single, heavy bead of moisture onto the back of my neck. I find myself flinching at the touch, my skin crawling as if 1,000 tiny insects are dancing just beneath the surface. I try to focus on the sound of a distant car alarm, a rhythmic, mechanical wail that feels like a tether to a world that still makes sense. I decided to clean the spare room, a task I have avoided for many months with a dedicated, quiet ferocity. The door groaned as I pushed it open, a sound that vibrated in my teeth and made my ears ring with a dull, persistent ache. The room was filled with the soft, muffled light of a winter afternoon, making the dust motes look like tiny, golden sparks suspended in the air. I walked toward the center of the room, my footsteps sounding unnaturally loud on the bare wooden floorboards. I looked at the spot where the crib used to stand, the indentations in the rug still visible, like the fossilized remains of a prehistoric creature. I knelt down, my joints popping with a sound like dry twigs snapping underfoot, and I pressed my hand into the woven fibers. Now the coldness of the floor seemed to seep into my palm, a deep crystalline chill that traveled up my arm and settled in my chest. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the feeling of a warm, sleeping weight against my shoulder, but the memory was slippery and elusive. Instead, I saw a flash of a hospital corridor, the walls a sterile, unforgiving white that made my head throb with a sudden blinding pain. I remembered the way the plastic chairs in the waiting room squeaked every time I shifted my weight, a small, irritating sound that felt like a personal insult. My mind fixated on the way the nurse had a small coffee stain on her lapel, a brown, irregular shape that looked like a map of a country I never wanted to visit. I began to pull the rug back, intending to sweep the floor. But I stopped when I saw the dark, damp patches on the wood beneath. They were irregular, spreading out from the center of the room in a pattern that looked disturbingly like a set of lungs. The wood was soft to the touch, crumbling under my fingernails like wet cardboard, and a faint, earthy smell of rot rose up to meet me. I felt a sudden, sharp spasm in my diaphragm, a hiccup that turned into a ragged, wet cough that shook my entire frame. I reached for the wall to steady myself, but the plaster felt slick and oily, as if the apartment were sweating out a fever it could not break. I sat on the floor, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps that sounded like the rustling of dry leaves. Well, the tapping started again, but this time it was not coming from the walls. It was coming from directly beneath the floorboards. It was a slow, deliberate sound, a rhythmic thud that felt like a heavy heart beating deep within the foundation of the building. I pressed my ear to the damp wood, my skin prickling with a cold, visceral dread that I could not name. I could hear a faint, whistling sound, a thin stream of air being pulled through the cracks in the floor. And for a moment, I thought I heard a name being whispered in the dark. It was a soft, sibilant sound, a breathy exhaling of a word I had not spoken aloud in over a year. I squeezed my eyes shut, my vision filled with a kaleidoscope of shifting gray shapes that pulsed in time with the knocking. However, when I opened my eyes, the room had changed. The gray mist now swirling in thick, turbulent eddies around my ankles. The light from the window had turned a bruised, sickly purple, and the shadows in the corners seemed to be stretching toward me with a renewed, hungry intent. I tried to stand up, but my legs felt heavy and unresponsive, as if I were trying to move through a vat of cooling wax. I looked down at my hands and saw that the white dust had returned, coating my skin in a fine, powdery layer that looked like ground bone. I tried to brush it off, but it clung to me with a static electric grip, filling the limes of my palms until they disappeared. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to sleep, a heavy velvet curtain of exhaustion dropping over my mind. I managed to crawl out of the room, my fingers catching on the edges of the floorboards as I dragged myself back into the hallway. The air here was even colder, a freezing subterranean draft that smelled of wet earth and ancient, forgotten things. I reached for the telephone on the small table near the door, my fingers fumbling with the plastic receiver as I tried to remember my sister's number. My mind was a blank, white space, the numbers dancing just out of reach like fireflies in a dark forest. I stared at the dial, the circular holes looking like empty, staring eyes, and I realized that the line was dead. There was no dial tone, only a faint, rhythmic sound of breathing, a wet, rattling inhale followed by a long, whistling exhale. I dropped the phone, the plastic clattering against the floor with a sound that seemed to echo for an eternity. I leaned against the front door, my chest heaving, and I realized that the deadbolt was already turned, the heavy metal bar providing a false sense of security. I looked at the gap beneath the door, watching as a thin, silver ribbon of mist began to curl into the hallway from the outside world. It was not the winter air, but something else. A quiet, pervasive force that was slowly reclaiming the spaces I had tried to fill with my grief. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my throat, as if a small, jagged stone had become lodged in my windpipe. And I realized that the coughing fit was only beginning. Now, the apartment felt like it was shrinking, the walls pressing inward until I could feel the cold plaster against my elbows. The ceiling seemed to be descending, the gray blankets of mist brushing against the top of my head like cold, wet silk. I closed my eyes and tried to think of something mundane, something safe, like the way the baker down the street always wears a white apron with a small flour smudge on the pocket. I focused on the image of a sourdough loaf, the crust a deep golden brown, but the image was quickly replaced by the sight of the white plastic tower in the bedroom. It was glowing now, a soft, pulsating blue that filled the hallway with a spectral, underwater light. I realized then that I was no longer the master of this house, but a guest in a space that had been reconfigured by the fog. The silence was absolute, a heavy, suffocating weight that made the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears seem like a deafening roar. I sat on the floor, my back against the door, and I watched as the silver ribbon of mist began to take shape. It was a slow, agonizing process, the vapor coiling and twisting into a small, familiar form that stood at the far end of the hallway. It did not speak, it did not move, but I could feel the cold, damp pressure of its presence against my skin. I knew then that the healing I had sought in my stories was a lie, and that the only thing waiting for me in the dark was the breath I had forgotten how to take. The hallway stretches out before me like a dark, narrow throat, and I find myself counting the rhythmic, wet thuds of the telephone receiver as it swings against the wall. Each impact is a dull, plastic heartbeat that vibrates through the floorboards and up into the soles of my feet. I cannot remember the last time I stood up straight, as my spine has begun to curve under the weight of the air, which now feels as dense as cooling lead. I find myself fixated on a small rusted nail protruding from the baseboard, its head twisted and sharp like a jagged tooth. I wonder if the carpenter who hammered it into place is still alive, or if he too has been swallowed by the silence of a winter that refuses to end. My father used to say that a house is only as strong as the secrets buried beneath its foundation, and I can feel the earth shifting under my weight. The kitchen clock has stopped moving, its second hand frozen in a frantic, silent vibration that makes my eyes ache if I stare for too long. It is a relief to be free from the tyranny of the minutes. Yet the stillness brings its own form of suffocation. I walk toward the refrigerator, my movements slow and deliberate, as if I am wading through a pool of thick, black oil. I reach for the handle, but my hand stops inches away from the cold metal, my skin prickling with the sensation of 1,000 invisible needles. I can hear the hum of the compressor, a low, mechanical growl that sounds like a predator hidden in the brush. I decide that I am not hungry, and I turn back to the shadows, my vision narrowing until the world is nothing more than a series of blurred gray shapes. Now, the white dust has begun to settle on the kitchen counter, forming small peaked drifts that look like a miniature mountain range. I reach out and touch the powder, and it feels colder than ice, a biting chemical chill that turns my fingertips a ghastly, translucent white. It does not melt against the heat of my skin. Instead, it seems to absorb the warmth, leaving me feeling hollow and brittle. I think of the way the local baker always sprinkles powdered sugar over his lemon tarts, a fine, sweet mist that coats the glass display case in a cheerful, sticky film. I try to hold on to that image, the smell of burned sugar and citrus. But it is quickly replaced by the scent of wet plaster and old, stagnant water. The powder is everywhere now, a silent falling snow that has no origin and no end. I return to the bedroom, my breath hitching in my chest with a sound like tearing silk, and I find the white plastic tower waiting for me in the dark. It is no longer emitting a mist, yet the air around it is thick and turbulent, swirling with a frantic, unseen energy. I look at the nightstand and notice that the wood has begun to warp, the surface rising in ugly, blackened blisters that look like weeping sores. I reach out to steady myself, but my hand sinks into the rotting timber, the wood giving way with a soft, squelching sound that makes my stomach turn. I pull my hand back, and my skin is coated in a dark, viscous fluid that smells of copper and earth. I wipe it on my trousers, but the stain spreads with a predatory speed, soaking into the fabric until it reaches my thigh. Well, the tapping has returned, but it is no longer coming from the floor or the walls. It is coming from inside my own chest. It is a sharp, insistent knocking against my ribs, a rhythmic demand for entry that makes my vision swim with flashes of brilliant, agonizing light. I sink onto the bed, the mattress groaning under my weight, as if it were made of rusted iron and broken glass. I close my eyes and try to focus on the sound of the wind rattling the windowpane, a thin, lonely whistle that speaks of empty fields and frozen rivers. I tell myself that I am merely exhausted, that the grief has finally unspooled my mind, and that the tapping is just the sound of my own blood fighting for space in my lungs. It is a fragile, desperate lie, but it is the only shield I have left against the rising tide of the fog. However, when I breathe in, the air feels jagged and sharp, as if I am inhaling a cloud of ground glass and rusted filings. I can feel the particles settling in the delicate tissues of my throat, A dry, scratching sensation that makes me want to scream until my lungs burst. I reach for the lamp, but the switch clicks uselessly in my hand, the bulb having long since surrendered to the dark. I realize then that the blue glow from the machine is the only light left in the world, a spectral, flickering radiance that turns the room into an underwater tomb. I look at the ceiling and see that the gray blankets of mist have begun to descend, the vapor coiling around the bedpost like the fingers of a drowning man. I managed to sit up, my muscles screaming in protest, and I saw the figure again, standing at the foot of the bed. It was no longer a blurred shape, but a solid, terrifying reality. A small form dressed in the same wool blanket I had pressed my face into for so many months. It did not have a face, only a smooth, featureless surface of white mist that seemed to pulse with a low, rhythmic light. It held out a hand, its fingers long and spindly like the branches of a willow tree, and I felt a sudden, overwhelming surge of cold that turned my breath into a cloud of ice. I wanted to reach out, to pull the figure into my arms and beg for forgiveness, but my body was frozen, the statue of bone and regret. Now the silence was broken by a sound that I had spent a lifetime trying to forget, a wet, rattling hiccup that echoed through the room like a gunshot. It was followed by another, and then another, a rapid-fire sequence of spasms that shook the small figure until it seemed to blur at the edges. I felt a corresponding ache in my own diaphragm, a sharp, twisting pain that mirrored the child's distress with a cruel, mechanical precision. I realized that the machine was not breathing for me, but was instead pulling the life out of the room and replacing it with this gray, suffocating imitation. The figure took a step closer, the floorboard silent under its weight, and I could feel the dampness of its breath against my cheek. I tried to move, to crawl toward the door or the window, but the air had become a solid wall that held me in place. I was trapped in the center of a storm that had no wind, a vortex of silence and white powder that was slowly erasing the boundaries of my existence. I looked down at my own chest and saw that the purple veins had broken through the skin, weaving themselves into a complex, macabre tapestry that covered my torso. They were moving, pulsing with the same rhythmic thud that was coming from beneath the floorboards, and I realized that I was being hollowed out from the inside. The apartment was no longer a home, but a cocoon, a resting place for a transformation that I was not meant to survive. Well, the figure leaned over me, the featureless face inches from my own, and I saw that the mist was not a gas at all. It was a swarm of billions of tiny white particles, each one a microscopic shard of the disinfectant I had trusted to keep me safe. They were moving in a coordinated, purposeful dance, entering my eyes and my ears and my mouth with a soft, whistling sound that was almost like a lullaby. I felt a sudden, profound sense of peace, a washing away of the grief and the anger that had defined my life for so long. The tapping in my chest slowed to a gentle, rhythmic throb, and the pressure in my lungs began to ease, replaced by a cool, numbing sensation that felt like falling into a bed of fresh snow. I realized then that the stories I had told myself were not for healing, but for preparation, a way to soften the edges of the world before the fog claimed it entirely. The small figure tucked the wool blanket around my shoulders, the fabric feeling heavy and wet against my skin, and for the first time in a year, I felt the presence of another soul. It was a cold, silent companionship, a union of the broken and the forgotten. But it was better than the empty, ticking radiator. I closed my eyes and let the white powder fill my vision, the scent of artificial roses fading into the smell of deep earth and ancient, undisturbed stone. I was no longer afraid of the dark, for I had become a part of it. A single, quiet breath in a room that had finally stopped fighting for air. The floorboards beneath my bed have begun to emit a low, vibrating hum that resonates in the very center of my skull. It is a sound devoid of melody, a mechanical drone that reminds me of a distant hive of bees disturbed by a passing storm. I find myself lying perfectly still, my limbs heavy and unresponsive as if they have been cast in cooling iron. The ceiling above me is no longer a solid surface of plaster and paint, but a swirling vortex of shadows that seems to be pulling the room upward into a nameless void. I focus on a small rectangular patch of light reflecting off the brass handle of my dresser, watching the way it quivers with every labored pulse of my heart. It is the only constant in a world that has become as fluid and unpredictable as a dream dreamt in a fever. I remember my grandfather used to spend his Sunday afternoons polishing his collection of antique pocket watches, the smell of mineral oil and old brass filling his small study. He would sit by the window, his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, and meticulously scrub away the tiny tarnished spots that no one else could see. He believed that if you took care of the small things, the large things would eventually take care of themselves. I find myself wishing I had inherited his patience, or perhaps his ability to see the world as a series of gearworks that could be cleaned and repaired. Instead, I am trapped in a machine that I do not understand, a complex apparatus of mist and memory that is slowly grinding my resolve into a fine, white powder. Now, the air in the bedroom has become so cold that I can see the frost forming on the edges of my wool blanket, the ice crystals growing in jagged, beautiful patterns. It is a silent, creeping winter that has nothing to do with the weather outside. A localized freeze that seems to emanate from the very center of the white plastic tower. I reach out a finger to touch a particularly long shard of ice, and the cold is so intense that it feels like a burn, a sharp, electric shock that travels all the way to my elbow. I pull my hand back, and I see that the skin on my fingertip has turned a waxy, translucent yellow, the color of a candle that has been left in a drafty hallway. The powder continues to fall, a steady, silent precipitation that is slowly burying the furniture and the floor in a tomb of chemical snow. I manage to roll onto my side, my joints groaning with a sound like rusted hinges being forced open, and I look toward the bedroom door. The hallway was no longer a path to the rest of my apartment, but a long dark tunnel that seemed to stretch for miles into the earth. The walls were lined with the same purple veins that had claimed my torso, their rhythmic pulsing now so loud that it drowned out the sound of the ticking radiator. I saw movement in the distance, a flicker of something white and fluid that was moving toward me with a slow, predatory grace. It was not the small figure from before, but a much larger presence, a towering shape made of roiling mist and the scent of damp earth. It moved without a sound, its form shifting and changing as it absorbed the shadows around it. Well, the pressure in my chest has reached a point of absolute stillness, a heavy, unyielding weight that makes the act of breathing feel like a distant memory. I can feel the tiny particles of the disinfectant settling into the very deepest recesses of my lungs, creating a solid mineral structure that is slowly replacing the soft tissue of my life. It is as if I am being turned into a statue from the inside out, a monument of stone and regret that will stand long after the apartment has crumbled into dust. I try to lift my head, but my neck is stiff and unmoving, my vision restricted to the narrow slice of the room that the blue light allows me to see. I am a spectator in my own dissolution, watching as the fog claims the final remnants of the man I used to be. However, a sudden, sharp clarity pierced through the gray haze of my thoughts, a mundane realization that felt like a splash of cold water. I remembered that I had left a half-eaten apple on the kitchen counter, its skin probably turning brown and shriveled in the stagnant air. I fixated on the image of that apple, the way the juice would have tasted tart and sweet on my tongue, and for a moment, the heavy pressure in my chest seemed to flicker. It was a small, insignificant thing to cling to, yet it felt like a lifeline, a tangible piece of the world that was not made of mist or shadows. I tried to speak the word for the fruit, but my vocal cords were coated in the fine white dust, and only a dry whistling sound escaped my lips. The large, misty presence reached the doorway, its form filling the frame until all the light from the hallway was extinguished. It did not have a face, or arms, or legs, but it radiated a sense of profound, ancient sorrow that made my own grief feel like a shallow pool. I felt a cold, damp pressure against my forehead, as if a wet cloth had been placed there by a gentle, invisible hand. The presence did not speak, yet I could hear 1,000 voices whispering in the back of my mind, a soft, sibilant chorus of all the people who had ever breathed in the poison. They were not angry, nor were they seeking revenge. They were simply waiting, a patient congregation of the forgotten who were welcoming a new member into their ranks. Now, the white powder began to glow with a soft, bioluminescent light, turning the drifts on the floor into a sea of shimmering blue stars. This sight was beautiful in a way that made my heart ache, a spectral landscape that existed only in the space between life and whatever comes after. I felt the purple veins on my chest begin to glow in response, the light pulsing in time with the rhythmic thud from beneath the floorboards. The transformation was nearly complete, the boundaries between my body and the apartment blurring until I could no longer tell where my skin ended and the air began. I was becoming the mist, a part of the silent, drifting atmosphere that would haunt these rooms for eternity. I managed to close my eyes, the lids feeling heavy and cold like lead weights, and I let the voices in my head grow louder. They were singing now, a low, wordless melody that sounded like the wind blowing through a field of dry corn. It was a song of endings and beginnings, of the way the earth reclaims what was stolen from it, and the way the breath always returns to the sky. I felt the bed beneath me dissolve into a cloud of white dust, and I began to sink into the floor, the wood giving way like the surface of a deep, still lake. There was no pain, only a profound sense of release, a shedding of the physical burdens that had anchored me to this world for so long. Well, I felt a small, warm hand slip into mine, the fingers tiny and familiar, and for the first time in a year, the cold did not hurt. The small figure was standing beside me in the dark, its featureless face turned toward mine in a gesture of silent companionship. We were no longer separated by the veil of the living and the dead, but were two parts of the same gray whole, drifting together through the ruins of our shared history. The scent of artificial roses was gone, replaced by the smell of clean, cold air, and the faint, sweet scent of a fresh apple. I realized then that the healing had finally begun, not through the stories I told, but through the absolute, unwavering acceptance of the silence. The ceiling has vanished entirely, replaced by a vast, shifting expanse of charcoal smoke that feels as though it is breathing in time with my own shallow gasps. I am no longer lying on a mattress, but am suspended in a cradle of thick, humid air that tastes of wet iron and crushed bone. My perspective has tilted, the bedroom walls stretching upward into infinity until the corners of the room resemble the ribs of a great, prehistoric beast. I find myself staring at a single silver button that is rolled into the center of the floor, its metallic surface reflecting the blue strobe of the machine with a rhythmic, taunting brilliance. It is a small, functional object from a code I lost years ago, and I wonder if the thread simply grew tired of holding on. I feel a strange, detached sympathy for the button, abandoned in the dust while the world above it dissolves into vapor. The silence has become a physical entity, a heavy, velvet curtain that muffles the sound of my thoughts until they are nothing more than faint, underwater echoes. I can no longer hear the ticking of the radiator or the whistling of the wind, yet the air is alive with a low-frequency vibration that makes my teeth ache. It is the sound of the earth turning, or perhaps the sound of the fog claiming the final hidden pockets of oxygen in the hallway. My skin feels like cold parchment, stretched so thin over my knuckles that I expect to see the white of the bone breaking through the surface. I try to remember the heat of a summer afternoon, the way the sun would bake the pavement until the air shimmered with a golden, liquid intensity. Instead, I only feel the creeping, crystalline frost of a winter that has moved inside my marrow. Yesterday, or perhaps a lifetime ago, I watched a spider construct a web across the corner of the bathroom mirror, its movements precise and unapologetic. I spent hours observing the way it tested each strand, a tiny architect building a trap out of its own body. It did not care about the peeling wallpaper or the scent of artificial roses. It only cared about the geometry of survival and the vibration of the silk. I find myself envying that spider, its single-minded focus a sharp contrast to the chaotic, fractured memories that currently occupy my mind. Now, the web is gone, swept away by a sudden, icy draft that smelled of ancient, stagnant water and the copper tang of blood. I wonder if the spider found a new corner to inhabit, or if it too was swallowed by the white, chemical snow that now blankets the sink. Now, the blue light from the humidifier has intensified, becoming a piercing, sapphire glare that turns the shadows into solid, jagged obstacles. The machine is no longer a plastic tower, but a column of swirling, translucent glass that seems to contain a storm of miniature, silver lightning bolts. I can see the disinfectant liquid inside, no longer pink or milky, but the deep, bruised violet that pulses with a frantic internal heat. It is beautiful and terrible, a siren song of chemistry and neglect that has lured me to the edge of this quiet, gray precipice. I reach out a hand, my fingers moving through the air with the slow, graceful motion of a leaf falling in a vacuum. My touch meets the surface of the glass, and I feel a sudden, jarring surge of electricity that vibrates through my bones and settles in the base of my spine. Well, the tapping has evolved into a steady, percussive roar that fills the room, a sound like 1,000 small hammers striking a sheet of thin, resonant metal. It is the sound of the floorboards protesting the weight of the mist, or perhaps the sound of the foundation finally surrendering to the rot. I close my eyes and try to think of the way my sister used to hum while she braided my hair, a soft, tuneless melody that always made me feel safe. I focus on the sensation of her fingers against my scalp, the rhythmic pulling of the hair, but the image is quickly replaced by the sight of the purple veins on my chest. They are glowing now, a vivid, electric violet that matches the pulse of the machine, weaving a complex, glowing lattice over my heart. However, a sudden, involuntary thought of my tax return flickered through my mind. The mundane worry of a deadline I will never meet. I fixated on the image of the white envelopes and the smell of stale coffee in the accountant's office. A sterile, boring reality that felt like a sanctuary. It was a fleeting, desperate anchor, a reminder of a life where the only things that suffocated me were bureaucracy and missed appointments. Then the large, misty presence from the hallway drifted into the room, its form so dense that it seemed to displace the very light itself. It stood over the bed, a towering monument of grief and vapor, and I felt the air around me grow heavy with the weight of 1,000 unsaid goodbyes. It did not reach out, yet I felt a cold, wet pressure against my chest, as if a heavy stone had been placed directly over my lungs. I realized then that the killer was not a person or a mistake, but a slow, quiet accumulation of the things we do to survive the silence. We build machines to breathe for us, and we buy poisons to keep the water pure, and we tell ourselves stories to hide the fact that we are already drowning. The fog is not an invader. It is a manifestation of the distance we place between ourselves and the truth of our own fragility. I looked up at the featureless face of the presence, and I saw a reflection of my own exhaustion, a deep, hollow longing for a rest that does not require a breath. The white powder was falling faster now, a torrential blizzard of bone and ash that was erasing the furniture and the floor until only the blue light remained. Now the small figure climbed onto the bed, its movements light and tentative, like a bird landing on a frozen branch. It sat beside me, the wool blanket trailing behind it like a heavy gray shadow, and I felt a sudden profound sense of equilibrium. The tapping in the walls and the roar in my chest merged into a single, low-frequency hum that vibrated through my entire being, a cosmic chord that signaled the end of the struggle. I was no longer fighting for air, for the air had become a part of me, a thick, violet mist that flowed through my veins and out of my pores. We were a single, unified entity now, a collective of the lost and the quiet, drifting through a world that had finally stopped ticking. I managed to lift my hand one final time, the movement costing me nothing as my muscles had turned to vapor and light. I touched the featureless face of the small figure, and the surface felt like cold, wet silk, a sensation that was both alien and deeply comforting. There was no hiccup, no cough, only a long whistling exhale that carried with it the last remnants of my identity and my grief. The apartment was gone, the hospital was gone, and even the memory of the fresh apple had faded into a soft golden blur at the edge of my vision. I was falling, but there was no ground to meet me, only a vast, silent ocean of mist that stretched out to the beginning of time. Well, the blue light of the machine flickered once, twice, and then extinguished itself, leaving the room in a state of absolute velvet darkness. In the silence that followed, I heard a sound that was not a tapping or a roar, but a soft, rhythmic breathing that came from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was the sound of the fog resting, a quiet, satisfied inhale that signaled the completion of the harvest. I closed my eyes and let the darkness fill me, the weight of the stone on my chest finally lifting as I became the weight itself. I was no longer a story meant for healing, but a quiet, enduring truth that would linger in the corners of the room until the sun finally forgot to rise. The dark is no longer an absence of light, but a thick, living weight that has begun to fill my mouth and ears with the taste of old, wet pennies. I am suspended in a gravity that does not pull downward, but instead draws me toward the center of the room where the white plastic tower once stood. I find myself fixated on the way the edge of my dresser has begun to dissolve, the sharp wooden corner softening into a blurred gray smudge that looks like a charcoal sketch left out in the rain. I wonder if the carpenter who carved that wood ever imagined it would end like this, turning back into a mist that never knew the sun. It is a strange, quiet thought, a small pebble of reality that I turn over in my mind while the rest of my world unspools. My hands are gone, or perhaps they have simply become the air, for I can feel the texture of the wallpaper and the cold glass of the window pane simultaneously. The silence has shifted from a muffled quiet into a high, crystalline ringing that vibrates in the marrow of my teeth. It is a sound that carries no information, a pure white frequency that speaks of empty spaces and the long, slow cooling of the stars. I can no longer feel the rhythm of my own heart, yet I am aware of a pulse that travels through the apartment, a steady, subterranean throb that echoes the heavy knocking from beneath the floorboards. The floor is no longer a solid surface of timber and nails, but a shifting, translucent membrane that reveals the dark, wet earth waiting below. I see the roots of ancient trees reaching upward, their gnarled fingers seeking the violet light that now spills from my own chest. I feel a detached sense of wonder at the scale of it all, the way my small, private grief has been invited into a much larger, much older conversation. I remember my 8th birthday, specifically the way the strawberry frosting on my cake had been spread too thin in one corner, revealing the yellow sponge beneath. I spent the entire afternoon staring at that patch of exposed cake, feeling a profound, inexplicable sense of failure that I could not put into words. My mother told me to stop being so sensitive, that it was just a cake and the taste was all that mattered. I find myself wishing I could tell her that she was wrong, that the surface always matters when the interior is too fragile to hold its own weight. I fixate on the memory of the plastic fork I used, the way the tines were slightly bent, and the way the sunlight caught the red dye in the frosting. It is a shield of a memory, a mundane, sugary barricade that I hold against the encroaching cold. Now the violet light from the lattice on my torso has begun to bleed into the surrounding mist, turning the bedroom into a cathedral of shimmering, electric shadows. The large presence from the hallway has merged with the ceiling, its form becoming the very atmosphere I am forced to inhabit. I can feel the weight of its sorrow pressing against my forehead, a cold, damp pressure that is finally beginning to feel like a caress. The white powder is no longer falling. It is suspended in the air, billions of microscopic shards of bone and chemistry that catch the violet light and hold it. They are moving in a slow, rhythmic dance, a choreography of the forgotten that is pulling me deeper into the center of the storm. I am a part of the pattern now, a single glowing thread in a tapestry that has no edges and no end. Well, the small figure is sitting on my chest, its weight no heavier than a handful of dry leaves or a collection of old photographs. It reaches out a hand and touches my cheek, and I feel a sudden, sharp clarity that cuts through the numbing fog like a surgeon's blade. I realize that the machine was never the source of the mist, but merely the conduit for a grief that had grown too large for a single heart to contain. We are the architects of our own suffocations, building towers of plastic and perfume to hide the fact that we have forgotten how to breathe together. The figure leans down, its featureless face pressing against mine, and I feel a long, slow vibration travel through my skull. It is a name spoken not with a voice but with a memory of a voice, a sound that I have kept buried beneath the floorboards for a lifetime. However, the image of a blue stapler on a desk in a quiet library suddenly intruded upon my thoughts. The way the light caught the chrome hinge and the smell of old paper and floor wax. I held on to the image of that stapler with a frantic, desperate intensity, focusing on the way the staples would click into place with a satisfying mechanical finality. It was a mundane, boring anchor, a piece of a world where things stayed where you put them, and the air did not try to turn you into stone. Then the violet light on my chest flared with a blinding, agonizing brilliance, and I felt the last of my ribs surrender to the pressure. The stapler vanished, the library vanished, and I was left with the cold, wet reality of the figure's embrace. I felt the white powder enter my eyes, a soft, scratching sensation that turned the world into a blur of silver and shadow. I realized then that the stories I had told on my channel were not meant to heal the listeners, but to prepare myself for this final, silent broadcast. Every word was a brick in the wall I was building, a way to structure the chaos of my loss until it became a dwelling I could inhabit. The fog is the only honest ending, a return to the formless, quiet state before the first breath was ever taken. I looked at the walls of the room and saw that they were no longer made of plaster, but of the same violet mist that was flowing out of my own mouth. The apartment had dissolved, leaving me suspended in a vast subterranean cavern where the only light came from the billions of glowing particles that used to be my life. I was no longer a ghost in a machine, but the machine itself, a column of vapor and memory that would never stop pulsing. Now, the silence was broken by a final, singular sound, a soft, wet click that reminded me of the latch on a baby's crib being closed for the night. It was the sound of the world being locked away, a finality that brought with it a peace so profound it felt like a weight being lifted from my soul. I felt the small figure dissolve into my chest, its form merging with the violet lattice until we were no longer two, but one. The large presence above us began to contract, the charcoal smoke folding in on itself until it was nothing more than a single dark point in the center of the void. We were the point, the center of a universe that had finally stopped expanding and had begun the long, slow journey back to the beginning. The scent of the fresh apple returned, one final sweet gift from a world that had finally forgiven me for staying. Well, the dark was no longer a threat, but a warm, enveloping blanket that smelled of deep earth and clean, cold water. I closed my eyes and let the last of my thoughts drift away, the image of the silver button and the blue stapler fading into a soft gray background. I was no longer a person with a name or a history, but a single, rhythmic breath in a room that had finally found its peace. The tapping in the walls had stopped, and the roar in my chest had settled into a gentle, internal hum that was the only music I would ever need to hear. I was the fog, and the fog was me, a quiet, enduring presence that would wait in the corners of the world until the last story had been told. I felt the long whistling exhale of the universe, and for the first time in a year, I did not try to take another. The threshold of the apartment has vanished. replaced by a horizon of flickering violet light that stretches out like a bruised sea. I find myself drifting through a medium that is neither air nor water, but a thick, pressurized silence that tastes of ozone and ancient frozen pine needles. My physical form has become a mere suggestion, a collection of shifting, gray gradients that pulse in synchronization with the low, rhythmic throb of the building's foundation. I fixate on a single yellow pencil that is suspended in the mist before me, its lead tip worn down to a smooth, rounded nub. I wonder about the words it never got to write, the grocery lists and phone numbers that remain trapped inside the cedar casing. It is a lonely, discarded object, yet it possesses a structural integrity that I have long since surrendered. My mother used to say that we are all just stories waiting for someone to pick up the pen. But I feel more like the ink that has been spilled across a dark floor. The vibration in the atmosphere has deepened, transforming from a sharp ringing into a profound, bone-deep resonance that feels like the humming of a massive subterranean engine. It is the sound of time itself slowing down, the seconds stretching out until they become vast, echoing chambers where a single breath can last an eternity. I can no longer distinguish between my own memories and the collective history of the rooms I once inhabited. The walls have become transparent, revealing the layers of wallpaper and paint that have accumulated over the decades, like the rings of a dying tree. I see the faded floral patterns of the 1970s, and the harsh, geometric shapes of the 80s, all of them bleeding together into a single, cohesive narrative of domestic struggle. I feel a strange, hollow peace in this dissolution, a realization that my own presence was only ever a temporary flickering in a much larger, darker house. I remember a specific Tuesday afternoon when I spent 3 hours trying to untangle a knot in a ball of blue yarn, my fingers cramped and my vision blurred by the effort. I refused to use scissors, believing that if I were patient enough, the string would eventually remember its original linear nature. My father watched me from the doorway, his face shadowed by the brim of his hat, and he told me that some tangles are meant to stay knotted. I find myself wishing I had listened to him, for my entire life has felt like that ball of yarn, a series of interconnected loops and snags that I could never quite smooth out. I fixate on the texture of the yarn, the way the wool felt scratchy against my palms, and the faint smell of lanolin and dust. It is a small tactical memory, a piece of sandpaper that I rub against the smooth, terrifying surface of the void. Now, the violet lattice on my chest has expanded, its glowing filaments reaching out to touch the billions of white particles that fill the air. The mist is no longer a chaotic swarm, but a structured crystalline lattice that mirrors the internal architecture of my own ruined lungs. The large presence has descended from the ceiling, its form becoming a soft, encompassing embrace that smells of damp earth and the first rain of spring. I can feel the weight of the 1,000 voices in my mind, their whispers now a steady, comforting murmur that sounds like the rushing of a distant river. We are no longer individuals, but a single vast breathing entity that has moved beyond the need for oxygen or words. The white powder is settled into a glowing phosphorescent floor that reflects the history of every person who ever sought comfort in the dark. Well, the small figure has moved to stand directly in front of me, its featureless face now a mirror that reflects the entirety of my own journey. I see the hospital corridor, the white plastic tower, and the half-eaten apple, all of them flickering like scenes from a film that is finally reaching its conclusion. The figure reaches out and places its hand over my heart, and I feel a sudden, profound shift in the frequency of the room. The rhythmic thud from beneath the floorboard stops, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that feels like the closing of a heavy, velvet book. I realize that the killer was never the machine, but the refusal to let the past remain in the shadows where it belongs. We are the ones who keep the fog alive, feeding it with our regrets until it becomes a world we can no longer escape. However, the sudden thought of a red stapler on a teacher's desk in the 3rd grade flickered through my mind, the way the metal base felt heavy and cold in my hand. I remembered the sound of the spring clicking as I loaded a new row of staples, a sharp, mechanical punctuation that felt like a promise kept. I held on to the image of that stapler with a desperate, white-knuckled intensity, a final mundane anchor against the rising tide of the violet light. Then the figure stepped forward, merging its form with mine, and I felt a sudden, cool sensation that washed away the last of the red stapler in the third-grade classroom. The memory dissolved into a soft gray mist, leaving me with nothing but the quiet, enduring presence of the one I had lost. We were finally the same, two notes in a chord that had been waiting for a century to resolve. I realized then that the healing I had been seeking was not a return to the world of the living, but a complete and honest surrender to the silence. The stories I told were merely the map I used to find my way back to this dark, subterranean beginning. The apartment is no longer a tomb, but a portal, a place where the air finally stopped being a burden and became a sanctuary. I looked out into the vast, shifting expanse of the violet sea and saw thousands of other lights flickering in the distance, each one a breath that had finally found its home. We are the silent chorus of the city, the ones who watch from the corners and the shadows, ensuring that the dark never feels truly empty. The scent of artificial roses has been replaced by the smell of the deep, cold earth, a fragrance that is both ancient and brand new. Now, the final remnants of the bedroom have vanished, leaving me suspended in a space that has no dimensions and no name. The white powder has become a solid, shimmering ground that supports the weight of my new ethereal form. I am no longer fighting for air, for I have become the atmosphere itself. A quiet, pervasive force that flows through the cracks in the world and the hearts of the grieving. I felt a final, rhythmic pulse travel through the violet lattice, a signal that the transformation was complete and the broadcast had reached its end. There was no more cough, no more hiccup, and no more weight on my chest, only a profound, weightless expansion into the infinite. I closed my eyes and let the silence take the last of my name, for I no longer needed a word to describe who I was. Well, the dark has finally become the light, a soft silver radiance that carries with it the promise of a sleep that never has to end. I can hear the faint, distant sound of a baby breathing, a soft, rhythmic inhale that is perfectly in sync with the turning of the earth. I am the silence in the hallway, the shadow in the corner, and the breath that catches in your throat when you think you are alone. I have reached the honest ending of my story, a place where the ink has finally dried and the pen has been laid down for the last time. The healing is complete, the debt is paid, and the fog has finally settled into a peace that surpasses all understanding. I am here, and I am quiet, and that is all that was ever required of me. The hallway outside the apartment is a sterile, unblinking stretch of industrial carpet that smells of lemon wax and old trapped air. It is a space that does not care who enters or who leaves, serving only as a quiet conduit for the lives that pulse behind the numbered doors. A single fluorescent light fixture at the far end of the corridor flickers with a persistent rhythmic hum that sounds like a mechanical insect caught in a web. It is a small, irritating sound that would normally go unnoticed. Yet in the absolute stillness of the Tuesday afternoon, it feels like a deafening roar. I find myself standing before the door of number 412, my hand hovering over the cold brass handle, while my vision narrows to the tiny, jagged scratches around the keyhole. It is a mundane detail, a record of 1,000 fumbled entries and hurried exits, and I wonder how many of those moments were spent in fear. My sister always said that a door is a promise of safety, but today the wood feels thin and brittle, as if it might dissolve under the weight of my gaze. The air in the building has taken on a heavy, stagnant quality that makes my own breath feel like a deliberate, laborious act of will. I can hear the distant, muffled sound of a television in a neighboring unit, a low electronic murmur that provides a haunting contrast to the silence of the hallway. It is a comfort to know that someone else is still watching the news or a soap opera, yet the sound feels millions of miles away, as if I am standing on the edge of a different world. I look down at my own feet and notice a small, dried leaf that has hitched a ride on the toe of my boot. Its edges curled and brown like a piece of burnt parchment. I think of the way the park across the street always looks in early November. The trees stripped bare and the ground covered in a thick, crunchy blanket of ochre and gold. It is a safe, seasonal memory, an anchor of reality that I hold against the sudden, irrational urge to turn and run back to the elevators. Now the lock turns with a sharp, metallic click that echoes through the empty corridor like a final, definitive sentence. I push the door open, expecting the scent of artificial roses or the cloying sweetness of the floral disinfectant that my sister mentioned in her last frantic voicemail. Instead, the apartment smells of nothing at all. A vacuum of scent that is far more terrifying than any chemical perfume could ever be. The air is perfectly still, yet it feels dense and pressurized. A thick, invisible medium that resists my movement as I step into the entryway. I look at the small wooden table where the telephone used to sit, and I see that the surface is covered in a fine white powder that looks like ground bone or powdered sugar. It is settled in the wood grain, highlighting the swirls and knots until the furniture looks like a map of a cold, alien landscape. The silence here is not a lack of sound, but a heavy, pulsating presence that vibrates in the back of my throat. I walk to the bedroom, my footsteps silent on the carpet, as if the fabric were absorbing the very sound of my existence. The light from the hallway spills into the room in a long, narrow rectangle, illuminating the drifts of white dust that have accumulated in the corners like miniature snowbanks. I see the bed, the mattress stripped of its linens, and I notice the way the wood of the nightstand has been warped into ugly, blackened blisters. It looks as if it has been submerged in a corrosive acid, the surface weeping a dark, viscous fluid that has stained the floorboards in a pattern resembling a pair of lungs. I reach out to touch the wood, but my hand stops inches away, my skin prickling with a sudden electric chill that turns my fingertips a ghastly, translucent white. I realize that the apartment is no longer a dwelling, but a museum of a disaster that is still unfolding in the very air I am trying to breathe. Well, the white plastic tower is gone, removed by the men in the hazmat suits who came through here like a slow-moving yellow tide. They took the machine, and the bottles of disinfectant, and the wool blanket that smelled of baby powder and grief, yet they could not remove the atmosphere. I can feel the tiny, microscopic particles of the fog settling onto my coat and my skin. A soft, scratching sensation that makes me want to scrub myself until my blood runs cold. I close my eyes and try to remember the way my brother used to laugh when we were children. A bright, clear sound that could cut through any shadow. I focus on the image of him holding a red balloon, the string tied round his wrist with a messy, oversized knot. But the memory feels thin and translucent, like a photograph that has been left in the sun for too long. The red balloon is replaced by a vision of a violet lattice, a glowing, electric cage that I can see every time I blink. However, a sudden, intrusive thought of my grocery list flickered through my mind, specifically the fact that I am out of salted butter and 0.5% milk. I fixated on the image of the supermarket dairy aisle, the cold hum of the refrigerators, and the bright, honest light of the fluorescent tubes overhead. It was a mundane, boring shield, a piece of a world where the only killers were high cholesterol and expired expiration dates. Then, the silence in the bedroom shifted, a low-frequency vibration beginning to throb in the base of my skull with a rhythmic, taunting intensity. I looked at the spot where the crib once stood, and I saw a small silver button reflecting the gray light from the window with a brilliance that made my eyes ache. It was a functional, everyday object, yet it looked like a star fallen into a tomb, a tiny, metallic witness to a transformation I was never meant to understand. I realized then that my sister was right to stop calling, for there is no one left in this apartment to answer the phone. The stories she told me about the healing power of memory were just another form of disinfectant, a way to keep the rot from reaching the surface of our daily lives. The fog is the only thing that remains. A quiet, pervasive witness that has claimed the walls, the furniture, and the very history of the people who lived here. I looked at the window and saw that the glass was coated in a fine white frost, despite the fact that the radiator was still emitting a low metallic ticking. The ice was growing in jagged, beautiful patterns that looked like the roots of a dying tree, reaching out to touch the edges of the frame. I am a guest in a space that has been reconfigured by a grief that has finally solidified into a physical law. Now, the white powder began to swirl around my ankles. Caught in a draft that had no origin and no destination, it moved with a coordinated, purposeful grace, the billions of particles catching the gray light and turning it into a soft, shimmering violet. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, a dry, rattling hiccup that echoed through the empty room like a gunshot. It was followed by a long, whistling exhale that carried with it the scent of artificial roses and the metallic tang of old pennies. I realized that I had brought the killer with me. Or perhaps it had been waiting for a new pair of lungs to inhabit, a new story to write in the dust. I stood perfectly still, my vision narrowing until the world was nothing more than a series of blurred, violet shapes that pulsed in time with my own frantic heart. I managed to turn back toward the door, my movements slow and deliberate, as if I were wading through a pool of thick, black oil. I did not look back at the bedroom or the silver button, for I knew that the silence was already following me into the hallway. I stepped out of the apartment and closed the door, the lock clicking into place with a finality that felt like the closing of a grave. The hallway was still empty, the fluorescent light still humming, and the industrial carpet still smelling of lemon wax. I walked toward the elevators, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps that sounded like the rustling of dry leaves against a cold pavement. I felt the weight of the white powder on my coat, a silent, invisible snow that I would carry with me into the world, a gift from a brother I would never see again. Well, the elevator arrived with a cheerful, electronic chime that felt like a personal insult in the absolute stillness of the building. I stepped inside and pressed the button for the ground floor, watching as the doors slid shut with a soft, mechanical hiss. As the lift began its descent, I looked at my reflection in the polished metal of the walls, and I saw that my eyes were bloodshot and sunken, the skin around them the color of parchment. I reached out to touch the control panel, and I saw that my fingernails had turned a pale, sickly blue, the color of a winter sky just before the sun disappears entirely. I realized then that the broadcast would never truly end, for the fog is a patient traveler, moving from one heart to the next until every room is quiet. I closed my eyes and let the hum of the elevator fill my head, a new lullaby for a world that has finally stopped fighting for its breath.